Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to 2026, February 20th, 2026. I should remember that. It's actually my 5th wedding anniversary today, so
Congratulations.
spending it with everybody. I appreciate it. So again, thank y'all for being here. This is our retreat. We look forward to it every year. This is kind of our time to get together and really set those priorities for the year, look back, see where we've been, see where we're going, and really kind of set that overview, that 30,000 with them, come up with some goals, some plans, interface with staff, and really kind of spend, maybe not the whole day, but a good portion of the day. So, thank you all for being here. Looking forward to it. Should be a good time. Up first, opening comments. How was that?
Well,
That was good. Okay,
good.
Introduction. We always start off with a really good exercise. As you know, we're partners with the Municipal Association of South Carolina. They do a great job of supporting municipalities at the state level. They are really engaged there, pursuing policies, stopping bad policies, promoting good policies that promote and support local communities, and how important the services that we provide. Because, while the state government is very important, the federal government is very important, at that local level, that's your fire department, that's your police department, that's your school boards, that's your property, that's your streets, that's your day-to-day quality of life services that you deal with, and those are the things that people really see and affect their lives. So thank you to the Municipal Association of South Carolina. Today we have the great Desiree Fragoso. Tried close. She was with us last year. She does a great job. We start off with a really good kind of a exercise where we do our must-dos. If you've ever been to our council meetings, you see up on the wall, we've got 3 goal sets: must-dos, should-dos, could-dos, and we go through those every year. So I'll kind of kick it off to Desiree. I think we're going to review last year's, and I'm excited for that. I don't know if we've always spent a lot of time on that, but I think it is important to kind of look back, figure out what you've done. Have you hit certain marks? How can you get better? What can you learn from before you try to just keep moving forward? Sometimes it's good to kind of keep an eye on, what has been accomplished. And sometimes if it's a good thing, be proud of yourself. If you've done something that's really great, it's okay to be proud of accomplishments. And so sometimes in this line of work for all of us, it can be a little thankless sometimes. So I think it's good to acknowledge some home runs and some wins that we had throughout last year. So I think we'll do that through the review of last year's, and hopefully that'll kind of get us thinking about our goals going next year. And then we'll get over to our department heads. So, Ms. Desiree?
Yes,
The
hi.
floor
Good
is yours.
morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for
Yes,
that
ma'am.
introduction. I appreciate the invitation. Always fun and lovely to come see you all.
Turn your mic
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You told us. You told me, and I forgot. Well, welcome. Thank you for the invitation. As the mayor indicated, my name is Desiree. I'm with the Municipal Association. Always lovely to be invited to come back. Always great to see you all. I've told you all every time I see you, I think you're one of the most effective and good working councils that I know. I work with 93 cities and towns. So I just want to commend you all, again, for setting time apart, to doing this review, seeing where you are, looking at the progress that you've done over the year, determine whether or not there's some pivoting, right, that you may need to consider, understand your conditions today, and what do you need to do to move forward. We know that resources are scarce, and whether that's time, money, people, we can't do it all, right? So that's why it's so important to take a step in, understand what your priorities are, and find alignment among the group, and make sure that you all are pursuing the vision that you presented to your constituents, right? That your constituents elected you to do, and make sure that you're, again, doing the best of your abilities to make that vision a reality. I believe that Van is going to go through the goals from last year. It's a very important exercise because a lot of the goals that you've established last year, or any goals that you've had to determine, or projects that you've had to pursue throughout the year, they don't end, right? They're just continuing. There's continuous progress. So it's really good to kind of get a level set, a sort of a foundational understanding of what's happening today, what's going to continue to happen, right? So that it allows you to, better define what's not being addressed, what still needs to be it needs to be on the list for you all to pursue. So Dan, do you want to go forward
Yeah,
with that?
let's start with the must-dos.
All right.
And
Well, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I wanna encourage council that, this could be to be free flow, free,
Yeah.
conversation. Everybody sees things differently, so, when we bring up something that we did, don't hesitate to chime in on, I liked how we did that, I like that we did that, we could still build on this, and so, let's really try to make it conversational about the goals, because I remember looking throughout the year at the wall and being like, man, we're really knocking some of these out. So, but again, like you said, it doesn't mean you just forget it. Like, oh, we did it once, check, boom. It's some of those got to come back. Some of those you got to stay focused on them. So, feel free to chime in.
And y'all are familiar, before Van goes through the list of priorities from last year, you're pretty familiar with the process, right? We'll go around the room. We'll ask you all. We'll ask all of the members of council to identify any new services, right, that you think that the town should consider, whether maybe some services that, are not working anymore. They're not as effective or efficient or needed. So do you want to think about service elimination? Do you want to think about new projects, new initiatives? There is no wrong answer, right? I might ask you some additional questions to clarify. I want to make sure that everybody in the room, all of the council members understand what they're going to be working on and prioritizing later on. So feel free to ask questions of your colleagues, right, to clarify what what their priorities, what their ideas are. And then we'll take a step back, we'll look at the list that we've come together, that we put together this morning, and then we'll go through an exercise to prioritize them, right? That's where it's going to be important to find alignment about what are the priorities and what is going to be the sort of the guiding principle for your budget throughout the year. Y'all are in a July, June. Okay, so you're in a good spot to start working on that. And then we'll come up with that list. We'll come up with a list of priorities. And again, that should be your guide.
All right.
All right?
So thank you, Sean. We were able to upload these to OneDrive just so you can have a visual. Must-dos, continue fostering relationships with board developers.
So,
Any thoughts on that? Or maybe articulate what are some of the things that y'all have done throughout the year that reflect that priority?
I think we've come a long way in that regards. We've laid a good foundation to move forward from this point. The players have changed a little bit on their side, so we're just kind of getting used to who we're dealing with and who we're working with. But as I look back on the past couple of years, we come an extremely long way in that. We still have to keep working on it though. That's a big deal in our town. That whole port development is huge.
Okay, great.
absolutely. It was like Jerry said, and we went over that at the end of the year. I mean, when we started last year in February, we finalized a settlement agreement with them that had a bunch of, items that everybody was responsible for. I think there's about 10 things on that list. By the end of last year, we had done 9 of them. So that was really good. I mean, wouldn't you say it's safe to say that last year was probably the most movement and interaction we've had with Safe Harbor to date?
Yes.
And so with them, we're meeting again with them next week. So they continue, like you said, they have had that turnover. So it's good that we're meeting with them. But yeah, we have a meeting with them next week. They're coming to town. They're players. So interacting with them, I think it's important for us. When we get into it, that's definitely going to be another one I want to put up there. Is just I do feel like we've got good partners there. I also do feel though that we got to keep in mind they are a behemoth of a company. They are managing hundreds of millions of dollar projects and properties all over the place. That's not saying that we're not important. It's just saying, I think we just always got to be, with them, it's not, we can't assume anything. We can't say, oh, they're going to take care of it. It's our job to respectfully and politely and as a partner just continually be poking like, hey, hey, we got deadlines, we're still here, don't forget about us, don't forget about us. So I think as long as we keep doing that, and that's on us, and that's on me, that's on staff, that's on all of us when we have them here to interface with them, and that's, like I said, I put that on me to make those phone calls, send those emails and staff, and so as long as we do that, I think that'll be good. But yeah, Jerry's right, that was really great.
Because we have worked with Safe Harbor for a long time, but a lot of the people are new there. We know a lot of the intricacies, and we know a lot of the history, and we know about the TIF, and we know about other things that they might not know about. And we do have to kind of bring it to their attention and say, hey, whoa, pump the brakes. Let's look at this. Let me bring this to your attention. So,
And I think it is important also that we continue to foster that relationship also, because that was a big, vocal concern of our constituents in the community, and maintaining that transparency, because they felt that there was no transparency, that things were being done or not being done, and they were left in the dark. And now with the periodic updates and so forth, and with them sitting at the table, so to speak, you know, it diminishes that lack of transparency, and it enhances the trust of our community and constituents.
Great. All right, the second priority, promote local businesses by exploring incentives to stimulate economic activity in the downtown area. Any thoughts on that?
So we've started, we've got the 2 buildings. We don't have any tenants, is that right yet, J.V.?
We're reviewing the applications right now.
Okay. It's like an incubation for people to come in, artists or food people, trying to see if they can really become a brick and mortar. So they have the opportunity to work out of the building there and do things to see if they're ready. We didn't put money into the Economic Development Corporation this year so that we could use that money ourselves to help facilitate more businesses along Paris Avenue and Rebelt Road Corridor. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. The new VA is coming here, and, you know, we're looking forward to a lot opening and a lot of things happening.
That's
So I
incredible.
think that was great.
That's great.
Movement.
Any other examples?
No, that was a big one.
Study.
Huh?
The
Great.
study.
Yeah, we had that study go out, we had that grant through the USDA, I believe in SCA, that they're doing a business kind of incentive study. They put out we had a meeting with all of our local business owners. I thought that was great. This wasn't last year, it was at the beginning of this year, but we did have that business meeting, breakfast with everybody. I thought it was great, to get them all in the same room. That's still something, you know, we can always be working on that. I don't know, Councilman Guerrero, you have a business on Paris Avenue. What do you think? How's it going? You see more people down there?
Yeah, it is, and I think it was evident in our business breakfast. There was way more folks that showed up from last year, and just kind of the interaction that we've had with them, right? Not just, notwithstanding is how present we are as a town, as a staff, in most of their events that they kind of do, whether it's ribbon cutting or whatever. The amount of communication that we have with them, you know, Paris Avenue Streetscape is a huge example of that. How just it's being received and how they're helping us pass the word also. There's gonna be a slight inconvenience, but we're still gonna get through this thing and it's not a big deal. Just kinda goes to show how promoting their business with them, not for them. I think that's where we're different, that we don't do it for them, we do it with them. That's how I feel down there, and I'm at the very end of the street, and my business seems to, and I'm a real estate agent, so when a real estate agent says business is going pretty good, it matters, because
Good
again,
sign.
it's location, it is, but it has to do with relationships and who's around you and how they're promoting that. So
Great.
I think it's good.
All right. How are the capital projects going? One of your priorities was complete ongoing capital projects.
Our hair is on fire. We
That's
have
a good thing,
Yeah, I mean, it's
right,
a-
man?
Yeah, they're actually going on right now are 2 meetings that I would hope to have had staff in today with our engineer and contractors, but we've had some sickness, but yeah, we
Ongoing.
have a lot of capital projects running parallel right now.
Great.
The causeway at the Sands Beach, that was completed this year.
Yep.
It wasn't a capital project, but it was, we cleaned up the boardwalk a bit. We had some damage to that. We've got this project kicking off out here on the entrance to Paris Avenue.
We wrapped up West Paris.
West Paris drainage.
West
That's
Paris.
right, that's right.
The Villages drainage project is about to start. So yeah, there's several items ongoing.
Okay, great. That's always good. All right, let's look at the next tier of priority, your should-dos.
We'll see what comes up next.
1325.
Ah, well. Good luck with that, buddy. Oh, yeah, look, it's blanks. That means nothing. There we go.
Everything's the top priority,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's fine.
That was a big cursor.
There we
All right, conduct a downtown parking study.
Done.
Done? Look at that.
Yeah.
Improve transparency, the big T
Absolutely.
word. How has the town addressed maybe that concern and enhanced transparency for your community?
We don't want to talk
Can
about
I-
that.
Yeah, we don't want to
Can
talk
I-
about that.
Right?
Really quick though, with that parking study, I
Yes.
just want to ask, because we did do that, and we had a presentation, what was that, last council meeting or two council meetings? Last council meeting, so.
Okay.
And it was very informative, like I said, what do we have, 1,200 parking spaces? I did not know that.
That's counting the.
What do we, what do we, like, what do we do with that?
Well, I
Like,
think-
that's what I was thinking, like, this guy's giving me this information, I was like, all right, he said you guys are great, you guys are good, you don't have anything to worry about, he's like, at some point you will, but you're good right now, so I was like, okay.
But the reality is that half of that inventory was on
His road,
on cross streets and basically in people's front yards utilizing right of way.
Right.
So as a council, we're gonna have to figure out if that is something we want to embrace or not. I think there are gonna be some areas of town where it is going to happen and it makes sense to happen. But, you know, the entire spine of the town downtown, I don't think it's a reality. So we may need to discount a portion of that inventory.
Yeah,
But the
well,
reality is that the only time we truly have a parking problem is when.
it's like 3 times a year.
3 or 4 times a year. And there could be opportunities for us to utilize, let's just say, the school field. You know, obviously, there are liability issues we need to address. But I think for the most part, we handle what we have on a daily basis.
Yeah, very well.
So-
Okay.
But I will say this, as part of the revamp of Paris Avenue, that it does include restriping and kind of revisualizing how the parking would happen. And we do understand that there will be additional parking on some of these cross streets within close proximity to the Paris Avenue. So we will utilize a little bit of that, that inventory that's not what you consider traditional parking along a major commercial corridor.
Okay. Transparency.
I think we've done a great job improving that, especially bringing out the port and having them attend our meetings. Before, people felt like that we weren't telling them what was going on, we were doing everything behind their backs, and that has come really a full circle. I mean, people are very happy with what's going on. I think everything that we do is above board, and it always has, but there were certain things that you couldn't talk about because of the legal matters. And now that we've been able to bring it to the public, I think that's helped us a lot. People call with questions or come, and we're able to answer them. Public sees it, and I think that's been a great deal for the rest of you.
Yeah, one way to help measure that too, people's perception about the town's effort at increasing, enhancing transparency or community-wide surveys, and that's something that you can track every year.
A lot of what's helped us, I think, I guess in my mind, is what the town sees as forward-facing, right? So there's 5 of us, 6 of us, including Van, but we have a fire department and a police department that are forward-facing every day, and both of them have done a phenomenal job of getting in front of the public, whether through social media efforts or actual in-person events that they're hosting now, to continue to promote the spirit of Port Royal. You know, and that's kind of, I think that's pretty important that our chiefs leverage that the way that they do in a manner that is both promoting confidence and competence in that and improving the level of communication that makes everybody feel there's a lot of hidden movements in government that you can't always talk about.
Yeah.
And again, with their ability to connect with their areas, their beats, if you will, makes it a lot clearer because they oblige, tell people like, oh, they speak what that community speaks, and they know what points are important for them. And Chief's always at the meetings, and Chief Ogden's always at the meetings too. So they're getting the message and they're pushing that for us. So I think that's huge in the way that all of our services kind of get along and are regurgitating the same message of the town that we're all in this together. We all have to contribute to this thing, and it's all of us as a town, people and everybody, collectively our responsibility to continue to make it more successful. And it's, I guess, just from where I see it, and I'm across the 170, I'm the furthest away from here. I mean, we see it over there. Just people in my neighborhood know that we're Port Royal now. Where 2 years ago, they didn't know we were Port Royal. It was, some of them did. Vanna would be like, some of them did.
Yeah. Well, we had a couple in the neighborhood that ran for council.
How many times
in
the cops
Beaufort.
been there?
They tried to run for council in Beaufort and realized that they weren't in town.
Well, sharing that sense of identity and
Yep.
community is
No, you're right. They
play
see
an
all, I
important
mean,
role.
they see you and your teams more than they see us. I mean, they interact with you on a daily basis. They see us at council meetings and events. You see them in, real life situations, so that's,
In their streets.
yeah, absolutely.
Great. All right. New revenue sources, right? Nothing happens without money. How have y'all?
Are you familiar with the state legislature? There are no new revenue sources.
No new revenue
As a matter of fact,
sources.
they're trying to figure out how to
Take what we got.
place limitations on existing revenue sources.
Earmarks are coming back, which is a good thing. I know last year everybody struggled because there were no earmarks considered, but that's gonna change this year. So if you're not yet, but certainly encourage you to start talking to your representatives to make sure that you put in any requests that you need for specific projects. We think that there'll be an opportunity this year. I think the requests are estimated to triple, be more than 3 times what the money's gonna be available. So being proactive and having a very defined need of shovel-ready projects, I think will help.
When I say, with the revenue, like I said, it can be frustrating what comes out of Columbia, and you hear them being like, we need to take away small business taxes and property taxes, and I'm like, well, y'all could do that at your end, but they don't want to do it on their end. So, but one thing that I do think our staff does really well, and that comes from Van and his leadership up there, is you're used to not having much.
Right.
And make it, he's very resourceful. We talk about, we punch above our weight consistently. I mean, what was the budget when you moved here?
Under $3 million.
Under $3 million when he moved here. We're now at 11 million. So that's really helpful. So I don't think, and I think you can run into a problem if you start banking on that earmarks. If you start banking on the free money, when it's not there, you're making promises, you get over your skis, and because that free money might not always be there. So we look at that as just, if we get something, that's gravy, but we know how to handle the town with what we got and be fiscally responsible. So
And that's certainly a responsible way, right? Because you never know.
yeah,
Grants.
that free money's not always going to be there.
That's
So
right.
But we've, the PD and obviously our staff has been very active on the grant front. Beyond just the, trying to wrap up the ARPA
right now.
projects. I mean, we are pursuing every single avenue for grant funding, CDBG, rural, infrastructure authority, you
Alright.
name it,
Very good.
we're on it.
Okay. All right. The final should-do priority here is design and implement youth-focused events and programs, such as the potential Family Day initiative.
So that didn't really happen.
All right. Well, we can
But
put
we've
it on
made
the list
progress
again.
in
Progress.
Splash Pad,
Yep.
Okay.
which is
Okay. Yeah.
we have a
absolutely.
Splash Pad coming, and that should be this year.
Yes.
Right?
Our participation in community events.
Yeah, and like this, I was thinking about that, when I say it didn't happen, it's like, we didn't have a family day.
Sure.
We did not, right.
But we got tons of events. I mean, we literally just had a battle of the bands of the 2 high schools.
There you go.
Right.
Volleyball parade. I mean,
That's great.
John
that's
Parker.
pretty family day where you got high school
Sure.
bands out there battling.
And I think that John Parker Day, the
John
police
Parker Day.
department,
Yeah,
was
we're
part of our
We're at these
organization.
events and they're family
So,
oriented.
That's
I will
right.
take that back. We didn't have a family day, but we
Maybe
definitely.
as originally
Sponsored by the-
conceptualized.
Yeah.
Some sort of family day and youth-focused programming.
But we
Great.
had a lot of youth-focused events, yes.
Right.
And I think both of these departments are very active on that.
Yes.
Very
100%.
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all
Great.
got, they do the coffee with the donuts with the police, coffee with the police. That was great when you had that at Maynard's that morning and.
Did a big family day over at.
Yep, that's
That's
right,
in
over
Lincoln
it,
Park.
yep, over it, and then, at the church,
Right. And at,
the church, we got dunked.
You have something.
It-
Let's talk about
that's-
haircuts.
Huh?
Let's talk about haircuts.
Oh, yeah, we did, we all shaved our head, yeah, so,
There you go.
Not all of us.
Progress.
So we have made progress.
yes.
Van did not
not all
sign
of
up
us
for
did.
that.
Maybe we just-
We let the head honchos
We
do
need to
that
just,
part.
so maybe just word that one different, because, yeah, we did have a lot of youth-focused events, family events, but just, not an official Port Royal Family Day.
Right, and it sounds like you were intentional about doing things
Yeah.
that you know, your young folks are going to be attending, and you're constantly seeking them. All right, great. All right, do you have the last slide?
We'll see.
Sure. We'll see.
I think it just took a second to load.
Yeah. There
we
you
go.
go. Explore opportunities for sewer expansion. Always doing that?
Yep.
The big S. All right, develop strategies to make Paris Avenue a key destination. It
We're
sounds
doing
like,
it.
Underwork.
yeah, very nice. Even though it was on the third tier of priority, you've done a lot of work on that. Strengthen community engagement through quadrant meetings and direct interactions. I remember this was
We had
one.
trying to make sure that you include maybe areas of your town that don't necessarily feel, or people don't feel like they're part of Port Royal.
Well, we did have
Sounds like y'all have been working on
Yeah, we
that throughout the
did,
year.
that was big, I don't know really any too many other municipalities that do that, but we did, we went and had a meeting up at, Bridges,
Bridges.
and they made that happen, and thank you to staff and everybody. If that, I will just say this, if that doesn't make it onto the list this year, I do think we should do we should do that again sometime this year. Like I said, if that doesn't make it on, it could do, I'd like to see us just kind of make that a reoccurring, we do that once a year. I know we didn't have a really good turnout at the last one, but it also was the first one.
That's right,
So
you gotta be consistent with
maybe it
it.
becomes a
But we
thing to
did
where the communities up there know. So again, if that does, I just wanted to say that, if that doesn't make it, I thought that was great. That was
Yes.
really cool to do a meeting, not in chambers, but out in the community. We did it at the gym at Bridges Preparatory
Okay,
School.
nice.
And so, and hopefully we'll see more engagement through it, but at least we're showing it, we're doing it, so again.
I mean, that had a pretty good footprint. We had promotions that day, which was awesome to
Yeah,
showcase.
that was awesome.
In the middle of the community that we don't always have the opportunity to do, so that was great, for a school and its staff to see that happen.
It was cool.
Yeah, and I mean, the school was,
There.
the kids, they
they were there.
the next weeks following were asking, what is a council meeting? Why was it here? Because it falls on their agenda as well, on how the building's gonna be used that day. So they see all those things in those interactions, so, we had a mayor for a day.
That's true, that was
We
awesome.
did that one, so again, trying to get the world of civics into the community at a younger age.
Yeah.
So they can become just naturally inquisitive about it.
You wanna
Well,
build
let's
the
take
next
that even
generation of
further,
leaders.
because also they invited us and they gave us a tour.
They sure did.
That's a community
Yeah, that
engagement.
was
cool.
They had the
Absolutely.
counselor come there and they took us through their program and they introduced their ambassadors and how they gave us an explanation of how they operate daily. All of that is community engagement, because those schools are in our community.
Yeah, and youth-focused programming. In some
Absolutely.
capacity, you're engaging that important population. Yeah.
So, and as we move with the Spanish Moss Trail, George's wife Catherine and I have been to the 5 schools in Port Royal. We're meeting with the last one next week, but all the schools want to participate, and so they will adopt a portion of that, and they will decorate it however they want, whether they're putting trees or bushes or a rock collection. But it signifies their school, but to have that in our town, that they're gonna be coming out, they're gonna be cleaning that area, they're gonna be doing it, helps teach them their core values. And I think that's a lot. It shows their engagement, it shows our engagement. And I just think that the more we get the youth involved, the better everything will happen. And I mean,
Absolutely.
they're our future.
Yeah, you're training probably your next council members, the next staff, the next city administrator, right? The next police chief, the next fire chief.
Well, and you talked about something else relative to identifying and celebrating those children at the different schools through their awards.
Oh,
their
right,
recognition.
so, our mayor for a day, actually, her mom, works at one of our schools here, and they mentioned, she asked if we could, start a monthly recognition program. Other municipalities do it, you're probably well aware of it. We do, they call it Mariner of the Month, they take a word every month, and whoever exemplifies that the most gets recognized as Mariner of the Month. And, we're hoping to adopt that this year, to have that recognition at, through our live stream and that Sean does with us, for us so well for our meetings. to kind of show and put the youth up there doing their thing, so.
Highlight them, yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool. I was joshing with my wife, and this is kind of new to the council, but I was joshing with Catherine the other day, and, cause she's really excited about the Spanish Monster Truck. She wanted me to help her with it. I'm like, you gotta go do this thing. I got a lot of stuff. And then she called Mary Beth, like normal people do. Mary Beth's like, I'll help you, baby. I said, how cool would it be if?
Sign me up.
I said, how cool would it be if when we go to cut the ribbon, one kid from each of those schools is introducing what it is and who they are and what they bring into that project. And then, so instead of us being there, we're still there, but,
Yeah.
they are representative pillars of each of those schools. And she was like, man, I didn't think of that. I'm like, well, I'm about to say it tomorrow, and I think I'm gonna catch the council off guard. But, it's just that, the fact that we're openly communicating about these kind of things for our youth and giving them and finding spaces for them is what makes that so much easier when we get into those quadrants, when we have those interactions with them, because they're asking us things now that are important to them. They're bringing those things to us instead of us five thinking, and then Van, he's got 20 years, and I get that, and he's been in towns, but we don't know what happens when the door closes in their house. We don't know what those conversations are, and they're sharing that with us now. So again, it's a team effort, it really is. But again, the fact that we are communicating about it in public and in open spaces now is amazing, and it makes those interactions so much more, I don't know, it's just productive. I'll use the
Yeah,
word productive, right?
absolutely.
Because you're having a productive conversation, it's enjoyable, it's mutually respectful. You don't always agree, and that's great that our constituency will disagree with us, and it's awesome, and we can debate it, and then we clink our glass, and we're gonna have
Yeah.
breakfast tomorrow stuff, So I think there's a lot to be said there, on how we just started with one meeting off-site, and it just roller coastered into this other just awesomeness of ideas that the public started to bring for us.
Very nice. Well, you should be very proud. I mean, I think there's so much value in this exercise, to just go through, and it sounds a lot of work that is very intentional and purposeful, right? And that's, I think, what the value of this exercise is aligning yourselves and identifying those actionable things that you're gonna be working on throughout the year. So, any questions about, the last year's must-do, should-do, could-dos, and are you ready to?
No, we did good.
Good,
Great, yeah,
What you
y'all,
think, Council?
y'all did great.
Good, good.
Very good. All right, so
On
let's
to
get
the future,
started.
yes.
Who wants to go first? Remember, no bad ideas.
Yeah, just throw it up there.
Just throw it on the wall, and we'll see how popular it
We
becomes
just
by
wanna
the
go
end
down
of the
like
year.
boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom, until kind of run.
We'll start with Councilmember Ashmore.
I'm always gonna advocate for sewer,
Sewer, continue sewer expansion.
continue sewer expansion, get off these,
Okay,
She said behind you, just so you know.
right, continue to improve the system that BJWSA owns.
I'm here, by the way.
I know you are. That's why I put that plug out there. Continue to make improvements on your system.
See how important it is.
And I will say that Beaufort Jasper's been very engaged with us recently. Obviously, they created the capital program, and, Charlie being there, we're interfacing. VA clinic is one of those things that we're pursuing, as well as opportunities along Revo Road.
all right.
We've got some cash from them too, right?
Yes.
Credits, and yeah, so.
Yeah, you have a great audience here for that, for that idea.
here.
Great to be here.
All right, Councilmember Owens?
Yes, continue to attract new businesses in the area, and I think it's a plus with the announcement of the VA clinic. But then again, we don't stop there also. Let's look at, what supporting businesses that we can bring to the area that will enhance that and also support our economy.
And support existing businesses as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you have any specific ideas? I'm just poking.
Well,
If you don't, it's okay.
Well, it's effective marketing, and also, what can the town do for them, as in, what type of tax breaks or incentives that we can offer them to attract them to Port Royal, opposed to the outskirts of Port Royal.
Okay. Very nice. Anything else on that?
Once we have that study, that will give us an idea of what our expectations should be along the Revo Road corridor as well as downtown. And obviously, a lot of that will be driven now by the creation of the VA clinic.
Yeah, I think that's very important to have those measurable,
Yeah.
kind of measurable goals. How will you know that you've attracted new businesses? Do you have a number in mind? Do you have maybe a revenue goal in terms of business licenses? I mean, there's different ways that you can gauge that, and identifying that it's gonna be important to know whether or not you're being successful at it throughout the years.
Well, and I'd actually mentioned this and talked this with Van about this, and then Sean as well too, and it goes with what Councilman Owens was saying. For that is for us, and that's gonna be one I've got coming up too, but just being intentional with using our platforms, our social media platforms, our newsletters, what we have to be promoting those businesses. And, you know, like I said, we're not, and I look at it, you know, we're not trying to promote individual businesses or like, you know, pick any favorites or anything like that, but really just be ambassadors for the town of Port Royal. I mean, we've got all these great restaurants, and you know, of course I'm biased, but I think, you know, the best spots and restaurants and around I mean, our shops are so unique and so cool. And, you know, telling those stories, people love stories, like who's this family that's behind this? How long has this been here? And I asked Sean about if he could be able to take on more, of course, and he said he could. And so maybe we just be intentional with a marketing campaign for our businesses, and not just in the village. I mean, we've got other business centers around town, over the Food Line place where you've got Devil Dog, a marine store, and you've got a Marine Corps store, and all kinds of things over there. You've got, you know, an Ace Hardware, Frank's Liquor Store. You've got the business. I mean, we've got little spots. It's not just the village, and telling all of those stories. And so I think that goes with that, because that was going to be one of mine, is like supporting businesses by using our platforms to help tell their stories.
Yeah.
And then push
And
that
y'all
out
work
there.
with the chamber, right?
Yep.
You'll have a relationship with the chamber, so these are things that the town doesn't have to, you know, take the lead on.
Yeah.
You know, you can use some of your partners and the funds that the town helps to support those partners to do very actionable, specific things that improve your community
Yeah, absolutely.
directly. All right, Mayor.
I've got, just from last year, continue to work with our partners at Safe Harbor
Safe Harbor, okay?
to develop and create a world-class marina and marina village
And a promenade deck?
in Promenade Deck. Well, that's part of it, yeah. Absolutely.
Does that mean as, you know, continual meetings with them? What does that look like?
That's continual meetings, that's continually pushing the ball, that's continually updating the public, that's, you know, getting, you know, really what we've been doing, but just to keep doing it. You know?
Okay.
Meeting with them, informing the town what's going on, taking information from the town, taking it back to Safe Harbor, making sure that we're delivering on things we're delivering on, and that they're delivering on their action items. Like for this meeting coming up, it was, you know, we left one meeting with identifying TIF projects, and there's supposed to be identifying projects. So just making sure we're moving that project forward and doing everything we can on our end to stay engaged with them.
And is that something, Mayor, that you or somebody in the town updates during council meetings? How will the community know that that engagement is continuing to happen?
Van gives us an update every council briefing.
Very nice.
And so,
Okay, great. All right, Councilmember Hayward, you were ready from the beginning, so now's your turn.
Transparency, we have to continue the
Transparency?
transparency, yeah. I think it's important that the public is aware of things going on, and it's just like, we've got a lot of praises, I think, on our new, with the road, Paris Avenue, the construction's gonna start there. We've been ahead of the ball game, you know, telling people just, you know, it's not permanent, it's something's gonna be here, it's gonna be gone. You know, it's gonna beautify the town, and I think just keeping the community engaged and letting them know what's going on and what you're working on, so they don't hear the gossip. Transparency can kill a town, and I think we've done a great job with our transparency, and I think we have to continue to do that. And I just can't say enough about transparency, because I think it's so, so important.
Is there anything, I've been hearing a lot about, you know, the work that you do forward-facing, you know, and how do you use your staff, yourselves as ambassadors of what the town is doing, and developing that trust with your community members? I hear a lot of social media, using social media. Is there anything that the town is not yet doing that should consider doing to get that message out, because we're talking about sending the message to different types of folks, right? We
Right.
gotta meet them where they are. Sometimes I remember being frustrated with, a wonderful website, all the information is on the website, and people kept saying, well, we don't know what's going on, and the information is out there, and you just gotta recognize that you gotta spoon feed sometimes the
gotta-
information.
So you have to engage with the community. So you have to go to the different meetings. You can't just sit back and say, let them come to us. If we want them to engage with us, we have to engage with them. And so therefore, one of us generally is at any meeting that we hear in the town, and even the fire and police do the same thing. They're out. And I think that one of the biggest things that Port Royal has to offer is that we all work as a group. It's not like fire, police, town hall, council. We do it together.
It takes a village, just like raising
Exactly.
kids,
And
right?
And it's important that the people of this community know that, and the transparency is from the top to the bottom. I mean, even our staff at town hall. I mean, we want people to understand. That's why we go to these meetings and we tell them what we can tell them and do what we can do, just to keep us out there so that they believe that we're truly being truthful about everything that's happening. And, we're not trying to hide, but there are certain things that you can't discuss because
That's right.
of confidentiality. But we do get out there, and I think it's important that we keep that transparency open for the public.
If I can piggyback off of that
Yes.
also, and as Mary Beth said also, it's about being transparent also. We do air our meetings live on social media, but then we had some community members that said, well, what are the alternatives to social media, because not everyone is on social media. Well, we do have YouTube, and as Mary Beth said also, we go into the community. We took one meeting into Bridges and so forth. So it's just expanding that level of opportunity to be transparent and not just box yourself in and say, okay, well, you can watch it on social media, on Facebook. But then again, what other avenues can we get the word and the message out so that the public can see us in action without saying that we're hiding anything?
Newsletters are becoming very popular. Folks doing blogs or Substack.
Well, I tell all of my people, when they come here, how do we find out? I say, go to portroyal.org, go down to the bottom and hit subscribe.
We do an e-blast. Every Monday, we put out an e-blast to the whole community about our calendar, events, meetings, the weather.
Right.
Just all kinds of neat things that.
Trash
but-
pickup.
Trash pickup, yeah,
And you get that from portroyal.org and subscribe.
yeah.
Do we know the number on that?
Roughly 2,000.
2,000.
So we're reaching 2,000 people there.
Yeah.
Everybody has to be fed differently.
Sure, and that's the key, right? It's
Right.
recognizing that you have different audiences.
Right.
And how are you constantly improving and identifying how people are consuming the information?
Well, it's just
Because
like
not
going-
everybody has social media, not everybody, gets text or is comfortable with YouTube. How are we continuously looking to make sure that the information is getting to people proactively?
Yeah, and I think going into the different meetings that all five of us attend off and on. I mean, Daryl and I were at the third Thursday the museum puts on. It has maybe 20 people, maybe 25. And, everybody gets together and they'll ask us questions. And I think being there and answering questions at any event in Port Royal, ribbon cuttings, we get questions asked. I think it's being able to discuss it with them and being seen and being in these events is helping us with our transparency.
It helps stop bad information.
Yes.
One thing that's great about this council is the diversity of it. And there's a lot of crossover between us, but every single one of us here kind of has different circles of friends and groups and people that they interact with. And one thing that's great about this council too is every single person up here is very open in the public. Like I see people at everything, that sometimes you talk to other municipalities and they're like, I've had people that moved here and they go, whatever they're from, they go, I never saw, like my council member would not be seen in public. I never saw the mayor anywhere. I never saw anybody anywhere. And we're at everything and we're also at our different things. And so that's really good. One thing that I think is going to be huge for transparency, because people always want to know about building, what's going on. And we've got that, our development GIS system that I know Noah's working on that should come online this year, which essentially will be a map where you can go and click and see what's going on. It'll show you this is in front of the planning commission at this month, or this is at this phase of development.
Oh, great.
Instead of just a map that shows who owns the property, it'll show you what's happening.
What step in the
Where it's
process.
at in the process. And I think that's gonna be really big.
That's real cool.
That's kind of very, I don't know a lot of people that have anything like that either, so
Yeah.
that's gonna be great.
That's really nice.
Because people always say, what's going on over there? You always hear like, and that's where the stories get crazy.
Yes.
I heard they're building this, and it's like, well, that's not true at all. So it'll be good to kind of head some of that off,
Yeah, that's
And
really,
I
pretty
think
nice.
us, the way that we interact with each other also sets a tone for that.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's never a meeting that we're not shaking hands, hugging. I mean, it is part of us, and other councils look at us, and we'll go to conferences where you've been, you've seen it. Their council members don't even speak to each other, they
Yeah.
walk right by you and cut your throat. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
That's what,
And when
I
it
always
comes to
use
the-
y'all as an example. I'll admit
we're
that.
always-
You say that to everybody.
No, I do not.
But we're always together. I mean, we stick together, you know, whatever, we sit at the tables together, I mean, we're one.
And
And I
just the
think it's
fact
a-
that you have this on the wall and continue to have it as a priority shows your community that you're trying, right?
Yeah.
And that you're open to hearing from them. Look, are we missing something, right? Is there somewhere we need to be that we're not?
Invite us,
And
tell us.
are open to that. Okay. Councilmember Guerrero.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on that before we close it
Yes,
out.
absolutely.
And I like changing the word, enhance, right? So we said improve, and now we're gonna enhance where we're at. And I think the way we do that is through a strategic and purpose communication strategy. That's, again, forward-facing. So with the things that we've been doing, I don't know if you follow my mayor, that's how I introduce him to people, he's my mayor. On social media, but
My friend.
he's doing short spotlight videos. I mean, 10 seconds. This is where I'm at right now, and this is boom, boom, a little 10-second snippet of where it's at. I think a lot of where we can gain some ground here and being strategic with our messaging is we are all abreast of the situations and all of our projects that are going on. Is to share those updates as they're happening real time. As the town says, Van says, hey, we're just going into this phase now. It's important to let the public know that we know we're going into that phase with them. And I think one of the opportunities that the mayor exploited was that there was a gap there that our folks were, and yes, Van does a great job of briefing us every month. You know, where the mayor's hitting people 2, 3, 4 times a week with something, you know, and it's not groundbreaking, it's not earth-shattering stuff, it's just
Yeah.
information that's valuable for someone who's just passing through, or has to get to Chef Frank's Bistro, and they're like, where am I parking now? Like who put it out yesterday that, about where to park? Oh, Friends of Cypress Wetlands. I mean, our partners are wonderful. They're giving updates for us. This is gonna be shut down, parking, letting people know what roads, intersections, where to park in order to facilitate your continued enjoyment of this space. I think having something deliberate like that, strategic,
Yeah.
is what's gonna allow enhancement to really take hold, to where hopefully next year we can come here and say, let's just get rid of transparency.
Yeah,
It's Bruce Lee's motto, right? Do it till you forget it. It's just a natural way of doing things now, where we're forward-facing, communicative, and professional, so.
Yeah.
So, and with that, again, I like to do 50,000-foot view stuff, and with the community engagement, I do feel that with our calendar coming up, and how we're using that and implementing that into our strategy, that we do have a more deliberate and strategic engagement strategy on how we're doing that. Yep.
Perfect.
And just to be clear, the mayor does not have a wardrobe budget.
Not from the town, at
No,
least.
no, no.
A chant.
So develop
Changing
a
the car,
deliberate,
changing the minivan.
strategic,
Engagement,
community engagement, okay?
yep. It doesn't have to be, strategic. I mean, I'd like for it to be, or we would like for it to be deliberate.
Yeah.
That we understand, again, it's just being cognizant of what's happening to our community because of the decisions we make, for them and about them. I think that's kind of, will supplement what we're trying to do with the communication staff.
And that's interesting, communication, despite the fact that now there are so many different ways to interface with the public. We still come across folks that either have misinformation or don't know what's going on. You know, and traditionally it would have been, you gotta walk to the front of town hall and look at the agenda that's posted, because there was no YouTube, there was no Facebook, there was nothing. So yeah, I mean, we have to engage all of the platforms, and I think we're doing it, but
Yeah, and I think that's always going to be a challenge, right? And, you know, whether it's empowering people, like key specific players in different groups that can serve as a, you know, they can expand your own message, right? It doesn't always have to be council or staff or your admin. It's how are you empowering, are you identifying the right people in every group that can help expand that message for you?
Well, I think people just, I mean, they need and they deserve to just know what's going on. It's their town, they live here, they pay taxes here, they need and they deserve to know what's going on. I've learned in my own business privately, people, they just wanna know what's going on, they just want an answer. The worst thing, they can handle bad news, they can't handle no news. Like no news, their mind goes crazy, like they get in, the people start talking and it just gets out of control, and it's like a cancer or a fire that can run. I mean, I've had to learn that in my personal life and my business, that if I've got bad news for someone, I try to get it, stick my head in the sand, tell them quick, just get it over with and tell them. And people can handle it. People can handle the bad news. What they can't handle is being in the dark. That's when it
right.
gets,
And there's a
that's when it gets
vacuum
bad.
of
yeah.
information.
That's the worst place. They can handle bad
they'll
news.
backfill it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. Anything else? Get it up? No? Okay,
Good.
all right. Let's go to second round,
Round two.
round two.
Round two, I got advocate and promote Port Royal locally, regionally, and nationally, in regards to business, interest and economic drivers and economic development. An example would be, say, Naval Hospital for the Coast Guard facility. You know, another example is Sea Island Apartments for the VA clinic. So just make sure that we're you know, we do a good job here in Port Royal, but we gotta let folks know regionally and also nationally that we've got, you know, opportunity here in Port Royal that they may be interested in. If you're looking for a Coast Guard base, it'd be great to be on the water and not in Birmingham, Alabama, or Memphis, Tennessee.
Nothing against them, right?
Nothing
But
against them
Port
at
Royal
all,
is
but we're
incredible.
right here on deep water.
I love
You know, so
Memphis.
make sure we're advocating that and pushing that, so folks know that.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right,
I think we need to continue to advocate and, for safer roads to relieve some of this traffic congestion that we have. That's with DOT, state government, federal fundings, all of that.
so we are, you've probably heard us talk about it at the Hometown Legislative Action Day, monitoring a couple of bills that are looking at essentially restructuring how the Department of Transportation works. A lot of nuance there, but those are bills that we need to continue to monitor and, you know, stay plugged in with the information that we're sending out. And when it comes time to calling your state reps and letting them know how these bills may or may not impact you, we need you. We need your voice. They're sick and tired of hearing from us. They want to hear from the elected officials in our communities. So that could be a game changer for communities, because they're looking at ways to kind of create more efficiencies and streamline some things, and it can create some impacts to towns, because they're looking at reducing the amount of roads that are owned by the state and pushing that into our communities. And the big question is, how are those going to be funded, right? Is this gonna be another unfunded liability, an unfunded project that falls on your lap?
I was gonna ask if you were still hearing, because I know there's some out there that are just like, and who knows, I don't know where they live, or these representatives that are just like, who cares? We should just literally unload everything on municipalities and counties and say, cool. And then there's some that I think are being a little more responsible with it, and And is it your understanding that, because my biggest thing is it being voluntary, and is there that funding source? You know, are they gonna just go to these municipalities and say, you have to take these roads? Or are they just gonna open it up and say, which roads would you like to take?
Well,
Or, and
certainly
so-
that would be our position,
Yeah, of course,
right?
yeah.
And I would encourage you all to touch base
Okay.
with our advocacy team. Erica Wright, she's our legislative advocate that is in charge of these bills. And everything that we try to protect is home rule, right? We don't wanna have anything be unloaded on our local governments that will potentially negatively impact y'all, so.
Well, we need to make sure the funding is there.
The funding
How long is the
and
funding
being,
gonna
and for it to be voluntary, right? I mean, there may be communities that say, in order for us to want to be able to do X, we need to have ownership of these roads, and that works for us, but that may not be the same situation for everyone else. So options, and that's gonna be key.
Yeah, that's kind of how I understood it, Mayor. It's voluntary. Because that's something that
Yeah.
when I heard that, I was kind of like, whoa. And then we were up there for Legislative Action Day, and I inquired about it. There is a catch, though, as I did more research, you get like an initial stipend to take on it, and then after that, the bill continuously runs back to using your local tax base into generating those funds, and I get that. It's just, if it's voluntary, I think if we consider it, that we're strategic on the roads that we want, that we would need and benefit us, because, I mean, if we're gonna have to reach back into somebody's pocket to do this, and there's not a need to, then,
But we're
you know.
statutorily limited in how we can collect revenue.
That's right.
And so our hands are tied.
One of the bills, so there's two bills, concurrent bills, the Senate and the House.
Yeah.
Can't remember, one of them has the ability for communities to levy a 2% sales tax for roads or utilize existing revenue sources, A tax, accommodation taxes, hospitality taxes. There's some flexibility there where you can use some of those funds for roads. But that's money that you're already receiving and you're already allocating for other needs, right? It's not additional money. So that's a good point. And
If there was only a tax that correlates with road usage, maybe like the gas tax, I don't know.
When did that go into effect?
The gas tax that goes to.
So
the
those are
part of the
adopted
state.
by referendum, and they're usually 25 year long, taxes.
I just want to know how long they've been collecting that gas tax.
Well, what they're telling us is that despite
I don't know.
increased collections, they're not keeping pace with the inflation costs of road
Costs.
construction.
That's right.
So despite the fact that those collections have gone up, they can't construct
Mm-hmm.
anything because of the price of doing business.
Yeah. So this is gonna be very important for Port Royal to be on top of
Yeah. No, I
and
agree.
anticipate.
We've
Councilman
actually
Durham.
taken ownership of several roads
Yeah.
and
And
still have.
It's been good, like you said, as long as that you're right, right now, as long as it's voluntary, that makes sense, if a town or municipality wants to make that decision. But it's just Columbia, there's a lot of people up there and a lot of voices, and they could be like, yeah, it's voluntary, last minute, there's an amendment added, voted, what just happened? And so it's keeping an eye on that
Yeah,
curveball.
being able to
And
pick up the
there
phone.
is an assistant attorney general's opinion was done in 15 or 16 that speaks to the fact that they've determined that if there are county-owned roads within a municipality, it is the municipality's responsibility to take care of those roads.
Yeah, essentially.
So we all know what flows downhill. We do have a sewer person here. And so well, eventually, it's gonna end up on our plate, whether we like it or not. So, I hate to say it, I've been saying this, I've been Chicken Little for a number of years now. That writing's on the wall. It's gonna be voluntold, not volunteered.
Well, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Mayor, you're next.
I had, and I'm wondering if we can, when we get to the voting, a lot of these, there's a few that are starting to overlap, and I'm trying to learn how we can put them all into one. 'Cause
Yes.
Jerry's now said one, Daryl's now said one, Mary Beth and George. And my next one was for us to work on and develop a visitor and tourism brand strategy. And as you said earlier, we do have partners in the region, so we've got the Economic Development Corporation, which I look at them as they are here to attract businesses they're trying to find new businesses. We've got the Chamber of Commerce, who I look at as they're there for business support. They're there to provide the support for opening businesses and businesses that we have. And then we have don't we have Rob coming in later?
Yep.
And he's with the DMO and the CVB, and their job is, well, they're on the tourism side, they're on the visitor and tourism side. So we have those partners, but I do think it's incumbent upon us to, I always say, nobody's gonna love us like we love us. And so it's on us to tell our story, to set that. So, I mean, they know how to push the message, but we know the message. We know the story. We know what we want to push out. So how are we, and I do think, like I said, that kind of wraps in with continuing to attract businesses, support establishing businesses. Where was Jerry's? Advocate PR nationally and regionally. Where was George's? Develop strategic community engagement. So how are we telling all that together and pushing
Tying it
that
all
out there?
together,
Tying
yeah.
it all together. I mean, it really is, it's all a kind of a communication strategy with a bunch of different
Components.
things underneath the communication strategy. So, but yeah, that was mine, was to develop a visitor and tourism brand strategy. Because I look at it like we've got, and Rob's gonna clean that up for us, we've got a lot of really good jewels in the town. We've got all these, we've got the Cypress Wetlands, we've got Spanish Moss Trails about to come across, we've got the boat ramp, Sands Beach, the boardwalk, the tower. We've got some of the best and coolest restaurants around town, family restaurants. Yeah, we got all these things, breweries on the water, all these really cool things, really unique shops. So there are all these unique little different things. How do we put all the jewels into a crown, into one thing that kind of tells the story of, like, this is why, because I want people to, when they come to Port Royal, it's not just, let's just go to this one restaurant. Let's just go to do this one thing. How do we go spend the day in Port Royal? How do we go park our car, load up the kids, and go spend a Saturday in Port Royal, and go to the beach, and go to a restaurant, and go to a shop, and go to the wetlands, and spend a day in Port Royal? I think it's important for us to work on that now, that strategy, that story, that brand, because as this marina develops, I mean, it's going to be big, and that I don't want is for that to develop out and it be kind of like two worlds, where we have, oh, let's go to Safe Harbor spot, and there's just Safe Harbor, and then it just happens to be in Port Royal. It's no, there is this really great town called Port Royal that we've been going to for years and doing all this stuff, and now it just happens to have a really cool marina that just enhanced it. And so I think it's on us to kind of start building that now, so once the marina's built, it just kind of comes in, instead of, like I said, I just don't want it to be, you're in Port Royal and now you're in Safe Harbor property, like it's one thing.
They don't want Safe Harbor to define,
Yeah,
right, what your
exactly. So-
downtown is. It's just, it happens to be a part of
We need
everything
to
else.
create
that
and
we
we've
offer.
got our cool coastal far from ordinary brand, and so how do we and tell that, like you said, nationally, statewide, everywhere, so then when the marina comes, like I said, it just enhances instead of overshadows. So that was mine.
Great.
And we have an opportunity for that because we have hundreds of people on a weekly basis that comes here for graduation.
Oh, yeah.
And we have 2 military installations right here in Port Royal. And so that's our target audience also, because those people are here for about 3-4 days.
Yeah.
So what do we do other than visit our loved one over on Paris Island? Let's go ahead and take advantage of some of the opportunities and some of the amenities that Port Royal has to offer.
That's right.
Come get on that trolley we talk about.
I got that on my list.
All right, Councilmember Hayward?
I think we
Wanna
need
go
to
next?
continue to work with community engagement.
All right, I think we have that.
Well, I
Oh,
was
well, we have
looking-
developed a deliberate community engagement strategy. Do you wanna,
No, I mean, I guess we could use that. I just think that it's so important to be out in that community and work with the different communities to let them feel a part. Because right now you have areas that feel like, oh, so we're not really Port Royal, we are, but we aren't, because we live across the bridge, so we're really not Port Royal. I think we've got to find a way to continue involving the people that's not in the core of Port Royal to understand their vote and their information counts. Their voices are heard. So that engagement in the different areas is important
okay,
in the community.
perfect. Councilmember Guerrero?
I would like to caveat on what Darrell was saying, and one of my kind of going ins when I first ran for the seat was to make our resident base realize that they are in Port Royal and to continue in those efforts. The general there has been more than willing to participate and give us access. And I mean, he had the mayor over there be his parade reviewing official. Then he had me several weeks later. I mean, so they're making the effort. I think, we have this cool program in Camp Pendleton in California where towns adopt units. So when they go on deployment, you get little communities together, they put care packages, so they
what a great
send it to
idea.
them, One of the things that we don't have here is a deployable unit. They're a sitting force, it's an entry-level training force, but what they do have is individual units that graduate, like Darrell said, every Friday for 38 weeks of the year. And there's ways that the town and our partners here can capitalize on that. I think we need to continue to explore that and to be just a lot more intrusive with it to help the base understand that we know that they're there and we want. It would work wonders for us in development and economic drivers, not development, economic drivers, in that their message would carry for all those populations that come here and use Port Royal as a lodging place, as a short-term rental kind of stay. They would start to learn what it is here. It would become synonymous with it, is really what my end state was and has been. So I think making a concerted effort to tie with our military partners.
Okay.
With the Naval Hospital in particular, I think it's going to become critical for us to get a little bit closer to them. They're going to become very vulnerable as they go to start shut down based on the announcement of the VA clinic. They're going to start taking some steps to kind of move that unit somewhere. And those families and those units are going to become vulnerable to other things. So I think having our community support is going to become important there is where I think I'm
Okay.
going with that. And their commander is way more willing to work with us also.
Great.
I mean, she helped us a lot with that,
So-
with Willis Way.
Well, and they may have the greatest time while they're here, and when they retire from the military, they're looking at a place to set some roots, they may come back.
So I retired
Look
here.
at you, exactly.
Yep.
A lot of people do.
All right, that's a great idea. Engage local military partners, does that
Yep.
cover? Okay, great explanation. All right, Councilmember Ashmore, third round.
Environmental protection and preserving our character.
All right, anything specific on that?
Well, we worked very hard this past year on our codes and ordinances. We want to make sure that those are our guiding, rules as we move forward. We live in a beautiful place, estuaries, waters. We want to make sure that we're protecting that, continue. That's really important. And then also, just our character, our unique character.
Your identity, right?
Exactly.
Good,
So,
great. All right, Councilmember Owens, you're next.
I'm thinking about our staff and employees, and I think it'd be nice for us to discover effective strategies to support our department heads to boost employee performance, enhance productivity, and create motivated workplace environments, so that they would want to come to Port Royal, stay in Port Royal, and enjoy their job in Port Royal.
There you go. So discover strategies, say that again?
Yeah, strategies to support our department
Okay.
heads. We want to support them so that they can attract the right employees, but not only attracting them, retaining them.
Yeah,
And how do you retain them? By making sure that, that they feel of worth and that they're being compensated for their level of expertise. Now, that's a mouthful.
that's a mouthful, but
But
that's
it
an
is
important
again-
one.
but again,
Nothing gets done
Yeah,
without the
but we don't
staff,
want
right?
we don't want a turnover rate in our police department. We
Sure.
don't want a turnover rate in our
Yeah.
staff. We want to maintain that continuity and that stability. And how do we do that?
Yeah,
It does take money and so forth, but as I said, how do we foster that from the council perspective? And I think a perfect example, if you look at our police department, the majority of them have been here since the war.
look at that.
I think Chief's done a real good job of bringing diversity We got
Yes.
a ton of new people. I mean, you come to our
But we wanna keep them.
council meetings, we've got a ton of new people. Good people.
Good people.
Good people. Y'all done, all of y'all collectively have done a great job of,
Yeah, so I'm just thinking about the staff, you know, we think about all these other things also, but let's look at our internal staff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to make sure that you have the right operational resources to
Absolutely.
get everything done. And you don't want to
Exactly.
find yourself in a loop of rehiring and retraining, and then
Right.
you're retraining somebody else. It's great when people grow and move on, but you want to keep the best.
Well, then
And I will say, I'll just say this one thing. The fact that you all work so well together, it has such a dramatic impact on your employee morale. I mean, because they're watching your meetings, and if they're seeing people
Oh, they're
get
watching.
along with each other, talking, looking for solutions, being diverse, right? Being out in the community, that sets the tone. So I don't want you to minimize that, how important that is, not only for employees, but also for the people that are looking to move here, looking to open up a business. They're gonna turn on the TV and watch your council meeting and determine whether or not,
They are.
do the people in charge know what they're doing, or, is it a mess? Are they all over the place? And should I go somewhere else? So it's very impactful.
to add on to what Councilman Owens was saying, I think we gotta make sure that we're building succession plans and building our bench also. So we're not caught, in a bad spot.
Yeah, want to train your next generation. All right, Mayor?
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, being on the same page, they keep taking ones I was gonna say, so that's good.
No, I keep correcting.
All the
No,
good
yeah.
ideas,
No,
somebody
that's
else has
good.
them,
Yeah,
huh?
that's great. I had the environment, the engaged with military partners. I think we're gonna talk about it later, but, that goes kind of with the safe roads, but enhanced walkability.
Yeah,
Yeah, improved infrastructure and walkability.
Which we will talk about later.
I think when we get to voting, we could probably combine some of these, like,
yeah,
Yes.
we've done that. All right, ma'am, your turn.
I don't know, God. I mean, we're down to
You're
the
like, this is
bottom.
enough.
I mean, it's like, I think we've touched on everything.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say that we feel like we've done a great job, because I'm sure we're missing something somewhere. But like I said earlier, it's every single employee in this town has now taken an interest in it. It's like, not only the engagement in the community, but the engagement with the employees. They feel like they're a part of it. They're treated like family. And I think that having that camaraderie between the employees and the staff, it helps with your retention. It helps with them feel like they're part of us. And they are doing their job to help the community be aware of things in the community. And, I look and I think and I see all this stuff on social media. You've got the police department's got something out there, the fire department's got something out there, and they complement each other. Like, the fire department's out there saying, hey, the police department's hiring, or the police department's going, oh, the fire department's hiring. It is what we have built over the years to work together as a team. And I think us working as a team has got to continue. We work as a team. We take it to the next level to the department heads are taking it to the employees. I just think that things that we do reflect, and I think that we have to find that way to keep that team together and that camaraderie running. I don't know when you look at our could do, should do's, and will do, we've met those. We're gonna continue to work on them. But I think it's showing now by the way that each department is wanting to be a part of it and or really being a part of it. Where before, I think they all felt like, we're the fire department, we're the police department, we're the water sewer, we're the trash pickup. And now everybody's a team. I mean, we truly are, and Town Hall has had a lot to do with that. Van works really hard, and Brooke and them, trying to make sure that we're competitive with our salaries and trying to keep everybody on the team, because like you said before, once we train them and they leave, we spent all that money to train them and they're gone. So I think it's really continuing to make them feel like a team and work hard, because the citizens deserve that.
And not just feel like a team, feel like family,
Yes, exactly.
you know?
And family has issues sometimes,
And
right?
my
But you,
people took it out of my mouth.
Families have issues
We will have our issues, but we still love each other.
that's right. You still talk about them and,
Exactly.
find a way
Right.
forward.
Yes.
All
And
right,
I mean, I think it's just teamwork. We
great.
gotta continue to do that.
All right, Councilmember Guerrero?
I think we should get Van an emotional support dog.
I've got to,
I was about to say,
I've got to.
A little office puppy?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I mean, continued improvement plan, right? Like, that's kind of, end of the day, is how I see it, because we laughed about it. Well, we joked about it at a meeting, then we chuckled about it at the next one, and then we laughed about it in all seriousness. Then we said today was gonna be an especially difficult day for us, because a lot of the goals that we had set last year, the mayor gave a good rundown on how those were accomplished. And in an effort for us to not sound scripted and cliche and that kind of stuff, because that's not what our folks know better than that.
Yeah.
They're like, that's not them. We're very raw, we're very real, we're open. They see us not always agree, which is, they deserve that.
Yeah.
They deserve to know, though, that we're gonna get through this thing together, and once we vote, that's our goal as a collective.
That's right.
I think the process of continuous improvement is one that has to be at the forefront. I know Van does that at his level with the staff and kind of the main workings of the town. I think our town needs to adopt that also, that they are a part of the continuing improvement process in
I
their
feel
own.
like I'm gonna misspell that.
Oh, no E.
Close enough.
Continue, I-N-G, U-I-N-G.
OUS.
CONTI?
Continued improvement, how about
Oh.
Yeah, there it
just
is.
add a D to it, you're good.
Dear Lord.
You used to spell check and you don't have it.
I know. Well, English is technically my second language, so that's mine.
Mine too.
All right, just in general,
Just in general,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's gotta be adopted by.
as a
As all of
value.
us.
Yeah.
It is, it's gotta be a goal for this town to see continued improvement, daily, quarterly, semi-annually, however it is. If we can communicate that well enough, and back to the mayor's, like, everything's like a communication strategy.
Sure.
Which is a good place to be.
Yeah.
That, we have these arms and these veins now that we can explore, but if everybody can become synonymous or versed in, this is how I can make that place better, we start to see points of this town that we haven't seen. Because people live there and they interact with those things, and, I mean, John Parker Park was a good one, right? I mean, see, I'd never been out there, and I'm like, this is a beautiful place out here, it's wonderful. Never would have seen that without somebody's idea to, let's go and honor somebody in our town that was a pillar in this community, so, I think the process of constant improvement is important, critical for our success, not just the development, for it to roll out as a successful strategy of any sort.
Well, and not to get comfortable, right? You get comfortable at a certain place, you feel like you're doing a good job, but you're not constantly challenging yourself of asking the question, is there a different way, or is there something else? That constant questioning, I think it's important, right?
Yeah, I think we all appreciate when we talk to some of our folks in the town, they give us ideas that scare us. That's a good place to
That's
be.
good, yeah.
I mean, it's good. If it doesn't scare you, it's not a real good one. And two, if someone is unwilling to share that with you, then you're the reason why they're not sharing it with you.
That's right.
And the fact that they do gives us a way forward for most things. We can truncate it down, or we can adjust from there. But again, the willingness for them to share those big ideas, I mean, these things are awesome. I think that matters to kind of the reputation that they have forced
you.
us to
Absolutely.
adopt, and it's great. So.
Yeah. All right, do we want to do another round?
yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I'm getting near the end, but I've just got some random ones here. And Mayor Phillips kind of touched base on it a little bit. I'd written down, continue to improve infrastructure and walkability. So I don't know if
Okay.
you want to add infrastructure to that, or if it's a standalone, but,
You tell
infrastructure.
me, you tell me.
Well, you got number one, well, that's the sewer infrastructure improvement.
Well, I'm primarily, when I'm looking at infrastructure and walkability, looking at our roads and our
Road
sidewalks.
sidewalks.
We've done
Okay.
a real good job, of improving, we continually improve our sidewalks, and we've done a real good job in the past year of improving our roads and stuff.
So we have advocate for safer roads with SCDOT. Do you all want to enhance that and, or just make that sort of a general statement, or would you like just a standalone?
I would say before we vote, combine them. Just
Yes,
say,
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so I'll
Advo-
write it
advo-
here, and then maybe when
Yeah.
you vote, we say 8 or 7 and 15. If
Right,
you want to
right,
combine
right.
them, okay.
And then I've just got 2 or 3 others and I'm done.
That's 6 rounds.
Right?
heavyweight bout.
I know.
You know, it's worth carrying over, or it should do, is identify and pursue new revenue sources. We come up with these ideas and we want to do these things, and we just look to Mr. Willis and say, figure it out, get it done. And miraculously, he does.
Finds a way. Man always finds a way.
Right, he finds a way, but we've got to make sure that we're identifying, you know, revenue sources for the things we want to get done in our town. When the chiefs come to us for their, you know, their needs, or when, you know, citizens come to us, or parks, or when we have a big truck breakdown and we got to buy this, or whatever it is, we got to make sure that we identify those things. And then we talked about increasing civic engagement somewhere, I think, maybe.
We have number 9.
Okay, so, and I like how we took our meeting to Bridges last year, but we need to take it to other places too. We need to take it to Casablanca and into other areas or into other neighborhoods. We did a real good job the first year, so let's continue to improve.
Build on that, yeah.
Building on that.
Okay.
So,
Perfect.
continue to improve our civic engagement by taking our meetings to the people. And then I've just got smart growth. And we've got, you know, we're on the cusp of a lot of things that are coming to our town, you know, and we've got one shot to do it. We gotta make sure that we do it in a smart, strategic, in a way, and we've got the documents to guide us, with our codes. We just gotta make sure that we're, you know, that we have smart growth. We don't build all this stuff and then think, man, where are we gonna park these cars?
Yeah.
How we gonna maintain?
How we gonna pay for this? You know, you see a lot of, in my line of work, I see a lot of people build things and they don't think about how they're gonna take care of it, how they're gonna maintain it. So just smart growth in that way.
All right.
And that's everything. I've hit everything that I had on my
We'll
list.
give you another chance. Don't worry.
I appreciate it.
All right, we can move it, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good.
All right. Who's next? Who still has, all right.
I want to throw in one also, and, you know, as you said, or alluded to, eyes are on Port Royal. Everyone wants to be a part of the happenings here in Port Royal. People see what's going on in Port Royal. We have, and I'll use this here because I've had several people to come to me, and this is something that I guess that we can incorporate or give consideration to. We have our spring and our fall series of street music. And everyone sees and they love the bands and so forth that we bring in. But I've had so many people that says, you know, why can't Port Royal spotlight local artists and talents? And we can bring them in like a headline or something like that and have them be a part and before the national group comes in there. So my point, I think that what we could do is spotlight more
Okay.
local talent and artists.
So I'm gonna say develop plan to spotlight.
Yes, more local talents. Because everyone loves what we're doing, but they want to be a part of that, and, you know.
I think I heard earlier, y'all were talking about, part of your efforts at, revitalizing downtown and supporting downtown, using some town-owned space to allow folks to.
Right, the incubator, yes.
Incubator, I mean, that's a wonderful opportunity, idea, I think kind of ties into what you're saying. Okay,
And, yep, I had that same thing too. I was gonna bring it up in the
they
miscellaneous.
keep all stealing your
Yeah.
ideas, Mayor.
We got the miscellaneous
No,
at
because,
the end. And,
we're aligned.
yeah,
Yes.
How would y'all like to be the 4th and 5th Democrat?
I wanna have a
I know,
conversation.
next
Start
time maybe I
left out.
start, I just pick you rather than going through the line.
Yeah, I want to bring that up when we get to the miscellaneous here. That's on the list on the end. Just for this, I had, Jerry hit on funding, capital projects. This kind of goes in again with combining them, kind of succession plans for people, but also for buildings, developing a plan for the future of Town Hall in Port Royal. What does Town Hall look like? What does the center of town, what does town businesses look like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now? We're maxing out on capacity. Is that safe to say?
We're close.
We're close. And so, I mean, the
We have a couple
projection.
people in closets, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you go walk, they do have, some people are in literally closets as offices, so, but, you know, what is, as we continue to grow, what does, like I said, not just people, but facilities look
Yeah.
like, so.
Yeah.
I had that one, I'll just kinda go through mine too, I think like how Jerry
Yes.
did and get them all up there. This goes with the smart growth, so this could be combined into it, but was encouraging diverse residential types, different types of residential types. We talked about that, and I think we did that a lot, and I was gonna ask Noah about it, kind of our new building codes that we implemented, and the purpose of those was to kind of create a different, diversity of aesthetics, diversity of products, because we talk about a healthy community is a diverse community. You know, you need, the retired community brings certain things to the table, whereas working families bring certain things to the table, where
Yeah.
children, people with kids bring certain things to the table. If you have a community of just everyone's retired, that's a problem. If you got people who are just all young, that could be a problem. So, and to do that, you need you want all apartments. You don't want, suburban sprawl of just homes as far as you can see. You want apartments, houses, big houses, little houses, mansion apartments, townhomes, condominiums. So that diversity, I think that goes with
We
the
talked about that with our tree ordinance.
smart growth.
You
yep.
want diversity with your, within your trees, right? You don't want just all live oaks. You gotta have diversity. Same with our growth, you gotta have diversity.
That's right.
Look at our council, we've got diversity.
Yep. Engagement with, I feel like this is something, and this isn't just on us, but we need to push it. I feel like it was going well, and then it's kind of teetered off a little bit, was engagement with other local municipalities and our county partners. Like, for a while there, we were having meetings with people, and then, so, I don't know when our next joint meeting is, and I mean, because for a minute there, we met with the county, and then, so.
Well,
Yeah,
we have the school board,
the-
and we do commend county council because they have a representative that's.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just, if that's something, maybe it doesn't make the final list, but that we're just kind of keeping in mind that, we do, those are the other municipalities
And just,
and the
when
counties.
when we have those joint meetings, I think it's important that the focus is dialogue
Yes.
between the two entities and not presentations
Okay,
that drag on.
Right.
I think the point of those meetings is to dialogue with one another.
Agree.
On common topics. And because I think what happened is there was a loss of focus.
Absolutely.
And y'all were sitting on this side of the table,
They're
they were sitting on this side of
We
the
watched
table.
it
None of this was happening, and we were sitting for 2 hours through presentation.
presentation.
So I
That,
think,
and those presentations can be done, come to our council and do the
and
presentation, we'll
and
talk.
the irony is that each of us probably got that presentation at the previous council meeting. And so now we're getting to see that person again in a different setting. And we had that same meeting at the county level with that same group.
Right.
Because ideally, it would be, you go do presentation for that municipality, you go presentation for that county, then we get together for a joint meeting, what are y'all doing with that information? How are y'all doing with that? And we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
kind of- so-
exactly.
So let's kind of maybe if we could work on that, because you're right, we would get together and then just watch stuff and be like, all right, great meeting.
We saw that last month. How
was
were
that?
we, yeah, what did we accomplish?
What was the last 3 hours? Yeah.
Well, what we originally started out doing that for was to see what we could do to help each other,
Yeah.
our communities. So we work together, so if you're leaving Port Royal, going to Beaufort, it's not a culture shock that, oh my God, the zoning's different up there. So we did it 40 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. And it was set out to try to help each other. What can we do, just like our fire department, joining forces, and it benefited the citizens of the community, both communities. We went to that #1 rating from a #6, I believe, at that time. So, I mean, those were the kind of things that we wanted to do with that, not to be a presenter to each other. We just want to what can we do? What
Yeah.
can we do to help
Are there-
each other?
Are there opportunities of economies of scale? Are they about to issue an RFP for a huge drainage project and you're close? So how do we combine it and make sure that we all share in the mobilization costs? You know, those are the real opportunities that.
That's
yeah.
what it originally started out to be, and it needs to get back to that.
The last one I had, and I was gonna hit on this in the miscellaneous at the end, I got something kinda interesting I wanna pitch to council and see what they think.
No.
It was,
Easy.
That's
And we don't play for it.
That's gonna be right around lunchtime.
it was
man.
gonna be, yeah. It was
Your
gonna
time
be.
is up, sir.
So, no, but, yeah, I've got a huge, list is getting longer as we talk, so, yeah, but, no, and it was something that was
We
talked
never
about
know
at
later.
our Converge meeting, and whenever we get together with the county, I think this goes into our communication strategy, this goes into, like, telling the story of Port Royal, but we need to do a job, and the county talked about it at Converge, about attracting working families. South Carolina, they basically we're on a not great trajectory, where we're seeing a lot of population growth. The overwhelming majority of that growth is retirees. Love my retirement community. They are a vital part of the community, but they were giving numbers of, 20% of our high school students leave the state, 40% of our college graduates leave the state. And so there's actually a metric that you can measure for what a healthy community looks like, for every retired person, a healthy community should have 4 working age people, like 18 to 65. And if that number gets to 3, it's like, that's still manageable. 2 working people per retiree can really become a problem. And then if you get into a 1-to-1 where you have 1 working person for 1 retiree, you start to see a major strain on services. Quality of services goes down, price of services go up, which makes sense because the demand for the services are going up that people need, but the supply of people that are there to provide them go down. And that's just basic supply and demand. So, and then I started thinking, I met a couple that moved here to the town. They are young, they have a daughter, and and the good thing about us is we have our Marines, we have our military community that come in here, and they usually are young. Shadow Moss is a great example, Shell Point Farms is a great example, a lot of those neighborhoods, heavily Marines, but just the nature of the Army, of the military is, at first they don't stay long. Hopefully they come back, but they're here a couple years, and then they're off to the next one. And I hope that when they get done, like Councilman Guerrero has done, they go, man, Port Royal was a great place, let's go back, and you've been great, because he's got kids and children. But if they're just leaving, how do you get people working families that come and stay and build a home and be here for 10, 15, 20 years? And I met a couple that lives here. They come to our council meetings, and it was a really great story. Him and his wife, they lived on a boat and sailed up and down the East Coast. And they went everywhere, and then they had a child. And then they stayed on the boat up until the kid got to about 5, and then it was like, all right, we probably need to hunker down somewhere so they can start going to school. And they chose Port Royal. They said, this is an amazing community where we want to raise a family. And out of everywhere they'd been, it wasn't like they were told to go here. They could have gone anywhere, and they were like, this is a great place. And now they've got a child that's going to Port Royal Elementary School. The mom is now on the PTA board of Port Royal Elementary School. They're involved in the town. The husband's starting a business in the town, and it's like, okay, that tells me something. If these people that have seen the entire East Coast can pick anywhere, and they picked here, that means other people could too, if they knew. And so I think that goes into our communication strategy, advocating Port Royal at a national, regional level. I think people, I didn't know about Port Royal growing up in Georgia. I knew about Hilton Head, but then I came to Beaufort County, and I went down to Port Royal, and I said, whoa, this place is, and I just fell in love like everyone does that comes here, but you don't really know. So how do we, like I said, just advocate? Because, a handful of working families, 50 families with kids, I mean, that's transformational to a community.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was my last one. And like I said, that one just came up at Converge that we were at the other day, and they talked about we're on that not a great trajectory for the future, because one of the speakers was the workforce development, the head of the workforce development at Columbia, and she was like harping on that, like, y'all got to get kids to stay here, big time.
Yeah,
So that was all it for me.
all right. Anything else?
Thanks, Phil.
Is there anything that we're missing?
Well, I just think that we have so much to offer here. People come in and like Kevin and all of them said earlier, you go to a specific restaurant and then you leave. What can we do? How can we attract to mobilize something that moves people through the town, takes them to the shops, have a 30-minute stopover, you know, like the trolley, they laugh about my trolley, but I do like my trolley, or the bicycle one. But you take them and you can drop them off at certain points. They can enjoy the beach for 30 minutes to an hour. They can enjoy going into the different shops. Right now, they come in at a focus because they don't really know about everything else. So we're doing a map trying to show all of those and to highlight the restaurants and the businesses. But we have the wetlands and the sands, and we need some way to be able to move those people, like park up here, get on the van, and every 30 minutes it's gonna stop and come back around, pick you up, bring you back to your car. But it gives them the opportunity to see what Port Royal really has, and what Port Royal's all about.
I think that part of your communication strategy,
Think that would be in
attracting,
that?
I would, you know, it sounds to me, while you were explaining, you were telling me a story, right? So there's a lot of storytelling associated with showing people what you can
Right.
do. And maybe it's partnering with your chamber, or partnering with your businesses. You know, this is what a day in Port Royal looks like. You can, you know, start in the morning until the very evening and show that in a video. I mean, that would be a cool thing to show, and it take people around your community. What can they do? So, I mean, I think that's a great idea. Do you want me to reflect it here in a certain way, or do you think that falls?
I think it really goes under number 2.
Yeah, I think.
Continue to
Okay.
attract support existing businesses.
Yeah.
You said, I mean, you really said bringing them around, and
Yeah,
so,
so it does do
because
that.
I do want to talk about, that's on my miscellaneous too, as like some sort of trolley system and moving bodies around, so.
Okay, we're good.
All right. Councilmember Guerrero?
Round's
Anything?
complete.
You're okay, you're done. All right, well, let's take about 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm gonna ask you to write down your top 3 priorities. So we're gonna do 3 rounds of this.
Really quick,
Yes,
can we do some consolidation?
yes, let's do that.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Yeah,
Can I move this?
yes, please.
All right.
So I was like, what is number 8? Yes. Because I think like, when I'm looking at 5, develop strategic, deliberate community engagement, 5 and 9, continue prioritize active and intentional community engagement. That was, boom.
All right, you lost me, Mayor.
so
Which one do you want?
5 and 9.
5 and 9. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. 5 plus 9. So if you vote for either of those, I'm gonna put the,
That's a combined, you know.
okay.
Community engagement, intentional community engagement strategy. I think that, what was the other one? I got, really a communication strategy. I think 6, 8, 23 fall underneath that. Advocate and promote Port Royal regionally and nationally. Develop visitor brand strategy. And then attracting working families, all is kind of a, and then, yeah, I mean, like, that to me kind of falls under a communication strategy.
Yeah.
So 6,
6,
8, and 23.
Mm-hmm. And if anybody sees anything else, please.
Yes.
I mean, you could even, is continuing to attract new businesses and support existing business community, does that fall under our communication strategy, or is that a separate, like, thing? I don't know. Open for anybody. Advocate for safe roads, I think 7, and where's sidewalks, infrastructure and sidewalks, 7. So 7, 15,
13.
and 13. That can be, you know, I think like advocate and enhance infrastructure, roadways, sidewalks.
7, 13, and 15.
Yes.
Okay? So what I'm gonna do, so that we don't get confused.
Check them off, yeah.
And when I say we, I'm talking about myself.
So 13, 15. $23.
All right.
I think 12 and, 12 and 20 can kind of fall
20,
under
right?
each other. Yeah, so it's strategies, you know, basically succession plans for staff and facilities.
Well, you could you throw 12 in there as well? I don't know.
Where's
You got
that?
12 and 20, you did it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you got it.
All right.
all right.
I
So
think
put
that's good.
the
Anybody
top
see any
three.
other, any other consolidation? Do we want, yeah, let's keep those different. I was thinking, we got military partners and local government partners, but those should probably be different.
Yeah, I
partners.
would
Mhm.
keep them separate.
Okay.
All right, well, write your top three. The first one on your list is gonna get 3 points. The second one on your list is gonna get 2 points, and the third one on your list is gonna have 1 point. And we're gonna do that 3 times. All right.
So we're basically, everybody's doing their 3 must-dos.
Yes, you're doing your first 3 priorities.
Your
your first-
individual 3
individual.
must-dos.
Yes, and the ones that get the most points will be your top.
We have color markers?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we do, we just want us to write them, or we're doing the marker?
Yes.
The marker
Well, write
game?
them down, and
And then you'll mark them?
I'm gonna
Gotcha.
ask you to tell me which ones are your 3, and we're gonna put them on the,
Had some stickies, right? 3 stickies. Let me think, okay.
We'll play the Jeopardy music.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna take this off.
Yeah, you don't want to take that in the bathroom.
I did I did shut it off.
Okay, thank you. Okay, check your phone.
We're only doing top 3, right?
That's a Tom question.
I was just gonna share about it because I
Yeah.
see what the Wetlands did, I just wanted to piggyback.
Who asked the question?
I'm asking.
Oh, okay,
I just
okay,
wanted to
okay.
clarify when I post about it that I want to give
Right.
wrong information.
All the way to the ground. That's how far it's going down.
I could be vague about it, just say it's going up. but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll send him a proof.
Mhm. Oh, gosh.
But
No, this is,
Right behind you.
okay, sorry.
All right,
Sorry.
let's start prioritizing. So tell me, Councilmember Ashmore, tell me your top three in order of priority for you. So tell me your number one.
Um, 6/8/23.
All right,
I thought we combined those.
yes.
Yeah,
So there, we're voting on those as one.
Right, right, okay.
So tell me your second one.
Number 2,
Number two?
yes, ma'am.
Number two? Okay, and your third one?
Number 11.
11. All right. Councilmember Owens, you ready with your three?
Yes, number 2. Because what I did is actually AI, you typed it.
Look at you.
But definitely number 2, that was.
Yeah, I got your number 2.
Advocating for, no, not that, where's the one I was looking for? The infrastructure.
Safer
that-
roads?
that-
This one?
Safer roads and walkability all together, right?
Yeah, we have
Understand.
7, 13, and 15
Yes.
all together.
Definitely that.
Okay?
And then, the, let me see if I can see that far.
If you want me to read out any of these aloud, just tell me.
No, I think I got it.
You got it?
Because I had them earlier, but they all ran in together. And we definitely want to keep the engagement, because this is a big one that's forthcoming also, number 3. Yes, definitely, because that's going to be.
This one?
Yeah, that's just not going to be a 1 year, but that's going to be
Yep.
going ongoing. So,
Ongoing.
right.
Okay.
So that's not.
Thank you. Mayor?
And my number 1 is the continue to engage Safe Harbor. Number 2 is that, the communication strategy, 6/8/23.
Okay.
And then number 3 is the 7, 13, and 15, advocate for safer roads, walkability, all that.
Okay. Councilmember Hayward?
Number 2. Number 3 and 4.
Okay. Councilmember Guerrero?
Number 2. Number 7. And number 3.
All right, so let's identify your must. It looks like we have a tie.
We got 4.
We got 4 musts, okay. So I'm gonna circle here. All right, your green must-dos. All right, so now I'm gonna ask you to do the same exercise again.
I would just say something really quick.
Yes,
That's pretty cool.
that is pretty cool.
That, we talk about being on the same page in
Yeah.
that community. So like, if you look at that, it's not all over the place.
No.
Like, we're not, it's pretty,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty straight, yeah, that's pretty cool. So, all right, cool. I just wanted to say that real quick.
No, very, y'all should be, yeah.
Just we've been together.
Now y'all shattered that right now.
He just jinxed it.
Okay, so should do's, okay.
Yes. If you need me to read any, let me know.
And so if they're circled now, they're off.
Yes, they're off the
Okay,
list.
cool.
You can ignore, not ignore, but you know, for the purposes of your next 3, you don't need to pick the ones because they're already on the list. Oh,
I think we should start at our end instead of theirs.
I think so too.
oh yeah, we'll start here.
Great minds think alike,
There
don't
you
they?
go.
And Kev, you'd break the tie.
Did set us up. I didn't even realize that. We're just kind of, the council set up.
Y'all ready, some? No? Okay. No. It's a lot to think about. A lot is writing, right?
The future.
The future.
Have mine.
It's the wind, right? Is it because the other door is open, that it makes that noise?
Could be.
There's a sensor on it.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
that's why they
sensor.
couldn't pull it open.
Okay. Is it because I'm standing here? Oh. I was like, is it me?
Yeah.
Literally, it's me.
Nope, not you.
Still? Oh, maybe because of the whiteboard. No?
It's not moving, the whiteboard's not moving.
It's me?
It's you.
It's not you, it's me.
It's the spirit burning the loads.
We ain't doing budget.
You better go rest.
Is that my view?
Honey, if we were doing budgets, he'd be checking every dime, every penny, all the way to the half cent. Okay?
All right, y'all ready?
He was a good man.
Ma'am.
All right, who wants to go first? I think Councilmember Guerrero is gonna go first this time.
There you go.
Number 5,
It's 5 and 9.
All right, 5 and 9,
number 12,
12 and 20.
and number 19.
Okay. Here.
1, 10,
Okay,
and 18.
okay. Mayor, can I go next?
Yeah, I had 11. My second was number 10, military partners.
Yeah.
And then 16. With the revenue sources, I would ask, I mean, because we had that one on the last one on our must-dos, like capital projects and revenue sources. So I don't know if that's a combined or, but 16 was up there.
Okay. Councilmember Owens?
I had 5 and 9,
Okay.
16 and 18.
Okay. Sir?
11, 1, 5 and 9.
Okay. All right, so let's see.
Definitely 5 and 9.
So we have 5 and 9, 11, and 10, right?
One.
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 Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, so 1, 5, 9. And then 11.
11.
All right. Now we're gonna do it one more time.
Okay.
Then 9.
That's what's left, right? This time it's not.
I'm gonna move him. All right. Who's ready?
I'm ready. 10. 12, 20. And I had 19.
Okay.
I got 11.
So 11's already in
Already's
your
done. Okay, 22,
22. Okay?
17,
Mm-hmm.
and 14,
14.
14.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I got number 10, number 16, number 18,
Okay?
I got number 10,
Ooh.
number 16. I thought we were gonna get a trifecta there, Jerry.
yeah,
And then number 12.
Wow. Yeah, that's, Jerry, you got 2 of mine, George.
All right. Mayor,
I
last one.
12, 20,
That's another one.
16. And then 22.
All right. So clearly number 10, number 16,
12.
and 12 and 20.
I got 2 out of 3.
All right. How do y'all feel about that?
I think good, I think it's really
That's
good.
great. Can
Yeah?
can we say them off as,
Absolutely.
and the groups they're in, just so clarifies
Absolutely.
it? What
Yeah,
our
so
must-dos are?
Your top tier priorities, your must-dos include continue attracting new businesses and support your existing business community. Continue engaging with Safe Harbor. Make sure that you make this a world-class marina. You have number 6, 8, and 23, which is sort of, it's a combination of promoting Port Royal regionally, nationally, develop a brand, a visitor and brand strategy, and attract working families.
And it's the 4th, right?
All of that is related to one another. And then your other priorities include advocate for safer roads with SCDOT, enhance walkability, and enhance infrastructure, for example, sidewalks. So those are your must-dos. Your should-dos, so your second tier of priorities include sewer infrastructure improvements, continue on those efforts. Develop a deliberate strategy for community engagement and prioritize intentional community engagement. And then the third one on that tier includes environmental protection and protecting the character of Port Royal. And then your could-dos include engage your local military partners, discover strategies to support your staff to ensure that they have resources to recruit and retain the very best, and also develop a succession plan for town-owned facilities and staff, right? You want to make sure that you're lifting up and bringing the next generation of leaders for your community. And then identify revenue sources, and that can look, I think that you could even combine that, and I know we didn't, but, grant opportunities, right? Revenue sources come in different ways.
Yeah.
So keeping that top of mind. So that's great. Y'all are very much aligned. Everything else that's on the wall, stays on the list, right? Because you're looking for that window of opportunity throughout the year. If priorities need to shift, or you have a new funding source that you weren't anticipating, and it allows you to do certain things, you still have them top of mind. Transparency, it's not on the list, but we know that's a huge priority for the town.
Well, developing
That's
that
something-
communication strategy.
That's right, it's all
Yeah, so-
aligned. So yeah, good.
No,
Thank
we
you.
talk about diversity, I think that's, looking at it's pretty great. New businesses, safe harbor, communications, infrastructure, sewer, community engagement, military, revenue sources, staff and facility. It's a pretty good list, I think. Great job, everybody.
Good. Yeah, good job. Thank you for having me. I always enjoy, again, being here. I'll put all this together in a spreadsheet that allows you all to track it throughout the year, allows you to assign it to a committee, to a department, to a council member who may be responsible to providing updates to council every month on progress.
Let's-
And
Let's give Desiree a round of applause.
yay!
There you go. Great job. Yeah, anything from council? And I know you said you needed to get at it, which is totally understandable. And do we want to take a little break?
Little break.
And then boom, 10 minutes?
Sure.
And then we'll jump right into
About
the,
11:15.
yep.
Thank you. Thank you for having
Started.
All right, well,
To the stage.
we're good. Thank you very much, Mayor, Council. Thanks for the invitation today, to be able to go through this.
Thanks for making time. I know it
Yeah,
was kind of
no,
a quick
you guys,
ask, so I appreciate
you guys are vital to helping us in this area capture visitor spend in the market. So one of the things that the CVB does, and so we serve as, yep,
Really quick, just for everyone at home and everyone watching, what does CVB stand for?
gotcha. I'm going to go through it real quick. The Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Okay.
In state statute, when you collect accommodations tax, it is a certain portion of that tax is provided to a entity that has the ongoing marketing and publicity of a destination. In this case, we serve in that capacity for Beaufort, Port Royal, and Northern Beaufort County, and we service everything from the Broad River to Fripp Island, that part of Seabrook and Lebico, that area, all the way to St. Helens as well.
So not to cut you off, so when state statute, under state statute, whenever you collect taxes, a certain percentage of them have to go to the CVB. And then you are restricted on what that money, the intentionality of it is that money to go back in to generate more.
That's correct. Our
taxes.
job is to invite.
So you don't just get a blank check and go,
Nope.
hey, do
And
what
we
you
just
want.
go spilly willy no.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's intended. There's a certain parameters in which we spend those funds on.
Set by state statute.
And just for your safekeeping and understanding from the transparency side, that information is sent to Chris at Finance. Chris then turns that over to the State Tourism Expenditure Review Committee. So you have this chain of transparency of what was it spent on, what did you budget on, and how was it administered and provided. And so when that case comes up, there are some parameters in which we do. But any good marketing, sales, public relations effort, and even is rooted in knowing who you're targeting and who the visitors are that come to the area. So I provided just a one-pager. It's up on the screen for everybody else, but it's here in front of you as well for those who want to take a look at it. Just a quick little slide that kind of goes through the tourism in Port Royal venture. One of the beauties that data and the ability to collect data is it helps us tell a fuller picture. For example, the person who experiences Sands Beach walking their dog on Saturday has a different perception of what the town looks like than, say, someone who's grabbing coffee on the way to work on a Tuesday morning. Neither one's wrong about what Port Royal looks like. It's just not a complete picture. And so what I've done is today is I want to provide some baseline pictures for you of what's truly moving about in the town, because you've got a different geography than what most people would assume outside of this room of what the geography of Port Royal is. And so it's very important for us to do. So first off, imagine with me there's 100 people walking through Port Royal right now. Right off the jump, 33 of those are going to be visitors, tourists to the area. And most likely they're going to come from a certain area. In this case, we see the majority of them coming from Greenville, Spartanburg area, Columbia, Charlotte, Augusta, and Atlanta. And why is that significant? Because those happen to be the same cities that you see pop up for the town of Beaufort, city of Beaufort, and for Northern Beaufort County at large, minus Fripp Island, which has a little bit different scope and scale where they draw. They draw from a little bit further out, given that it's a longer-term stay. So they may pull from Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area. But for the most part, that's the vast majority of folks. The difference is here. And that's on the next slide. If you look right below it, I put it down there. 74% of all visitors actually come from out of state. So you start doing the math, and you're like, well, what's drawing that? Well, Parris Island's sitting right over there. The military graduations do have some inflow from outside the state area that comes in there. And Port Royal, to your credit, captures a lot of the economic spending that takes place through graduations. And so we'll cover a little bit about what we're seeing from the data perspective, from just what you are capturing from an economic standpoint. But the average visitor spend is $106. Now, if there were more accommodations in the town of Port Royal, say from sans the one hotel and some short-term rental properties, you would see that number increase, pretty decently. just because overnight accommodations is a larger expense in a visitation to the market. And so that's one thing to look at going forward, is the recruitment of maybe some additional revenue streams through accommodations if it presents itself.
Can-
Well, no, go ahead, sir.
Can you say the average visitor spend $100, that's a meal?
The meal, I would say meal and gas.
Okay,
If I'm being,
right.
upfront with you, it's probably meal and gas. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to make sure, let me check my notes real quick, okay?
Yeah.
46% of the total visitor spend, yep, is on, 45%, 46% is on fuel, 41, 42% is on food.
Okay.
And we're capturing these folks. I'll get to it in just a second. There's a
Okay, so
reason
being
why. Go ahead.
Really quick, this might be a question for Noah. I remember we had talked about it at a couple meetings back. Is there still that hotel being looked at?
There
Yeah,
are two potentials.
Okay.
yeah.
Because I remember you talked about over there by the car wash on Savannah Highway, and so, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's coming before DRB.
Mm-hmm.
And they've worked well with the town and within our ordinances and within our trees and a lot of stuff, so I've been happy about them.
Just from a revenue standpoint, it puts people on ground, and when you're able to capture that revenue, it does drive a little bit higher spend. And given proximity, it's probably going to be beneficial for beyond just military graduation. You're going to have proximity to the base for some other events and activities. That's a positive. But the travelers that come in here, the visitors that come into the market, are being captured throughout Port Royal, as opposed to just general visitation, which stays on we'll call the Rebo Road travel grid over the Paris Island Gateway. And so we see that through some traffic patterns on our thing. Let's move on to the next one, because this is something that you see. I've already mentioned military. If we're wanting to have focused activity, which you guys have talked about, recognition, you got to know what you're leaning into. And so what we are able to capture just from tracking some data in here is that you guys do really well with your festivals and events. They drive folks into the marketplace. And when I say festivals and events, I am talking about like Soft Shell Crab Festival, right? We really see a diversified base of folks come to town. It's not just locals. And you do have a visitor mix that comes in, which is very important. That's different than some other localized events that take place.
So let me say something to council. That's why it's important, and Kevin, I know you and I have had this conversation, when we look at the festivals that we have that occur in our town, that we make sure we're putting our best foot forward.
Yes, sir.
Because we've got something good here, and we don't want to mess around and mess it up.
Yeah, the last thing you want is people just going, no, I'm not going to that. No, it's always a mess. It's always a problem. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Festivals are very good strategic implication points for getting people to, maybe first-timers, to move into the area, to look at the area and experience it. My first venture into the market when I came in 2012 was the Soft Shell Crab Festival. That was the first event that took place in the area when we moved to town. And we came down here, I believe I had it on a hamburger, a soft shell crab on a hamburger, which was a wild venture, and fried pickles, which was a staple, right? That's a legitimate request. But the point being is that you don't know the first time you're going to get a chance to make the impression, and it has a lasting impact down the road, right? So festivals do a good job of that. But this is something that I've mentioned to the mayor before, and Van has heard it as well, and others, is that you have this outdoor recreation opportunity and this nature centricity that you have built already in place. So in our work, in our team's work with, say, the Cypress Wetlands, we see this captured quite a bit. It's on a lot of itineraries, both from motor coach groups, school groups, but also just leisure travel activity. You see them pop from different locations and make their way into this. So the natural aesthetics of the Low Country becomes a selling point, and boy, the Port Royal will have that covered. You also have a clear avenue to access to water. And I say that, you understand the situation with the sands and how quick you guys got the boardwalk back running. And kudos, because not everybody can get that done like they should get it done, right? And you guys nailed that. we see the traffic go back to it. We see the visitors, and not just visitors, just people in general coming to the area. And so one of the things that I heard when we did the downtown discussion at council chambers when they were in town, you hear a lot of people talk about, well, we just don't have signage around. There's not good signage, or there's some flow, and how does it look? And so I want to take a real quick moment here to kind of talk about the focus activity, but also the balanced impact. Because Paris Avenue is 2 lanes to some, it's got some diagonal parking along the road, the way it is spread out, but the way people navigate that. To get to Sands Beach, there's 2 ways to get to Sands Beach, if you go the back way, if you know that way, or right through the heart of Paris Avenue, right? And on the top 5 most visited places in northern Beaufort County, Sands Beach is on that list. Because it's accessible, it's access to water, and those are 2 major things that guests to our community at large are looking for. And you guys have done that well, and the boardwalk captures quite a bit. So lean into those aspects of it. It would be a part to do. When we present Port Royal to the media, public relations efforts, if you will, we present it through the access of water and nature.
You also present the Port Royal Sound Foundation out there. That's in Port Royal.
Absolutely.
That's a big driver, I would think, also.
When we go into that thing, the eco side of
Yeah.
things and the educational of eco, that's definitely where they fit the bill. All those things play a role, and you go through it. Some other data that we know, and I know you probably know this from traffic counts, we pulled some geofence data. Now, geofence data is where your cell phone pings, not yours individually, but cell phones that come into the marketplace. It's anonymous. We don't know who they are, but we can track. We were able to track where they ping from, like where they make their marks. The Food Line Shopping Center has about 880,000 visits a year that ping inside that place. By comparison, the Parker's right there has about 600,000 pings. By comparison, Sands Beach covers around 100. So you see the volume difference between residential and visitor activity. Residential folks, they know the access, they may go and enjoy it, but you're used to it, you're accustomed to it. You may not take advantage of it as fully, but visitors take advantage of it fully. And so you have an economic engine capture right up here with Parker's. But I heard signage was a thing in that, where people just they feel like they can't get to Paris Avenue, or they don't know about Paris Avenue, and that does affect. And so those are large numbers. Sands Beach is a large number in scale. Very rarely do you see the other businesses along Paris Avenue peak at that high level. So that's something that we, from a marketing standpoint, excuse me, Sean, I know I covered it up with my mic. That's something from us when we're presenting the activities, what do we present? And so we do lead with those things that bring visitor spike to the area. Farmers market, even to the Soft Shell Crab Festival, those are easy hooks to pick up on. The Cypress Wetlands, that's something we lean into. The Port Royal, Historic Port Royal Foundation and what they're trying to accomplish in telling the story of Port Royal and access. But we also use Shell Ring and Fish Camp.
Yeah.
Your 2 largest, I guess, beyond non attractions, Shell Ring and Fish Camp, with Fish Camp being the 2nd most visited restaurant in all of northern Beaufort County during military graduations.
Really? Wow.
So there's
That's
your number.
impressive.
That is.
Okay,
So
what's number 1?
that's Outback, but
Okay,
proximity to hotels.
I got you. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. Used to be the Golden Corral for years.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm happy to answer your questions. I feel like I've really talked through it. I know you got some strategic points, and I know that there's some things that we can do. And I want to share with you guys that as you're going to look for your strategic plans and hitting your points, one of the things that I know that we can help quite a bit on, as I looked at it, was the national PR. And I'm not sure, some good handwriting right here, nationally, getting some public relations efforts from the national side. You guys have some storytelling that makes sense with some of the history that's already here in place. Most people assume it's in another location, but it's actually here. But from a visitor standpoint, access to water still is prominently number 1, and they want to have that lean into the nature eco side of things, and I think you guys have the bones and structure for that. That's how we represent it.
So, I got a question. So we do the geofencing at work also. So a guy goes into, when we have certain stores, you know, these type of people, we have a demographic. Do you set a demographic, or is it just anybody that goes into that geofence with a phone, it pings them?
Right, so we do, because when we target a certain visitor demographic, while we are looking for a certain household income, because it does matter, retirees don't share the same household income as, say, folks who are in their high earning years. Retirees spend as much as those, and so you got a little bit, you know, how that works. So we open it up full tilt. We're not segmenting how they come, but we are able to identify who they are. So one of the things that we noticed in Port Royal from our data is that the strongest spending are from the highest household incomes, particularly the 150 and above. Age range 45 to 54 continue to be the highest spenders in Port Royal area. And what that does is that's a stable and mature visitor to the market. We did capture the vast majority of those at the farmers market, which indicates that you're kind of picking up that weekend business, and they're making that part of their stay. They want to see what the parameters are. But a lot of those are captured throughout the town.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, perfectly. I think it's pretty neat. You don't realize when people go, how does my phone know what I'm thinking? Well, there you go.
Right, so we do take advantage of some other data as well. So I want to be very clear, we do geofence. That tells me kind of where you're from and what you're doing in the market. We do subscribe to some spend data, because it's, as I tell everybody, Councilwoman Hayward, do you want me to bring you 1 million people that spend $1 each, or do you want me to bring you one person that spends $1 million? One that spends $1 million makes a little bit more sense, because it doesn't tax the infrastructure.
Right.
Doesn't overwork your system. And that's the strategic initiatives that we're looking to do, right? Because it's not important for me just to bring everybody, invite everybody to town. We want to make sure we're bringing the right folks. I can go ahead and tell you, if you invite somebody and they're not a lover of humidity, they probably don't need to show up in the low country during certain parts of the year, right? It doesn't make for a good experience. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do. It's why we try to do the work. One caution, one thing that popped on the blip that gave me a little bit of, okay, something has to happen here, is retail is only 8% of the visitor activity in town. All right? Now, you probably know that better than I do as far as what could cause that, what doesn't do that, but I will go with, that would be something that as we provide information to, as you go through the downtown development side, that we would want to be a part of kind of fleshing that out a little bit about what's capturing.
You said retail is 80%?
Eight.
Of
visitors
what's
spend.
wrong with 80%? 8%, I get it. That's right. Well, that's why we're looking at some things currently in downtown.
Sure. I think it's the capture zones. Like if you
Yeah.
look at where people are moving about the area, we're stripping food line out of that. Okay, there's no reason to capture that data, or Piggly Wiggly, or whatever the traditional retail spends are. We're looking at small business, because if the vast majority of tourism spending in general supports the small businesses in our community, and they do, it's something like 38% of the restaurant spend in all community, non-flag restaurants, are spent by visitors. You remove visitation from the market, most of these restaurants go away. So visitor spending is very important. Same could be said for some of the retail businesses as well. Currently in Port Royal, that's right around 8%.
Yeah, so just a few things. If I just kind of hearing it correctly, like you said, we've got one of the biggest things we've got is the nature,
Yeah,
the water.
Access to water,
Just leaning into
absolutely.
that, the ecotourism activities, driving people and then capturing people as they drive down Paris Avenue, and doing that through marketing, doing that through signage, letting them know, you go to Sands Beach on your way out, there's restaurants to stop by, there's places to stop by. Storytelling of the history of Port Royal, some of those sites, we've got Fort Frederick, we've got
Yep.
all kinds of really cool stuff that really can do that. Okay. I'll ask from you, if there's any kind of resources you have, or like anything that just kind of help, because I want to really kind of focus on this, and so ways to do that, or towns that do it well, or just kind of be like, hey, check out this town's page, check out how this one's doing it. If you got any, if you know any resource that you help me out, I just ask if you just send me that.
Yeah,
Send me
absolutely.
that way, that'd be great.
Glad to.
Like if you see a town that's just like, that is doing ecotourism over there, look at how they're doing. We could just, you know, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from other people that have, so I would just simply, if you do that, that'll be helpful to me, because, yeah, and then we can work on that retail strategies too, which we have that, survey going on right now, and so.
Well, what's intriguing to me is you've got one of the top 5 visited destinations at the very end of the road.
Yeah.
You've got Fish Camp, the number 2 restaurant in northern Beaufort County, more or less at the middle, if not almost at the very end. They're coming. So what, I mean, I know that we have to do some things, but what could the businesses be doing? Because the cars are going by.
Right.
Correct.
Are they advertising? Do you see any advertising from them? Are they in the publications that are going out to families? Are they doing anything locally, advertising wise? Or do they have good signage? Do they need more signage?
Yep.
I mean, because it sounds like we're bringing them to the door.
We got bodies.
How are they helping themselves? The traffic's coming. I get we could do some signage and all that stuff, but you gotta, we give you a hand up, not a hand out, right? I mean, how are you helping yourself?
Got a question to me? I mean-
No, we're just talking, we're just talking,
It's somewhat rhetorical.
Yeah, gotcha. I was hoping it was rhetorical.
Yeah.
What, I do understand the mindset of the traveler, okay? Take away the resident, because that's a different animal, and I live here in the area, I don't think like a resident. That's not what I'm asked to do. From a visitor standpoint, is there something that can capture my activity for a certain amount of time beyond just eating? And that's hard to get past sometimes without making it a dedicated thing. So when I said fish camp and military graduations, think about where their activity takes place, or right outside your doorstep, right, just right across the water, right? So proximity matters. They recognize it from a map, they understand it where it goes, they're finishing up family day, whatever it is, and they're eating and then moving back to their capture zone. Where the retail component comes into play is when those folks are coming, when they're off Parris Island and they're doing the other things they're doing. What we continue to hear from feedback is where, like the where is it kind of thing, and that's just an anecdotal in the visitor center request that we get back is the where. So we don't hear that question when the festival's going on. Now, I'm not saying there's any rhyme or reason. I just think there's a pointed effort to get to the festival, but there is a question about where when other things go on. We've worked on our maps to make sure that, say, for example, we feel like it's a better job for us to get into Cypress Wetlands, not because we love them more than anybody else, but we know where it's located within the Parris Avenue makeup, right? It's at the head. You put somebody at the head of the trail, you hope they make their way down the trail. So that would be a way to do that. In the marketing landscape, I mean, we do take a marketing landscape. Sean's probably more in tune to this as well. You can see who are active on social media. That is a engagement aspect. But when you look at the paid placement, you don't see it as much. And I don't see the businesses as much.
Cool. Anything from council?
No, sir.
That's great. A lot of good ideas. I'm writing down stuff right now, so.
So I want to leave you with this. Our team is at your disposal. That's what we do as serving as your DMO. I know the mayor and Van has challenged us to do better jobs in other aspects. And one of the things that we want to be able to provide you guys, just like we provide everybody, is the data and the information that you have, because you guys have to make some tough decisions sometimes, and we want to make sure the picture is as clear as possible.
Let me ask you a question. If, we go through the retreat and we're looking at the budget, and we know that, let's be honest, because of the lack of hotels and finite number of short-term rentals, that what we generate to a DMO is not significant. So we wanted to say, all right, this year we want to put X number of dollars into a buy. We go to Rob and he comes up and says, we know where your market is. This is the print media, the whatever that you need to target. Is that something that we want to talk about? Like, let's just say we want to do 10, 15 grand this year, and and targeted buys to help with the retail aspect, to help with the number of visitors? Is that something we wanna think about?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, of course, it's always cost balance, you know. I mean, if we were putting in,
Is that a decent amount? I mean, what is a more
yeah,
reasonable?
that's what I'm saying, yeah. If we're,
I mean, I have
that's a
no
good
frame of
number,
reference.
you know, if a $10,000 buy gets, you know, exponential in return, then, you know.
Right.
If
Sure.
it's, so like I said, I
Or
don't-
would you say, all right, your presence on social media is X, you need to consider, boost buys of whatever?
Right. It depends on what the hook is we're going for.
Okay.
And I know that's a
Yeah.
couched answer, but it matters. If it's festival driven, we know exactly what that timeline looks like, we know exactly what the work looks like, we know exactly what the results will be when we present the thing. We do that currently with your festivals already when asked to participate. On the other side, when it comes to attraction focus, we understand to certain components that. When you're talking about the town at large, there are two massive ways that we currently would like to better spend funds. And one of those we're already doing actively because we don't have all the stories to tell. We rely on the communities to have those stories to be able to pitch and present to national media, to media in general. That is my number one archway or entry point into any campaign that you're looking to do. Let's find markets that make sense for us, and let's go present this town of Port Royal story, at least a hook within it. And it may be the working waterfront. It may be the new docks. It was the boardwalk when it was relaunched. We sent it out. It was picked up. I mean, that's why I led with it today. I mean, it's one of those things that, oh, by the way, it's access to water with unencumbered access to water. And so that it matters right now more than anything. And to me, that's a lean point.
What we're talking about here, you're talking about this demographic issue that we have. Is that a target? And where's that market? Where do we get those remote, younger folks?
That
where
can
we need
move,
the-
that can
The
move,
third
that
and
can
fourth person to support George,
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I mean, you target around the country, just in the southeast? I mean,
When we're paying, when we buy media, we are very targeted with it.
okay.
There's
So
not,
it's Atlanta, Charlotte, Jacksonville.
we'll say the state of South,
Greenville.
we'll say the state of South Carolina.
Okay, so
We'll say
Charleston.
Western North Carolina.
Gotcha.
I'll give you a quick math. I'm not-
Interstate driven, like easy to get to, I guess is what I'm
It's
saying.
all, we're 98% drive market, probably
Right.
2% float market, if you will,
Yeah.
okay? But if you look at the math, there's an old equation from resort days, and it says for every hour you're willing to pack your family up in a car and drive them somewhere, you need to provide 3 to 4 hours of activity. So start thinking about your math. If you have a long weekend, now you see how far you should be advertising out from. So Fripp can go to Cincinnati because they offer a 7-day stay, whereas Port Royal's probably going to fit that weekend. You probably need to look at those markets that make the most sense. The beauty of this is that when you look at the national, like just take a regional perspective. How many just single articles have been on Port Royal? Just single articles. This past year, 2. Okay, it was a blip mention as far as the festival and event in Southern Living, and there was another one in another magazine that wasn't as, popular. When you mention those things, that's the entry door. And so when you lead with that, that's what
I think we have a billboard by in Atlanta that says, "Are you happy here? Visit Port Royal."
No, and I was just writing down kind of scripts for videos and telling that story. I mean, I've got like, if you're making little videos, little quicks to put out, literally call them, day in Port Royal and have a family on the beach. And then like throughout the day, shop. And then it ends with live music at a restaurant, wetlands, and then it's shopping, then an oyster roast, festival, live music, and show that. What is a day in Port Royal like, like you said, and then you send that out, can you move?
Well, that's when you get a travel writer here and.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think influencers are costly, Sean knows that, but they are effective in getting the right demographic. And we do target that. So as people reach out to the town, we do vet. That's one of our services that we do. We vet. We have access to the state PR team as well. They vet those writers, travel influencers. We'd love to help wherever that is.
Okay.
Again, we're a resource. Use us as you need to. And if there's a targeted campaign, we're willing to help and be there.
No, I think that's great, because you're right, and it's like a general theme we keep coming up with over here. We've got so many great things. We do have a really beautiful story to tell here, whether it's the outdoors, it's the shop, it's the restaurants, it's the people, it's the military, and it's telling that all together and pushing that out there, because it is like I said, an amazing, beautiful community, and so putting it together in some sort of consumable package, I think is important, so. Cool. Anything else from Mr. Rob?
Appreciate you, Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Russ.
being here, that's very helpful. And like I said, it teed up perfect, I think that was one of our must-dos, so. All right. We still live? Okay. We want to,
Keep moving.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, and I've got, your presentation's in here, right?
It is, I'm not sure where.
It's in the fire folder.
Yeah, I saw it in there.
You fire?
You think?
This one?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Since it's still morning, I can say that for a few more minutes.
Good morning.
We're going to start off with a little overview of the 2025 summary. It's the second slide. There we are. I also gave everyone a year in report that you have. We've had over 6,000 calls for 2025, and you see our nice graph there. It continues to go up as our call volume continues to increase year after year. I think our percentage over the past 10 years is a 342% increase, and we haven't added any staff since we opened Station 4, which was in 2017. So we're doing a lot more with the same when it comes to response. But we are able to keep our response time under the 5 minutes. That's our target, that's our goal for service and for ISO purposes. So we're still able to do that. We've had over 1,000 public education hours, over 18,000 fire training hours in 2025, and we continue to build our medical program. We currently have 23 EMTs, 17 advanced EMTs, and 11 paramedics on staff. And we also continue with our fire inspection program. We logged over 1,400 inspections and over 100 plan reviews in 2025.
How many fire marshals do you have typically?
I'm sorry?
How many fire marshals?
We have one fire marshal, and we just added a fire inspector to help him out. 'Cause we do both Beaufort and Port Royal, and it's a lot of volume as, unlike building codes or building inspectors, you know, they do it initially. We do it with them when it's being built, but we also inherit it year after year afterwards because we go back and do routine inspections. So as our commercial development and properties grow, our inspections on an annual basis grow as well. So,
1,400 inspections in a year is a lot.
yeah.
He's really getting.
And next is our accomplishments for 2025, and I'm going to try to tie these to some of the goals that was talked about this morning. As you know, we are a Class 1 ISO department. One thing I think can tie to some of our goals when it comes to attracting commercial development to the town is to market that Class 1 ISO. You know, you can come to Port Royal, not only do you get a top-level service, but you also get a lot of savings on your insurance premium, especially for commercial businesses in Port Royal when we have that Class 1. So if you compare it to especially R100 or unincorporated Beaufort County areas that surround Port Royal, not only could you save money in a ISO rating, you also save money on property taxes because when you annex into the town from R100, there's about a wash, man, I believe, from property taxes from what you pay the Burton Fire Districts for what you pay the town for the entire town services. So I think marketing that can help also with commercial development. Hey, you can annex into the town, you can get these great services, and you might even save money by annexing into a municipality. We also
Often you have to reclassify.
we do it every 5 years roughly. They were 2 years behind this past cycle because of COVID. They stopped doing it for about 2 years during COVID. So we're good for at least another 5 years, maybe a little longer. It depends on if they're still backlogged. We also received our Fire Safe South Carolina designation again for 2025. This is the second year in a row we received that. That's a rating on our community risk reduction, our public education, the events we put on,
as we talked about this morning, our community involvement, community engagement. We check all the marks for the state in everything we do when it comes to community engagement. That's why we received that designation again this year. And we've held our second annual Sparking Embers Girls Empowerment Fire Boot Camp this past year. Once again, that ties to the youth engagement that was talked about this morning. We try to grow our youth programs and continue to build our youth engagement by targeting different members of our high school community.
You see interest in it?
Yes, we almost doubled from the
wow.
first year to the second year.
That's great.
And we've even, just a couple of days ago, had one girl from camp email me that she just turned 18 years old and she wants to come work for the fire department.
Cool, that's good to hear.
So
That's awesome.
it's proven to work. We also continue to grow our partnership with the military. We, this past year, joined the Skill Bridge program, which allows military service members to train in the fire department as they're transitioned out of the military. So we've had two that we've hired and several that's joined us and started their training with us as they decide to get out of the military and go on to another workforce. So we're able to utilize our local military resources, train them, see if this is something they want to do, see if it's somebody we want to hire. And we've had two this year that we've hired directly out of the Marine Corps that transitioned into the fire department through the Skill Bridge program. Some challenges we face moving forward. We all know the growth and the increase in call volume. I've talked about the call volume increasing. We all know how the growth is coming. We just got to be able to be prepared, be able to manage that, be able to offset all the traffic and transportation issues we may have so we can still get from point A to point B in a timely manner. Automatic aid with our neighboring departments. The Port Royal side does really well with that. We have a written automatic aid agreement with Parris Island. We have a commitment from the air station, but not in writing. So Parris Island goes a little above and beyond the air station. So if you meet the new CO on the air station, mention that to him, that we would like to secure that automatic aid agreement with the air station, just as we did with Parris Island. We also partner with the Bluffton Fire District. So we talked a lot about the Maritime Center on Lemon Island. We have an automatic aid agreement done the way it should be done. There's no contract for service. There's no money that exchanges hands. They cover the response to the Maritime Center because their Kalawasi station is closer than our station. And in return, we respond with an engine to any structure fire on Kalawasi or Spring Island. So we have that automatic aid agreement with them where they cover for us and we cover for them. And again, no money exchanges hands in that. So
How about Naval Hospital? Is that included with Parris Island?
that's included in the Parris Island agreement for the Naval Hospital, yes. We also continue to grow the Zone 5, which is the city side of the industrial park, and Zone 6, which is the Ladies Island. We currently have a contract for service for Ladies Island. That's more, again, focused on the city side than Port Royals. Some planned initiatives. We're going to continue to work the co-location of EMS, primarily the headquarters fire station on Reebolt Road, and also this fire station here in Port Royal, because those are our two busiest fire stations. Headquarters on Reebolt Road, and this one right here on Parris Avenue is the two busiest stations we have. And the majority of our calls are medical calls. So if EMS wants to expand capacity, we want them housed here in Beaufort and Port Royal. We'll continue to discuss closest unit response model for fire service north of the Broad. Again, we are by far the busiest fire department north of the Broad. We are even as busy as Bluffton. Bluffton has 9 stations, but per station call volume, we're the same. We only have 4, but per station, we have the same amount of call volume as Bluffton does. So we are the busiest fire department, aside from Hilton Head, in Beaufort County. But we want to continue to grow that response. We want to continue to partner with our partners, especially north of the Broad, to deliver a better level of service like we do with Parris Island and Bluffton now in Port Royal. We want to continue to build more programs and partnerships to expand our youth engagement. We're looking at some other camp and other activities that we can do during the summer to engage the youth, to see if we can influence them to come to work for us one day. And some of our greatest unmet needs, our headquarters fire station repairs. We're working again with a co-location for Beaufort County EMS But this year, we have some deferred maintenance that we have to address. This will be just on the city side because it's not part of our agreement between the town and the city. It'll be a capital improvement project to a city asset. So we're looking to remodel that fire station this budget year to improve some of the living quarters there. We also have our SCBA's, our breathing air packs that is up for replacement. We applied for an AFG grant this past year, but did not receive it. Hardyville was the only one in our area to receive money through FEMA for that grant this year. So we are reapplied again in hopes to be able to get a replacement plan for our air packs in place through grant funding. And to offset some of the growth and response, we're looking to staff a quick response vehicle. You may have seen it at Station 2 when we did the new ladder truck push-in. We have a small pickup truck that we use to run a lot of the medical calls. We don't want our big, nice, beautiful ladder truck on the road constantly running medical calls. We want it sitting there ready for a fire. So we use the quick response vehicles to run the smaller medical calls to keep our other trucks in service. So we want to continue to expand that. That's it for my presentation. If you have any questions or discussions.
I got a couple, Chief.
Sure.
Automatic aid agreement with MCAS, the CO, is he the responsible party, or do we have somebody else who would present that to him that we are maybe barking up the wrong tree?
My discussions has been with the fire chief, and the fire chief says that once that new CO came on board, he had a different direction on automatic aid with us, and it kind of involved the Burton Fire Department because they do have an automatic aid agreement with the Burton Fire District. So I don't know where that is from the CO's standpoint or his eyes, and I haven't had anybody that had any conversations with him, but that was the answer I got, that we needed to engage the new CO and maybe explain to him how important this is for our community, that we continue to serve each other in that capacity.
I'm befuddled by why MCAS would not have an automatic aid agreement with us, other than something political.
Yeah, that's
That makes
better
sense.
said than I said it.
And then the second thing is you mentioned in your primary challenges, no, not primary challenges, your plan department initiatives. So co-locate, I've queried about this to kind of in full transparency to our firefighters and to EMS as I see them and interact with them about co-location of EMS. I see that as a critical partnership that saves not only time, but I mean, well, I guess in this business, right, it's time is what you're trying to save.
And money, and if EMS has to remodel an EMS base and we have to remodel a fire station, we do it separately.
That's right.
It's gonna cost us twice as much as if we did it together.
So I guess what is, if anything, is precluding that from happening, and how can we help?
Just continue to advocate for that to, I think, county council members, so they're on the same page with us. They know that this is where we need to move toward. We don't need to be building separate fire and EMS stations. We need to be doing it together. Whether it is, there's one on Shanklin Road that was built recently. There's a standalone EMS base on Shanklin Road that is a half a mile down from a fire station. And they built brand new off the ground when they could have went into the fire station and saved a lot of money and been right there together.
How was that decision vetted at the county
I was
council?
gonna say, yeah, what's the advocation, like, yeah? Do they have plans to build more? Do we know that we're building 3 more EMSs over the next?
I do know that they're having to relocate or remodel from Depot Road. So that's EMS 1. That's why we're targeting that one first, because they need to upgrade Depot Road in the city, which we need to repair our fire station right down the street from that. So the push has been to do this together.
Okay.
And not do it separately. Because 1, it saves money, and 2, we need to be responding out of the same place because we respond to the same calls. And then as we continue to grow, their capacity needs to grow. So if they're going to add ambulances, I think the next place should be right here on Paris Avenue in this fire station.
And you would think it would be a cost savings to modify an existing building versus build something from the ground up.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's interesting, I mean, y'all are going, hey, what percentage of your calls are medical? 80?
75%. Yeah.
So we are, in our response times, are typically how much quicker?
Yeah, we're under 5 minutes in all the hours. For us, there's an ambulance in Shell Point, there's an ambulance on Depot Road. After 2 calls, the ambulances are coming from either Shanklin or Ladies Island or St. Helena or maybe even Bluffton. So the response times can get beyond 10 minutes depending on how busy they are and where they come from.
Would y'all have room for the administrative part? 'Cause
No,
you're on
and it
Depot
wasn't-
Road, they've
Yeah,
got the
we weren't
administrative.
gonna move the administration into headquarters, it was just a response unit.
Okay.
The overall goal in my discussions with the county was to move administration over to Okatee if and when they expand that sheriff's office, jail,
Oh, yeah.
emergency service
170.
compound over there and have their administration more centralized in Union County.
That's a smart move.
And let me ask, because I think that's, thanks for asking that question I was gonna ask about. So we can kind of have the same messaging to the county when we talk to them, like, y'all need to be, building these together. If an EMS is at the fire station, does that, so like right now, just so I know, I'm ignorant to it, like you get a medical call, is the fire truck required to go, or is it just whoever gets there first? Or if an EMS is in the same building, does that mean the fire truck doesn't have to go, because the EMS can, like,
Well, the next step, once we get the units in the fire stations and responding together, the next step is to target the response where they're not going to the same call
EMS
if
only.
they're available in that fire station and closer to respond. It's that closest unit model I spoke about is not only for the fire department, but it's for fire and EMS. So right now, we are sending an ambulance and a fire truck, 5 people to every medical call.
to every 911 call?
Everyone.
Okay.
Because we don't know where the ambulance is. Is it coming from Bluffton? Is it coming from St.
Gotcha.
Helena? Is it
Okay.
coming from across the street?
So that's
We
what
don't
it
know.
is. So now if the EMS is in the building,
Right, we
EMS is
know-
on the way, fire trucks and stay.
Right, where they can go. We stay for the next call. Because
Gotcha,
we know
okay.
that they're gonna get there as fast as we do for that one.
Oh, okay. Well, right now, like you said, that EMS could be coming from
Yeah,
who
we
knows?
don't know where they're coming from. So we go to everyone because
Gotcha.
we wanna make sure we get there. We offer the service. Whether they're there beside us or they're coming 10 minutes later, we're gonna be
It
there.
just doesn't make sense why they wouldn't do that.
Unless there's some, because I would imagine, there would be, the budgets would stay separate, right? I'm
Yeah,
guessing
yeah.
they would, that
They're
might be
funded.
something they would
We
bring up, well, we don't wanna,
We pay. Town of Port Royal says to pay for Beaufort County EMS.
They got you, okay.
It's part of your county
Yeah.
taxes.
There are no districts. It's a countywide service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, no, that's good to know, yep.
I mean, I could see it if it was St. Helena and them that have their, their commission,
Well, they do for the fire district side,
right?
yes.
But they don't for EMS,
They do not
because
for
EMS is
EMS.
all
They're
county.
county
And we've
general
worked out
fund.
We've worked out of fire stations, as long as I've been, the whole time I worked EMS, it was out of fire stations.
What other fire stations in Beaufort County don't have ambulances in them?
We're the only ones.
I
Okay.
Beaufort
should
Port
say
Royal
all about it.
are the only ones that do not have ambulances.
That's good to know.
Even Burton, Bluffton, all them have it.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Anything else, Councilman Guerrero? You asked a question, we all kind of jumped in.
Yeah.
I think
That got it started.
This is a conversation that needs to be had with the county council members
One.
that represent the municipalities involved here. And there are several.
Yeah,
This is, I hate, this is unacceptable.
yeah.
We're double taxing.
It does not make sense. Like, I'm trying to figure out, I'm anxious to hear the reasoning.
I mean, specifically, everybody jump in the pool until the lifeguard sorts it out. Doesn't make sense when it comes to emergency response, right? We want to get the quickest, most highly trained to there, but if we don't know where they're at, then everybody's got to go. So they're going to get an EMT, different certifications until they show up and take over a scene, and there was no need, or we're calling them off halfway through a call. We're using that asset and having to redirect that thing somewhere else in the middle of a call that he never should have been on in the first place, all because we don't have visibility of it. And, I guess I'll say it out loud. I would hate to believe that it's well, this is what I do, this is what you do thing, or we're different than you. And I hope that's not the case, because those are pretty easy to squash. But
Yeah, it's not at the response level. It's up above
That's
and
what
beyond that.
Again, and like I said, I kind of query folks and I ask them weird questions because as I notice those things and I see that, I get a police officer, a police unit respond to my neighborhood when something happens. It's a police officer shows up, which is always encouraging to us, and then a fire truck shows up, and then an EMS shows up. And then as you look at the scene, they kind of peel away respectively as they need to, and often the bus will stay. And you're kind of like, okay. So I moved that water tank, that water truck
from that fire station. They're quick, and I get that. But if we knew that that ambulance was just as fast, those boys would have just stayed put and waited for the next call. And it's never affected me, and I thank God for that every single day, where I've never been on the clock like that, or my family has never been on the clock waiting for something. But I think it would make a lot of people feel better that all of us as a response team, EMS, fire, and police, knew where all of us were all the time. It is a visibility thing, and that's how response should work in my mind. And coming from environments where that's what mattered, like that golden hour mattered, like understanding where the next level of care was always the most important thing. I'm looking at it right now. I can handle this situation. The next level and echelon of care becomes what's going to save this person's life or limit the disabilities as they move forward. And if we don't have visibility on that, then I have a problem with that, because we have access to that information. We're just not essentially sharing it because of whatever reason.
Yeah, the big answer.
And I'd love to advocate for you and help you in that endeavor, Chief.
The big answer, what I've continued to push for, is AVL technology, advanced location of vehicles. So if your vehicle, a fire truck, an ambulance, whatever, is close to this call, that's the one that's going to get dispatched to it. If Station 4 is driving to get fuel at headquarters and they're closer to a call than the normal headquarters station, it picks that up, it sends them to that call because they're closer, because the technology's there. Hilton Head uses it now. It's just us getting everybody on board, including the other fire districts, to say, we want to do this because it's the best thing for the citizens. It's not about territory, it's about providing a better service.
I agree with Van also. I think it's very disturbing, but I'm wondering if it's not because of our geographical size, that they don't have ambulances at our stations, and they have them in the outskirts in the county and so forth. But I still, we pay for the service as well, and, you have that station out there on Robert Smalls Parkway that covers a large area. We have the busiest one right here. I don't see why we don't have it, and it seems like, that we're being slighted, because we're the only one in the county that doesn't have an ambulance.
Well,
But
Chief,
yet we're paying for the service.
wasn't it something at one point that they were worried that the fire department would take over EMS?
Yeah,
That's why
that's part of the
they fought
politics of
for
it.
so long.
It
That's
is.
silly.
It is.
How do you
We
justify
could do
that?
that, but
That's
it
been a
just
big
doesn't,
to-do.
it doesn't make sense right now. The county, again, our taxpayers are already paying the county for this
Right.
service.
Exactly.
Hilton Head does that because they choose to do it. They provide an ambulance service through the fire department. They don't use the county services, even though their citizens pay county taxes like we do. They choose to do it because they want to provide that level
Okay,
of
so
service.
Hilton Head has its own,
Has its
Fire
own
department,
transport
EMS.
EMS.
runs an EMS, it runs its own EMS
Runs its own
department.
EMS.
It used to, we had one Beaufort County EMS on Hilton Head Island, one, and now that's gone.
Right. The only thing they go over there for is transport from Defusky.
What about
They meet the
Bluffton?
boat.
What about Bluffton?
Bluffton does not. They use county. Everybody else in Beaufort County uses the county.
How many
EMS.
how many fire stations does Bluffton have?
They have 9 now.
And is there EMS in those?
3 or 4 of them have EMS in it, yeah.
Okay, so they are doing it there.
Yeah, every EMS unit, other than Shanklin Road I talked about, and Depot Road, are in a fire station somewhere else in the county,
Okay,
except those 2.
okay. And that AVL technology, that is something does that go to y'all, or is that at the call center?
That's
Is
at
that-
our call center, it's part
that
of
goes
our
to the call center,
dispatching
okay.
program.
Okay.
They can see us now. They follow our fire trucks wherever we go. It's just a matter of flipping the switch and saying, we want to send this fire truck to this call because they're closer.
So that's call center technology?
Yep,
Okay.
the technology's there. We just have to get the people on board
Okay.
to want to do that.
So we just need to talk to the county council.
Mm-hmm, yeah, figure out what that is. Yeah, anything, Guerrero, Councilman?
I'm good.
I was-
Thanks, Chief, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
anything,
you.
you guys, I was just gonna ask real quick, did I hear you at the beginning say something about your hires, and you haven't had any new hires, or?
I mentioned new hires when I talked about the Skill Bridge program. We hired 2 from
Skill Bridge, gotcha.
So we're fully staffed right now.
Okay,
We do see some turnover. I contribute most of it these days to, we hire a lot of 18 to 25-year-olds. If they're not from here, they can't afford to stay here. So you know, they move back to where they have family or other resources. If they're from here and they have resources, they tend to stay with us a little longer and make a future, you know, career out of the fire department here.
Okay. The boot camp thing we talked, that was great. And then that's good to know about, you said saving money for commercial stuff, if they want to annex into the town, that's a good move for them.
Yep.
You said the concerns with that growth and increased call volume is, and I know I don't want to put like a specific number, but like how much more growth could you handle at right now? Like, are you, if 100 new homes came on and 500 people today, would that be a problem?
Well, we're targeting that based on response time. We
Okay.
have to stay under that 5-minute response time, again, because we want to provide that level of service.
Mhm.
And 2, we want to keep our ISO rating.
Mhm.
So when our response times start to get over that mark, then we have a problem. So we monitor that routinely throughout the year. It's different depending on the time of the year, you know, just like our growth and tourism market's different throughout the time of the year. But as we watch that, if there's certain areas that we notice a steady increase in response time, then that's the areas we want to target for future expansion or growth, or secondary response vehicles, or the quick response vehicles like we plan to do at Station 2, because we see a lot of responses primarily during the day that are medical calls, because, you know, we're the host city between Beaufort and Port Royal. We have the hospital, we have the jail, we have all the dialysis clinics, the nursing homes. We have everything here in Beaufort or Port Royal, and that's a lot of our medical responses to those facilities. So we want to make sure we put the resources only needed, that we control at least for now, at those, and keep the fire trucks ready to respond to fires.
I got you. Those numbers are just staggering. Like you said, the medical calls, 75% of all our medical calls. And I'm guessing that medical call is anything from false alarm to heart attack.
Right. It could be heart attack. Again, it could be someone falling. It could be just a patient at a dialysis clinic that is overheated. It can be any number of things.
Are, in your opinion, I mean, are some of them unnecessary?
I wouldn't say unnecessary. The only thing I would classify as unnecessary is we've had an uptick in what we call service calls, lifted assist.
Okay.
And you know, we're a fire department where you call us, we're going to come help you, no matter what. But we have seen a few incidences where personal care or other private ambulance services are coming to pick up a patient, and they have 2 small people on that ambulance, and maybe they can't lift the patient.
Gotcha. Okay.
So who do they call?
They're calling y'all to help them do their job.
Do their job. They get
gotcha.
paid to do that service. We're not, but.
But they show, like you said, you got 200-pound people trying to move a
Right.
300-pound patient
Right,
somewhere.
so we're gonna go help them.
Gotcha.
And we do that a little bit at Springer too. You know, they're limited in their staff. If they need help, they call us, we go help them.
Okay.
So some of those, I would say, I mean, unnecessary sounds like a harsh word, but those are not life-threatening, not life-critical, that really don't fit in our mission, but if you're gonna call us, we're gonna go help you.
Yeah. No, yeah, unnecessary. Then maybe that wasn't the wrong word. I just didn't know if you get people that call in 911, you show up, and they really just were like, hey, how you guys doing? Like, just, you know, like, hey, just, we got it figured out now. You know, like just some that are just like, okay, what was that? You know, so yeah, unnecessary. Because, you know, every situation's it's necessary to them, you know. So, but I didn't know if you're getting some that are seeing any numbers of just people like, you know.
I would say we
they
don't
want some
have,
company.
we don't have anyone that routinely abuses it to that degree.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
We do have occasional incidences where that may be the scenario, but it's not like it's
That's not a
a
problem.
habit and a
Okay.
routine where
Okay.
it's continued. Yeah.
Not like it used to be on St. Helena Island, when I have a toothache or the baby won't
Right.
drink his milk.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anything else from council? Staff? You good? All right. Cool. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The boys in blue.
I can say good afternoon.
There we go, yeah.
Of course, the fireman gets the morning. When everybody's sleepy. Yep.
The afternoon is nap time.
Yes, exactly. My presentation's kind of general, so I wrote it specifically so as we go, just jump in with questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please. I just want to kind of answer any questions that you may have, not exactly sure what you're looking for. couple of the highlights of 25, the fiscal year last year, we really put emphasis on training and
Picture on the
professional
left.
development. One of the big things that we'd like to highlight is we implemented mandatory quarterly block training for all officers. What that means is every 3 months, it's mandatory. All officers that are employed by the department have to attend 8 hours training right here in the training room. And that could be anything. What's good about that is because we can tailor make it to, okay, we had this unusual call last month. For some reason, it wasn't handled the way we wanted to. What can we do to fine tune it? What laws do we need to touch up on? What skills do we see that maybe we're lacking? And also gives the opportunity to put in any kind of new things that are coming out, new technologies, new practices, things like that. So it really upped our training levels for the year. It's been very successful, and we're really pushing that out. Another thing we did was we intensely structured and redid our field training program. We went with the San Jose field training model. That's been around law enforcement for, probably over 25, 30 years. What's great about it is it's adaptable to any size agency and the goals of your agency. It's very much structured in lines of what is being taught and accountability. Officers have to not only be taught that thing, sign off on it, but have to show that they're proficient in whatever we're training them. It usually runs about 12 weeks. That can be adapted. So really, when we talk about we get a new officer and we hire them, from the time that they fill out the application to the time they're actually on the road solo working as an officer, you're probably looking at about 8 or 9 months. So it's not a matter of, okay, we hire somebody, now we're great, they're ready to go out on the road.
Can I ask a question?
Starting them young.
Very young, yes, that's what we try, yeah.
So that San Jose training manual, that's, I mean, does everywhere have a different training manual? Or
Yes,
is that,
there's
okay.
different philosophies, different models
philosophies.
that are
Okay,
out
gotcha.
there. A lot of departments create their own, and say, hey,
Okay.
this is what we want. In my experience, they're the most popular one that's been around,
Okay.
and it's mainly because it's the most intensive, and it's really all encompassing. And again, it's about accountability. What did the officer learn? Technically, if you wanted to, you could strap a gun on after you graduate from the academy, go out there and start working the road. But what kind of officer are you going to have? So we believe in getting that officer as much training before we get them out on the road. It also has different aspects of, a lot of times, if you in an FTO program, you have 2 people in a car, the trainee and the trainer. FTO. Once you start getting
What is
towards
that?
the end of that field training officer.
Gotcha.
Once you start getting to the end of that program, the officer is now in their own car and the FTO is following them in a different car. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but kind of is, because when you go to a call, that FTO now is standing back and say, okay, you're handling the call. So when you have 2 officers come out at the same time, usually people just, somehow they know and they gravitate towards the more experienced officer. They can just sense it. So they do it, and it doesn't give the FTO really any chance to evaluate, did the trainee really pick up anything in the last 9, 10, 11 weeks they were here. So now that FTO is responding to the call with them, but they're in a different car and they're stepping back.
I'm saying,
Yeah, here you go, fly.
I'm watching, but here you go.
But they're also still there to not only evaluate, to assist if they have to. So it really is a great program. It's been very successful. It's been around for years.
That explains why they got 2 police cars sitting behind one.
Yes.
That explains it.
Exactly. A lot of times that's what it is. A lot of times on social media, not necessarily with us, but other departments say, why do I have 2 officers respond to this? It's
I
a
know,
waste
you
of
get that,
money.
they got nothing else to do?
Yeah, there's a reason for it. There's a method behind the madness. We're also really concentrating on, you guys were talking about succession planning. I'm not getting any younger, DC's not getting any younger. So we are trying to really focus on our leadership and get them the advanced training. And 2 highlights of it this year was the command staff, our captains attended the very prestigious LEADA training. It's a 3-week program. They're not in consecutive weeks. It's 3 weeks. You can take whatever throughout your career when they're offered. But it's basically the first week is first line supervision, second is mid, and third is more towards like the captain level, command staff and chiefs. It's recognized throughout the country, and it's just one of the top-notch leadership trainings you could possibly get in law enforcement. And then, of course, you all had the presentation. DC Massey was our first Port Royal officer to attend and graduate and do very well at the FBI National Academy. So we're already talking about the next person that goes there. We're putting it out to a couple candidates, get us on the list. All reality, because it is so few and so hard to get in there, we're probably looking about another year, 2, 3 years before we're able to get somebody in there. But we're already starting the ball rolling, so the FBI knows, hey, we love it, we want to get back in there. One thing we concentrated on this past year was equipment and technology. We were able to put the mobile command trailer, you probably saw it out there on 4th of July. That's now up and running, 100% go. When it's not, we talked about taking care of the resources that we have. When it's not in use, we had a carport over at the building and grounds area, so it's not in the elements or anything like that. It's a lot of money invested there, doing our best to take care of it. But I think you've all seen that. All the officers now have new patrol rifles. The Colt platform, we did a lot of research into what to get. That was partially grant funded. Just recently, went to the Axon body-worn camera and in-car cameras. That was completely grant funded. We switched platforms. Axon is kind of the holy grail of body-worn cameras nationally. They're the biggest and the best. As you can see, it's not cheap. We got fully paid for through, well, all except for about $7,000 through a national grant. And these two gentlemen behind me, I gotta give them kudos. Somehow, the grant application fell through the cracks. We're constantly looking for new grants. We rely heavily on grants. Somehow it fell through the cracks. We had 2 days to put the grant together. In 2 days, these two wrote a grant from nothing, submitted it, and we won the grant. Wow. So it was very impressive. It was very impressive. Mobile trailer camera, that was also grant funded. I'm sure you've seen that out there. It's the big trailer with the lights. Not only is a camera, but we really use it as a deterrent. It really helps us out a lot. We went to Power DMS and other technologies. Again, that was partially funded. That is really a housing system for all our policies, procedures, things like that. Police One training platform we went to. That is online platform nationally known. Again, if there's any specific topics that we think officers need to use, they provide top-notch video training of thousands and thousands of topics. And what's nice about that is we can put it out department-wide, say, okay, everybody this month, we want you to concentrate on this, watch the video, you get a test, you talk to your supervisors about it, see what you learn, and also specific officers. If we do review body cameras every now and then, say, hey, you know, this officer could have done this a little bit better. We think it's a training issue. We can assign one officer one particular training. So it's really kind of nice to do that. Total grant funding we got last year was about $850,000, which when you really look at our budget, it's a lot of money. It's a huge percentage. Not included that were the grants that we did receive from the Department of Justice too, for also the assessments, and now they're working on our strategic plan too.
With grant funding in the world of, just so I know, just in the world of law enforcement, is that one, like where do those come from? Are they reoccurring? Are you, you know what I'm saying, so are there things that you can kind of plan on, or is it just every year you're looking for a brand new stuff? Like in
both. What's crazy is, right now, we're kind of what we consider our grant cycle, where we're now applying for all of them. Mm-hmm. It's kind of the busiest time, and those are the reoccurring. Okay. And we do kind of expect to get some of these reoccurring ones. However, we have to plan what happens if we don't, because they're definitely not a guarantee.
So there are reoccurring ones, and I guess, are these coming out of the federal government?
Mostly the federal government.
Or is there other total agencies that do provide grants for law enforcement?
K-9's a big one. Okay. There's all kinds of K-9 grants out there. So you're going to see a couple months from now, we'll have a presentation at Town Council where we're getting a vest for our dog, 100% paid for through a grant, through a private company.
Through a private company? Okay.
Through a private company. What other ones? Yeah, private companies are a big one, federal government, state government. Mm-hmm. We just got one through the MASC, I believe, for flashlights. Okay. And that was only a $1,000 grant, but you know what? That's $1,000 that didn't come out of our budget. It got us 15 new flashlights.
That'll get you some flashlights.
Yeah, absolutely. For them, there's several that are reoccurring, but we are constantly looking for them too. So if you guys ever hear of them, and whenever we go do these meet the chief things and stuff like that, a lot of business owners come there. So we're like, hey, if you ever hear anything that's popping around, you hear this company or whatever wants to sponsor somebody, we're happy to apply and talk.
Your opinion, because a lot of times, even most people, when I think about grants, I usually think of like nonprofits and stuff. So when they award grants in the law enforcement arena, are they looking at need? Are they looking at performance? Are they looking at what'd you do with the last one? Or is it, I mean, you know,
Both.
both, okay.
A lot of it is need.
Yeah.
So a lot of these federal and state grants, we're competing with much, in their eyes,
Yeah.
needier agencies.
No,
You know, they try to put the money where it's much needed. And then some are private companies, they're just, hey, I really like Port Royal.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you this chunk of change. It really depends. But when you go with the government-funded grants, those are usually based on needs, statistics, and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Specialty units that we improved on this past year, we now have an SRO in all 4 schools. Something to note about that too, that's all grant funded, so it's 4 officers, that's not coming out of our budget, that we're putting in all 4 of our schools. We added members to the county crime scene unit. We have our drone unit up and running. We, actually, before I got here, they won a very nice drone through a grant. So now we actually have a certified pilot. It's Corporal Garvin, I'm sure you're all familiar with him. It's not an easy program, so when you see him, give him a little pat on the back. It took him, how long, Cap, do you think it took him through?
About 4 months with the pre-training and the licensing.
Okay,
So
certified.
it's almost like going through a pilot's license.
He was doing that while also an FTO and we're obviously working his shift, so he really put a lot on his shoulders.
How big's the drone?
I mean, physically, it's about
Is
that
it?
big. It's a DJI.
But I bet he's like surgical with it now.
We're getting there. We have
Okay.
to.
You probably like come through this building.
Do you like the guys on the Olympics with it? Have you seen those
Not
guys?
yet.
Okay,
Not yet, but he's gonna get there.
Right.
He did a really great job with it.
cool.
So we're kind of just now that he got his, he just passed the test, the pilot's
Okay.
license test about a month ago. So now he's really getting out now and starting to use
Yeah,
it.
that's great.
As you see, we have our chaplain. We have the K-9 unit out there. That was, again, nothing out of our budget, came completely from the drug forfeiture fund. Social media team, which I think you've seen out there. We have the traffic unit, and that also is completely funded. Is it completely funded by the traffic grant?
Yes.
Completely funded by the traffic grant. And we were doing so well with the Marine unit, and then something we just don't like to talk about, but we had a little misstep there. So we've been searching for grants. I've reached out to our representatives in the State House and federal. So far, I have no luck finding grants to replace the boat. So that's something that we'll have conversations with over the next several weeks, several months of looking to replace the boat.
Can we
and
check
go with
with
separate
Charleston
options.
or any of the other agencies that have
Ben,
fleets?
did we explore
Yes.
that thing I sent you, that Berkeley County got for the fireboat? Maybe they have one for police?
I'm not sure. No, I did not forward that one, no.
We are also looking at, Captain back here just bought his own boat. So the company that he bought it from, he's in conversations with them to see, hey, you know, we'll be happy to slap your Marina logo on the back and put proudly donated by or assisted. So we're
God, we
looking for
only
a lot
had
of
a
options.
$1 billion
Sometimes they ask, right?
marina company in town. I mean,
I don't know what the problem is.
yeah, gosh.
Okay.
So we are looking, so if anybody does have those conversations, we talked about private funding. A lot of time that is something that a private company or corporation, if not fully out fund, gladly help some donations.
What's the probably, I guess, the estimated cost for an upfitted boat for a
To be
law
on the
enforcement?
safe side, we're probably looking about 70,000.
70?
That's all.
Man, y'all can have
Yeah,
my boat.
we cut it back for where we need to be. We can get it to where we need and fit our needs 100%. It's not skimping, right about 70,000.
Damn, I was thinking
With the
100.
boat
That's what I
plug,
was thinking.
With what?
with the boat plug.
Yes, with an extra plug.
I was counting storage. The ones that don't see.
So we're working on that. Obviously, over the past year, hopefully you've noticed the changes of rebranding the agency. Along with that, with the grant, like I talked about that I believe I sent everyone to you, we did win the grant for DOJ to come in and do an organizational assessment, which they had completed. And the really good things about that is it's a working document. They just don't come in here, do it, say, okay, here's your strengths, here's your weaknesses, good luck.
That's part of that program the lady interviewed us on?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Do we have access to that?
I gave you each a copy.
Okay.
If not, I can get you another one.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about it.
Okay. They break it down into 12 organizational areas with 45 actionable recommendations, and they put it into 1 to 3 year plan. So why I like that is we can look, as a command staff, look at those actionable recommendations and say, okay, we need to improve it in this. How long do we think it's gonna take? We think it's gonna take 6 months. Okay, who's now responsible for it? Captain Bunting, you're responsible for it. Doesn't necessarily mean he has to do it, he just has to make sure it gets done. And we revisit that every 3, 4, 5 months to make sure we're making progress to what they feel we need to make progress on. So it was really, to me as a chief, a very worthwhile study. Didn't cost us anything, and we're really using it to better the police department, not just for today, but for 3, 5, 10 years down the road. So if you haven't looked at it, please give it a glance over. I'd love to sit down and talk to you about it if you have any questions, because this is a living, breathing document that we're still using. One of the good things about it too is this was the first step to make sure we won, which was a harder one to win, a grant for someone to come in and write our 3, 5, 10-year strategic plan. So right now, we are going through that process. We have a team through the DOJ that is now working on our strategic plan. So as that progresses throughout the year, we'll keep everybody up to date. And then once the strategic plan is finalized, they will also come to council and give a demonstration, allow you guys to ask any questions that you might have. So everybody's kind of included on it. We restructured our hiring and promotional processes. And then, of course, obviously the new look with the rebranding, give a new kind of feel for the department, the uniforms, badges, patches, and the vehicle graphics.
The one before, do you have any timeline on when they'll be at council?
Yeah, I'm about halfway through
Okay.
it now with the doctor, so I would say, it's funny you said it, 'cause right now, when I get back from Florida, I'm leaving for Florida this weekend. When I get back, we have a Zoom meeting, and they want to schedule the travel dates.
Okay.
So that's something I'll work out with the town manager. It's probably, I would guess, about 3 months from now.
Okay, great, yeah. If you could just give us some little heads up on that so
Oh,
we
yeah.
can start getting those questions ready to,
Oh, yeah, it won't be a surprise.
okay, great, yeah.
Way in advance, definitely.
Put on a show for them.
Some of the quick goals for this year, 26, 27, is again, recruitment and retention and continuing with that training and professionalism. Those are probably the 2 big words that I believe in for me and my command staff. And my computer guy left his position.
Well, I want to say this, y'all did something the other night at the, at Community Bible, was it Community Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty cool. Will you talk a little bit about that? Will you just kind of share?
Actually, that's the picture right there.
Right,
Tim Tebow puts on a program nationally, and it's called the Night to Shine. Yes, it's basically, it could be different things. This one is for a prom theme. So anybody with special needs, there's really no age category to it. They have their own prom, and it's just amazing. And they ask for anybody in uniform. They like to have the military. Their military had a huge presence. The fire department takes part in it. And then, of course, myself, Deputy Chief Massey, and Administrative Sergeant Mason were there also. We escort people into the prom, make sure they're having a good time, and it's an amazing event. It's just
I
wonderful.
saw the pictures of that, it was very, very touching.
Probably attended by, what do you say, about 50, 60 attendees, a huge turnout.
This y'all second or third year doing it?
Second since I've been here.
That's what I thought.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's completely funded by Tim Tebow's Charitable Foundation.
That's
It's
what the
amazing.
that's Praise Assembly though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they host it. Oh, it's a great event. It's absolutely a great event. Next, please. A little synopsis of where we're at right now as far as manpower. We have 30 employees, but with that, remember, that doesn't mean that there's 30 cops on the ground answering calls. We have 1 civilian administrative assistant. She also handles litter. We have 1 class 3 part-time evidence and also does a evidence clerk and court security. We have 1 class 3 administrative sergeant, victims advocate, 4 SROs, which are grant funded, 1 traffic officer grant funded, and 1 volunteer reserve officer chaplain. So just kind of give you a synopsis of where we're at. Recruitment and retention, that's really another positive thing for this year, one of our goals. This budget year, we're going to have talks about our competitive starting wage. Over this past year, we found that our surrounding agencies have kind of goosed it up a little bit. Again, we're still kind of competing. We're in that weird market for law enforcement and firemen where we're all competing for the same people. And right now, our average, we're about $4,000 below our competitors around the area. With that, we need a comparable working wage. And again, I'll get into all kinds of details with this later as I have conversations with the town manager. But as the rank increases, so does the large percentage of the gap in salaries. And a problem, the biggest problem I see with that is even if we have the starting salary come in, again, you've got that year to get the officer just on the road. Now, in my opinion, you've got 3 to 5 years before that officer, in my mind, is a legitimate police officer, is out there making strong decisions, 100% correct, minimal supervision, things like that. And that's even before they would go into a supervisory role. At that point is where the gaps really get large. So you could have a sergeant or a lieutenant, even a corporal, leaving our agency to go to a surrounding agency for a substantial difference in paycheck, $10,000, $15,000 difference. And it's kind of hard to argue, as great as we can build our culture, it's hard to argue, why wouldn't you go? And that's something that, and it's not just Port Royal, all agencies, we're all competing with each other is the problem. But the gaps are getting increasingly larger, and it's something that we're going to need to look at because we are building this great foundation. And when we're hiring these great people, we redid our hiring practices, we redid our training. We're getting the top-notch people. Can we keep them 5 years from now? For the rest of mine and the DC's career, we'll probably hold them, but what about when we leave, just because of that time span, 3 to 5 years. But once we leave too, are they going to stay? Or is it just too competitive to go someplace else? So that's something that we're going to be discussing this next couple of years, this next year.
30 right now?
30.
What would be max? Like, just 30, you got 30 employees. What would you like to see?
Right now, today, if I could have a magic wand, I'd be comfortable with 35 sworn officers on the road.
Okay.
But
That's aside from our administrative functions, right?
Yes.
Our victims advocates.
No,
and
not, yeah, for the victims advocate, yes.
That doesn't
But that
count
would
to
include
35.
command staff, the chief, all that. That would not include like the evidence clerk, the chaplain, the SROs, people like that.
So we're looking probably more 45, 47 total staff. That's including everybody.
Today,
Because I think our budget is what is I was gonna ask if you had to put a number on that pay gap generally on the department, what that looks like.
today 35 would suffice.
Got it.
But what you're looking at is with the new port coming in and the amount of residents, the clinic, what happens over here at Naval Hospital, that's good for today. 5 years from now, without having official numbers, you're probably looking at an agency more size of 45, 50 officers. to
Right, I
handle
mean,
the
and we
calls.
have to consider that we have those apartments coming up, the all-new single-family housing developments that are coming on Castle Rock, and those aren't small, they're 127 units for
Right.
single-family homes, times 3 per, that's about 400 population increase there.
It's a huge population increase.
Right, I mean, again, yeah, that's, I get it.
So
Okay.
yeah, today I'd be very comfortable with 35 officers. However, if you're looking towards the future, which that's what we're trying to do, we really need to build a department for 40, 45, 50 officers.
How many are we down now?
8.
That's where we were last year,
We lost 4 last year and we hired 4.
Would this building in its current size accommodate 45, 50 officers?
No.
Okay. Like I said, good to know.
Yeah.
Think about the future.
No, yeah, and we've had conversations already with the town administration for the future. It's time to start having those conversations and start thinking about it. Because I've been through a couple of police department bills, and you're looking about a 5-10 year plan to really get a department
Could you have
up
a
and running.
satellite
Yeah, I was
building
about to
or
ask about
satellite
that.
office or something? Like-
You get, right now, in my opinion, it wouldn't be beneficial.
Okay.
5-6 years from now, it may be.
A satellite office somewhere.
Yeah, like a substation.
Yeah,
substation,
substation out
okay.
on 170 or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And have I don't know what the number is, but.
Officers stationed out
So
that
the
way.
number, a certain number out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely plausible, definitely for the future, where we're at right now with our response times, structure, it's just, in my mind, it's not the best way to go.
Okay.
But definitely something in the future.
Yeah.
And the one thing we're doing, because even, we talk salaries, and that's great, but we all know the more money we make, the more money we spend, it's never enough. So I agree that we have to really work on the atmosphere and get officers, and that's part of our hiring practice, is we want to keep the officers here, not just for the money. You got to have them here because they want to be here. And I really think that the group of officers that we have here, we try to keep that communication flowing. They love Port Royal. They really do. And so far, when we have hired these new officers, as much as we put out, the signs and the advertising and things like that, what we found is the word of mouth from our officers is really what's getting other officers in the door. They're happy to be here, and we need to keep that. We need to make them, this is their department. It's the officers' department. It's the officers' town. What can we do to make it better besides just a financial gain? So we're really working on that, and I think we're making some good strides in that.
Great.
One of these big purchases I want to mention this year is training and professions, the purchase of a new RMS system, record management system. Basically what that is in a nutshell, it's our internal storage for all of our information, anybody we deal with, any calls we go on. It's how we write our reports. It's where we store our reports. It does things like keeping track of our evidence, keeping track of our training, keeping track of court documents for the court. It's basically our police department's living and breathing computer system. We use a system called LawTrack. It's been around forever. They're going away. They're closing up shop. So we're not the only ones. There's how many? 70. There's 70 agencies in the same boat. So they're all scrambling now to figure out, what do we do? And we really had no advance notice. Captain McCowan, and again, I give credit where credit's due, he heard the rumors going over about 6-7 months ago. So he came to me and said, I want to start looking into RMS systems because there's literally hundreds of systems out there. He did it, and it's boring, monotonous, labor-inducive work to research these systems. He narrowed it down to the top 20 that he really wanted to take a close look at, narrowed it down some more, brought in command staff. We narrowed it down to about the top 3 systems that we're interested in. Our objective was, when we started looking, don't look at price at this point. Find out, what do we need as a police department? Forget about price. Once we start narrowing it down, then we have to come back into the reality. Okay, what can we realistically afford for the town, and what would fit our needs? To give you an example, the systems cost to start them up, that is just to get them in the door, bring in their hardware, bring in all their other technology, is anywhere from $50,000 to $250,000. That's the initial check just to get the ball rolling. Then after that, you have annual costs of about $15,000 to $75,000 per year to keep the programs up and running. That's what it costs. Without concentrating on the costs, just on what we believe that the department needs, I'm very happy and relieved to say that our top 3 and our top 2 choices are in the medium to the low end. So even without cost, what can fill our needs are the lower cost systems. So that's a big plus.
Not just do these, go ahead, Mary Beth, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Is there any grants out there for that?
Not that we've been able to find. No, Captain, am I misspeaking?
There was one system that offered some possible grant assistance with some strings attached to that. But the system that it was not one that would fit the needs of our department. But beyond that, there's not any specific ones that I've been able to locate.
Do the platforms that we're considering, will they essentially receive our old records and maintain those, or is LawTrack gonna just archive those for us? Because I imagine if it tracks evidence, there's records of
Right, that was part of
cases for us.
that was part of the narrowing down, those things. What will accept our current barcoding systems and things like that, what won't. So that was a big thing in it. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 of the systems that we're looking at now, our top 2, both will accept our evidence, and both will accept most of our law track data. There's gonna, they self-admittedly, there's gonna be some issues and some hiccups, but they're gonna accept the vast majority of it. One of the things we're looking at is it going to be two different systems? Because the law track information, and again, you know I'm not a technical guy, so jump in. Some of the systems, the law track information will basically just be archived. So we would still have access to the information in that system, but you can't access it, right, they don't talk to each other. So we're looking at systems that will integrate law track information into the new system, so it's a one search platform, but also there may be some where it's either a hybrid, some will, some won't, depending on what we're willing to pay for, and there are some that just say, no, it won't, and you're gonna have to have two systems, and they just won't be able to talk to each other.
The systems that we're looking at specifically, one of them would integrate basically all of it. The other, we would, for cost, we would likely bring over probably like the last 5 years of law track reports as live reports, so that they're still editable and workable, because when we have cases that are 5, 6 years old, just pending general sessions. And then the stuff further back that we still obviously don't want to lose record of, but don't have an active need for, would be archived, which just means that those reports would be searchable in like a PDF format.
It's a big undertaking, and you know, every system's like buying a car. One's got this, one's got this. What can you live with? What are your really your needs compared to your wants and things like that?
I don't, again, you guys are, and it's being forced on you, and I get it, but I'm doing that with property management right now, and I only got 27 properties, and I'm about to go jump off, you know, the lowest tree branch in my tree, but, I mean, it's still pretty stressful, so I can appreciate that you guys are looking at this like we got, and you gotta do it, it's being forced on you.
Yeah,
and I can
there's no
appreciate
choice.
that. And so, you know, my question was really to how much, all the stuff that your staff already does, how much are these systems gonna tax them more to bring some of that stuff in if they're having to kind of hand jam some of those? But again, the captain answered that. He's gonna be able to bring stuff over as live reports, and then the stuff that we understand that we just need to reference or just to keep generally archived can become just that, archived. We have access to that, we can still interact with it, but again, I'd hate to have a system or adopt a system that just says, and then we lose something that becomes critical maybe later, so.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
Austin just had a case overturned 34 years ago, you know, and it was a pretty critical case. And those are the things that, I mean, if justice is gonna run its course, we wanna be the department that lets it run its entirety, and stay true to that, so.
Absolutely.
This is one of the critical components to it through management systems, so
Absolutely.
thanks for that information.
And one last time I'll, because his head's gonna be way too big, I give the captain kudos again. 70 other agencies are in the same boat, but what's crazy is, as far as I know, he's the only one that started hearing the rumors several months ago and started this process. These other agencies, they're calling him and say, what system are you going with? Why? He started this research months and months and months ago, where a lot of these other agencies are just now beginning it. So kudos to the captain. He saw the writing on the wall and he jumped on it, and we're in a pretty good spot to where I'm pretty confident we can find exactly what's gonna fit us the best. So.
Good job.
Great.
What's the X date?
So our contract with Law Track expires at the fiscal year, because that's when we renew every year. So July is when we will likely go unsupported with Law Track. We still have not gotten definitive word from the company that bought them. That's a major issue that I have with them, but they are not being very forthcoming with their information. But in all likelihood, come July, they will not renew our Law Track contract. Now, that doesn't mean that Law Track goes away. Law Track is on our server in the building. We would just go unsupported. We would no longer have any tech support, and we wouldn't receive any updates, because every year it updates with new statutes and things like that. So we would have a grace period after July where we would be all right, but we're already in the process of looking for a new one, so we're ahead of the curve.
And also with that, once it cuts off and you come to a new system, it's not a matter of plug and play. Okay, now you're on this system. You could be looking up to 7, 8, 9 months to a year to integrate that new system. So it's a very lengthy process. And I think that was
Good luck.
it. Yep.
Well, the attorney thing,
Oh, yeah, the attorney. We did start up using an attorney for legal questions for the police department and also, more importantly, for prosecutorial help in court. It worked out good. We had some hiccups, which you knew we would. Became not very cost effective. Those attorneys and billable hours caught up to us. And so we decided to revamp the program a little bit. We put out a RFP for more attorneys to submit something to us to, again, help us with legal issues and also to help with the court. We did narrow it down to one person who currently works for the solicitor's office, and actually have a meeting with them at 2 o'clock to finalize, well, to discuss some things. And if we can get them on board, I'll be meeting with the town manager to see if we can work it in the budget, and we'll go from there. So we are working on legal services. A lot of it's not just the court, it's also, I mentioned that block training, just for legal updates, search and seizure law, all those things, legal questions that we may have. So we're looking to put an attorney with us for the next year.
And would they gonna be like a full-time with you, or they're
No.
gonna still be with the solicitor's office? and
Still with
then handle
solicitor's
this?
office, yeah.
Okay.
It's structured so it's a as-needed process. Really how it should work is when the officers have cases set for trial, set for jury trials, whatever, Captain Bunting sits down with the officers, with the court, and they kind of, we call triage the cases. What cases can the officers handle, which cases are a little bit more complicated, usually they're DUI cases or something out of the ordinary, that maybe we need an attorney to look at and to help with plea negotiations or working the case or whatever, and then that's when we bring them in. So it would be an as-needed type of thing.
What,
Oh, shit. That budget's getting
what's
cut.
the,
Thank God
out of all
for
the calls,
income.
what do you see the most of? Like, what's taking up the time? Is it DUIs, is it domestic violence, is it
DUIs,
drunken publics, is it fights, is it?
Captain Bunting, you want to jump in?
Like trial?
No,
just
well, yeah,
volume.
Calls
just
for
overall
service?
volume and then trial, yeah, that's
Well, for trials, the one gets already diagnosed is DUI.
DUIs, they wanna get those dropped, yeah.
Right. But I mean, our call volume is pretty.
It's pretty steady.
diverse.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's all over the
So
place.
it's all over the place, and I mean, a lot of it is also social media. So
Gotcha.
erratic policing.
Okay. Do we have certain areas around town that get more calls than others?
It kind of fluctuates.
Okay.
Yeah, it's,
You know what I'm saying? Are there hot spots, I guess I don't know what you would
It's
call them.
Seasonal.
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of it's seasonal, a lot of it, and I don't know how to say this politically correct. The village tends to take more attention,
Okay.
not necessarily criminal activity, but more calls for service, a lot of quality of life issues,
Okay.
things like that. So we spend a lot of our time in the village, and it's funny, we were actually talking about grants. I've been looking for, so far I've had no luck, what used to be called COP grants, Community-Oriented Policing Grants, to get an officer fully funded and committed down to the village area. But that would have to be, funded
But these
through a
calls,
grant.
the calls in these villages, this is not 911, these are people calling the non-emergency.
Yeah, trash complaints.
I got
My neighbor's parking
My
on my
neighbors.
lawn, things like that,
Gotcha.
which are valid.
I
I'm not
gotcha.
saying,
No, I
don't
gotcha.
call us or things like that.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
just, we seem to get more from the population in this small area.
Okay.
So it takes a lot of our time. When you only have 2 or 3 officers actually working the
Yeah.
road, it takes away from other neighborhoods.
So they're not being able to sit doing
Good calls.
traffic. Or
Right.
speeding.
Right, because you could be sitting on the
They
bridge,
can't be out there running the radar.
hitting speeders, and you get a call for a trash complaint, or a barking dog, or,
Yeah.
I just can't get along with my neighbor.
Gotcha.
Which are valid, and
I
we're
understand.
happy to respond, but it is time consuming.
That's good to know.
How's our new K-9 working out?
Great, knock on wood, great.
Good.
Had a lot of drug hits,
Good.
doing great, better than I even planned.
Good.
Outstanding. Hopefully you see her and the dog up at any kind of the community events, stopping by, saying hi.
Tell Rocky he's gotta get those drug hits or his funding's done.
He's getting them.
There's treats.
He's getting them. And he's being called out by Beaufort and the Sheriff's Department too, because we have mutual aid agreements with everybody. Whoever's got a dog working, they'll call. So Fort Royal have a dog, Beaufort have a dog.
And y'all train them too.
They all train, every Wednesday, they all train. That's even down in Bluffton. Bluffton, Hilton Head, Beaufort, Hardyville, they all train together.
Nice. And so, outside of budgeting, which we'll talk about, when the budget comes up, is there anything else you need from us, or what we could be doing better for y'all?
No, I can't say enough. I think you guys brought up earlier about councils and getting along, and I think that's one thing that the officers here are seeing. Because when they talk to other officers, it's apparent, and I've seen it through my entire career. Town administration can't get along with council, council can't get along with the police department, council can't get along with each other, and nothing gets done, and everybody suffers.
Okay.
I said, you don't understand how great it is that when we have events, we always see a minimum of one council person. Somebody from the town administration's there. The officers, we have great support. So just keep doing what you're doing and tell us when you don't like what we're doing so we can fix it. Don't let it build or fester. We'll do whatever we can to make it better. And just keep showing the officers the support. They're the ones out there doing it. And let me tell you, they see it. They see it, they know it, they tell us, man, we see council people out there. And it
Got
makes
enough
them
ammo?
want to do it.
You got plenty of ammo?
We got plenty, we got a lot of bullets,
All right, good.
plenty of ammo.
Rubber bullets?
Rubber bullets too.
Well, good. Thank y'all for what you do. It's good to see y'all
For police?
at festivals, at events, and out in public, just generally out in public. It's good to go over the bridge and see the cars. I love the new cars. It's good to see you at all the parades and events that we have. It's been good. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you,
Appreciate that.
thank you. We
That's
appreciate
community
it,
policing.
I think so.
appreciate it.
So, all right, well,
Yeah.
we're wrapping up that, so we're done with those two departments. I'm guessing going forward with the departments, you're kind of.
I'm it.
You got all of them, okay. So, and I just say that to
I'm
let
seeing some of
you-
these for the first time.
And I got, yeah, so I understand. Thank you for filling in. We got some, some sicknesses, that happens. We gotta adapt and modify, so, but I just wanna let you gentlemen know, thank y'all so much for being here. We do have food if you wanna eat, but I know you gentlemen, it's Friday afternoon, y'all got departments to run. Do not feel like y'all need to hang out with us here the rest of the day. We're gonna plow, we're gonna get in planning, public works, just some stuff like that. So just don't feel like you need to stay if you wanna grab something to eat, but at the same time, I know y'all are busy, so feel free to get on out of here. It's 1 o'clock on a Friday, so, all right? So, thank y'all, yes, sir,
Thank y'all.
thank y'all.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank y'all.
And now Van's got the floor.
Oh, no, y'all go grab something to eat.
Do we wanna, eat and keep going?
Yeah, I think we maybe, well, give me 10 minutes to eat.
To eat?
Yeah. If you don't mind.
Hey, I got it.
Sure. All right, the next department that we were going to cover, obviously is judicial. I'm just gonna run through some of the numbers that Tracy provided for me. In calendar year '25, they disposed of a little over 2,100 cases. We're still utilizing the PTI program through the solicitor's office, as well as alcohol education and traffic education programs. We do utilize the Alive at 25 for our younger drivers to give them an opportunity. We all know the implications of tickets and insurance costs, so if we can educate them a little bit without creating a penalty for some stupid mistakes, we do. Obviously, we still fund the judge and his continued learning credits that he has to have. We are working on our national certification in court management. Obviously, she's attending whatever required ongoing administration training that she needs. We did purchase a new metal detector. The one we had was toast, so it's now in the lobby. And obviously, we've updated our computers and softwares to be compliant. Just a couple of the things we've got going on. Public defender, we obviously contracted that locally. We have the conflict attorney as Carol Miller. I guess that's basically kind of an interim sort of solution. But Lucas Pollock is handling the lion's share of those cases. We have 83 cases pending, jury trials, general sessions, including conditional discharges and provisional programs. And anticipated for the upcoming year, we'll be looking at some new software for court, probably in tandem with what we're seeing with LawTrack. And just something to mention, when we do go from LawTrack to this other software, if any of you use the multi-court index to look at records, once we switch over, our cases will be shown in the multi-court index. If you don't know now, because we're on LawTrack, they aren't there. So anyways, but that's what I have in court. Any questions about that?
Luke, how long, I know we appointed Luke, how long has he been there now, a year?
No, it's been less than that.
Less than
Yeah. So we'll figure out if it's a good utilization, and if that pricing is appropriate, and if we need to revisit it, we will.
How many cases, I mean, not how many cases, but how was the number of top?
83. Which one?
Sorry, the total.
Disposed of 2,133 cases. And I will just say that our fine numbers are up this year. And I say this every year during these retreats, and I wanted to say this during the police department's presentation, because a lot of people think that ticket revenue somehow runs police departments. I can say that after the appropriations were supposed to apply to the state happened, we cleared less than $200,000 a year on fines. And as you all know, our police department budget is tenfold of that. So it's not the revenue.
That money goes
generated,
towards
which is
the victims fund.
I'd like to use this example is if you rate a ticket for $100, it has to be written for $207 and some change, because those are the add-ons that the state requires of us. So what typically happens, we all know a ticket will get reduced normally to 2 points and about $80. So in that $80, we have to get our ticket revenue, and that includes that 107% assessment attached to it. So a ticket typically generates less than $40.
And Tracy does an amazing job, and like I said, gets recognition, and
Yeah.
Karen Grimsley are doing great. We're continuing to talk about growth. Could she use help?
At this point, I would say no.
Okay.
I think we're fine right now.
She's good? Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if at some point,
Right.
some assistant. Okay, all right, but if she's good, cool.
Yeah. All right, I believe, let me go back to the agenda real quick. I believe it's planning next. It is. All right, so let's go planning department. Slideshow. And I just saw this about 10, 15 minutes ago.
So you're ready to discuss it?
Yeah.
All avenues?
But, we continue to have ongoing dialogue with how things are moving forward in the town. We face the challenges that other municipalities and counties are in the state of South Carolina, the fastest growing state in the country. And we're one of the fastest growing counties in that state. So right now, we have about 1,160 dwelling units permitted or under construction prior to the moratorium. We have 168 dwelling units under review since the moratorium was lifted in November, and that's kind of a mix of all housing types. We have a 100-room hotel that we talked about a little bit earlier that's permitted at Midtown. We have 82,000 square feet of commercial space under review, and obviously we're looking at expansions on both Bridges and the Riverview campuses. This is just kind of an overview of those projects. Take a look at those when you can. We'll forward this presentation. It's in the folder.
It's in the folder.
But it gives you an idea of what the status are on those, but you can see we've got quite a bit that we're contemplating at the moment. And, Joey's been very helpful to Noah.
I was gonna ask Noah about that, how that was going.
It's going well.
What he's been able to offload.
Yeah, we're, he
Turn it back.
He-
You're fine.
Yeah, he picks up, more of the kind of the routine day-to-day stuff while Noah's able to focus on some of the larger concept issues. But you can see that's a list of a project there that we're reviewing, different statuses, either, permit issued, under construction completed, or in review, so.
Where is that, Hyatt Studios located, going to be located, or proposed to be?
At High Tide Drive, that's right near Waffle House, in the glass place.
Someone just asked me about that, and I told them I didn't know nothing about it.
Well, and we talked about it, I mean, that's up there, that diversity, I mean, look in there, you got.
Well, and it's just like Rob was talking about, we have a lot of places that are visited
Yeah.
in Port Royal, but we don't have the hotels
Mm-hmm.
to support them staying in town. So this is an opportunity to pick up some of that.
No, that's great, the hotel, but I'm just looking at just overall residential, you got single family, you got multifamily, you got, what did I see, townhomes, mixed use,
Yep.
commercial, that's a pretty good, and you got the schools growing too, so it's a good, you're not just seeing one thing.
Right.
It's a good, mix of that diversity of residential opportunities for people.
Yeah,
Whether
obviously-
whether they're renting, buying, whatever they are, whatever they're looking for, looks like we've got something coming down the pipe.
Right, and not listed there is obviously the VA clinic, so.
Yeah,
Add that to the list.
Now, what about the Grover Hill, the single family? That's a townhouses
Yep, yeah.
there. Aren't they gonna be doing that soon?
Well, it's under construction
Next to
now.
Zephyr, right?
Yeah,
yeah, Grover Hill Townhomes, 120
I saw the
units.
Yeah.
townhomes, but I didn't think they had,
There's the,
yeah, they are,
it's called Zephyr Apartments of Grover Hill
Right.
Multifamily.
absolutely. Yeah, permits issued for that.
So I think it's up there, the Overland Reserve, no? It's a single-family townhome.
Yeah.
And then Carolina Lakes is
Yeah,
the
you
one
got,
right
yeah,
across
Overland
the
Reserve,
street.
which is single-family townhomes, you look under, a little bit further down, like you said, Zephyr Apartments, that's 264 units, they're under construction right now. Yeah,
Over Hill's getting some action.
it is, and I think you will see eventually signalization there.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
That's a pretty wild intersection.
Yeah, and if you think about it,
That
it
is
is,
squirrely over there.
it is a good secondary
Cut through.
cut through to get you over to Savannah. For those of you
Yeah.
that have to do that in the morning, sometimes you bypass it and go up Grove Hill and hook a left.
Yep.
What has baffled me, though, and has nothing to do with us, but I saw that they did the re-signalization of like 170 and Castle Rock Road, and they put turn arrows, but they never are dedicated arrows, they're just blinking.
I think they're probably maybe being proactive in anticipation, maybe some additional construction, and then they'll activate those signals.
There is, or there was, when I was on the school board, there, and I think Van is right, that they're leaning forward on what's happening. So that intersection at Bridges, to get into Bridges, Joe Fraser's supposed to come back out there. So the Joe Fraser Road where it cuts off, Beaufort County Operations had it planned to come all the way to 170 and make that a four-way traffic intersection. Well, so Bridges was requesting traffic signal there, and Beaufort County brought them in and showed them kind of their plan ahead, and that's what it was showing there, to feed, what's the one, right behind Bridges, that road, not Grover?
Grover Hill.
Is it
The
Grover?
one on
Gopi.
No, Castle
Get
Rock.
the-
Gopi.
So, yeah, so there's gonna be a road that kind of comes through that light and feeds through the school to get to Gothi Hill. So there is, I think Van is right, that's just leaning ahead for them a few years, but that's in their comprehensive.
Yeah,
plan to
more
bring
access.
signalization down.
Trying to turn.
I don't know if you can answer these or not, but I've had a couple people reach out to me, Kent's Court, especially when they dropped that excavator up there this week. What project is that?
There is no project, it's
I
just a
think
cleanup.
they were just cleaning.
All right, you saw that excavator?
Yeah, there's no project. If it's not on that list,
Okay.
it's not, and there anything other than being cleaned up.
Okay, all right, that's cool. And then the entrance at the preserve, which project is that? Did you go into the
The
preserve?
townhomes they want to do.
Yeah.
They're moving forward with their Carolina.
They already got the silt fencing and all that stuff put up in there. They're starting to clear some of that off a little bit. I just wondered if you knew what one that was called.
I'm looking to see if it's up on that list.
Carolina Lake, there's a lot of activity there.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that is all slated for townhome. That was always anticipated between the preserve apartments and the backside of what's now Beaufort Memorial
Yes.
and Venus. That
Yes.
is all supposed to be like a traditional townhome or garden housing.
Right.
Yeah. Can't remember the specific term right now.
Well, I just
Okay.
want to say something really quick that, kind of kudos to this council and looking forward to the future and knowing that that construction's coming. We got a tree ordinance in place.
Yeah.
We've got updated building codes and people are still building. Remember what people said when we were trying to do those things?
Right.
And look at what's happening.
They're
People
not
are
coming.
building and every single person up there now is gonna have to operate within those ordinances, save those trees, build those multifamilies within, the standards of the new code. So I just, again, just to kind of say that, I thought that was really
And the diversity of build too, I mean, you
it's
look at
really-
it, it's like, it's holistically kind of inclusive.
It really was great for this council to kind of look forward to be able and push those things through, so. Because, some of those, we did have some pushback on some of that stuff, but again, like I said, look at it. I mean, people are building and now they gotta build the right way, so.
Yeah.
There we go. We good here?
Yeah.
And then obviously, we're required, by state statute to update our comprehensive plan.
When's that coming up?
I don't know the specific date on that, but I think we're nearing.
When was the last one? Yeah,
nearing it.
well,
It has to be reviewed every 5 years, obviously, and then a big rewrite every 10 years. And obviously, those are the significant elements that are
and when we
included.
do that, we'll have the open houses and.
Oh, well, it'll start at the planning commission level.
Start at the planning commission and then have the open houses and
Oh, yeah,
include
absolutely.
everybody.
Oh, yeah.
These are the other elements that are incorporated in that update or the rewrite. Population, economic development, natural resources, cultural resources, community facilities, obviously priority investment. And something that NOAA is participating now is this whole resiliency group. You probably know more about that than I do. Yeah. So these are all things that are incorporated in that comp plan. And obviously, I think this kind of answered the question you just asked. I think we're in the 5-year review, which is going to be coming up here shortly. And that just gives you an idea of the process as we move through. So as you mentioned, public open house.
I remember them well.
Yeah, exactly. And these are some of the near-term department goals that NOAA's identified. Finalize the sidewalk program for the policy update. There's some things that they want to clean up in that sidewalk program. They want to finalize that inventory and identify those gaps so we can go ahead and start filling those in the sidewalk program. They want to draft a traffic calming program policy, draft a retail district ordinance for Paris Avenue and update the fee schedule. Apply for assistance from the South Carolina Forestry Commission for tree canopy mapping. This is obviously, if we get those sort of things, it opens the door for additional grants. Like I just mentioned, NOAA's participating in these regional efforts for transportation and resiliency. We're still looking at the code, as was discussed several years ago as one of the priorities that we identified, is updating the code from time to time. And those are things that he's participating in. And obviously, we try to keep up to date with the training with the staff.
The draft retail district ordinance for Paris Avenue, I think that's great. That kind of goes with a lot of what we talked about earlier. I'll mention it again, because I was going to say it during miscellaneous, but I'm trying to move stuff off. We talked about it before, if you could just reiterate to me, I hear that. Looking into, we've talked about some sort of formula district. Based on like what, I think have been sent Folly Beach is what we did. I think we talked about that last year in our goals. And essentially, so everyone knows what that is, it reduces any kind of chain restaurants in certain areas. So it encourages local ownership of restaurants, shops, and I think in the certain areas of the town that makes sense. I mean, you can limit it to, literally the village to where you put that in, and so we've talked about that before, and so if that's something he could consider in that retail district. Again, it's limited in space, you can really define what a chain is. Some of them, I've looked at other ordinances that say any place that has over 10 locations or 5 locations, and then there's things that the location, there can be more than 5, but they have to be distinct, so you're really just not getting those, box where it's just like, it looks like every other place, I think we always wanna try and keep Port Royal cool, coastal, far from ordinary, and so just having a building that you can go see anywhere else is not, so, just wanna mention that one, so I don't have to say it, so I don't have to mention it. Miscellaneous.
And that's all he had.
What I was gonna ask him, because I think the picture I was gonna ask him how he's seeing the new code ordinances work through the system, and it looks like they're working through well, so.
Yeah.
It is, and, we're gonna have a presentation on the audit, and obviously, the moratorium had an impact on those particular revenue line items, fees collected, impact fees, but I will tell you that we had a significant, jump in, business license fees, which more than covered where we were, so.
Well, do you think, it's old news about it, do you think the planning department appreciated that moratorium?
Yeah, it allowed us to kind of take a breath.
That was the point of it.
Yeah, so that was incredibly helpful.
Right.
Let's see, all right. Next, just on building codes, we have been actively trying to recruit that position for the chief building official.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you that the numbers that we've seen are outrageous, but we do think we have a candidate to fill that position. He was on the verge of responding positively, but he had something come up personally. We have agreed to work with him, give him some time to address that issue, but we hopefully will see him come on board in a couple of months. He has all of the certifications, so there will be no need to pursue passing the CBO test, which is quite challenging from what I've seen for the last 4 or 5 years. So once we get him on board, we will have a CBO in-house. We'll still work with Safe Build because of the volumes of work that we see. But I think, we're always looking, as the mayor mentioned, it converge, streamlining our permitting process, and when we take some of that stuff in-house, we can do that. I will say Self-Built has been very responsive and really good to work with. But that is on the horizon as well. Codes, obviously we kind of bifurcated litter with some of the other quality of life code issues. You may see us get a little bit more aggressive in the coming year on some of that, and when that happens, y'all get phone calls. But understand we're responding to complaints and code issues as best we can. Sometimes when people call, and you heard the chief talking about the attention to downtown.
Yeah, that was
that he gets.
interesting to hear.
Not all of those complaints are valid.
Yep.
And we have to explain the code. Typically, when there is a code violation, the discretion built in the ordinances is to allow the person to remedy that code violation, typically within a 10-day window. So we don't normally go out there and write a ticket. Our philosophy is not to gather revenue from code violations, it's to remedy the violation and get it addressed. We don't always satisfy everyone with that remedy, but as you pointed out as well, we're still a very diverse community with some people that go to work every single day, and we have some people that stay at home every single day. And so the priority for some of them sometimes is people that are working all day long to deal with some of their code issues that might have to wait till the weekend. And we will continue to work with those people on those issues. So, but it's a work in progress, and I've been pretty emphatic about sometimes using the hammer to get compliance when you need to.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the really, didn't we have a guy from like Alaska or something that fell through, but it's been a few people that have
Oh, yeah,
fallen
we
through.
had Alaska, then we just had a recent retirement. So, I mean, we've been scouring the country.
That's why I mean, I know you're doing everything you can do, but if you get that person in there, that's really helpful because they're on the ground every day. They're building those relationships.
Yeah.
So then they know when to use the hammer. They know when somebody's
Right.
intentionally acting a certain way, or when someone's just making an honest mistake, or
Yeah.
when someone's, and whereas if you just got somebody different coming in every single day, they're not having that relation. They're just not used to it. They don't know how to treat the situation. They got to come in and be a hammer on everything because they don't have any idea what's going on.
And to be honest, we still, our philosophy, and it will always be, we try to find a way to say yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Love that.
And we will continue to do that. So, and this is the extent of the presentation I got on Public Works.
Wow. Let's don't break our hand.
So, anyways, I think what this is garbage bags.
Oh, okay.
And that may be a reflection on how well y'all have funded Public Works in the last few years with the lift and the other equipment.
Nice.
Jeff isn't going to ever come in here and make a big ask.
He never.
And so,
Jeff would rather do it himself than to ask for something.
yeah, but we have Amber and Nieves in the office. It's been helpful in trying to get, organized in terms of purchasing and responsiveness.
Yeah.
Bulk pickup, those sorts of things.
She's doing a good job.
So, one of the things that I'm really trying to have improved was when we're circulating amongst these parks and facilities, to open your eyes.
Yeah.
And see if the swing set is missing a link, or there's a hole, or, I need you, I'm not asking you to do something when you're there, but write it down. And what we're trying to do now is have Amber circulate amongst all these facilities to do those sorts of things.
Some of that's what you need to, and then that is just, you gotta get out of the truck and maybe go sit on the swing,
Right, right.
I'll never forget, I worked for a restaurant one time, and the owner would make us do this, you gotta prep your area, get ready, get your section ready.
Yeah.
And it was a great exercise that he said, you look at your table, you look at it as the server, he's like, go sit in the seat, sit down at the table as the customer, and then just look around
Yeah.
and see what you see. It was a great kind of,
I have a
I
check.
noticed that window's dirty, that wasn't my window, but now I see that, and so kind of that, like you said, go
Yeah.
walk the park, But, okay.
Well, maybe create them a checklist. I have a
We have
checklist.
We have checklists, we have pens, we have pads, we have booklets, we have, you name it.
He's got everything you
Yeah,
need.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's the extent of Public Works.
How's the site looking over there? How's their?
It's looking okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We've had to back off on that particular drainage project,
Okay.
just because we've got other priorities, we've got so many other capital items, which is gonna lead into a little bit of discussion. And we'll probably cover it under miscellaneous, but, as our responsibilities expand, we are contemplating, the addition of a capital project officer. Somebody that would manage a lot of the construction components of this. We can get it through the RFP, get it rolling, but it'd be nice to have eyes on it comprehensively. I will say, you know, Michael's fantastic, but he's the engineer. We did have somebody in-house that was helping manage some of the projects, but unfortunately, the gentleman passed away. He's a great guy. And he's struggling to fill that position also. But I think we need that on the ground, and I also think that person could assist with Public Works, with a little guidance relative to maintenance management, those sorts of things. And then the last item that we were going to talk about a little bit is we are trying to play catch up with, I'm not going to go through these documents. I think they're basically bids, and I want to put that up on the screen.
Okay.
The scanning in of all of our town documents, we need to play catch up with that, get it all digitized and available. We have 400 boxes of records, and
Got index cards still?
you name it. One of the first things I found out is we had a trailer that we got somehow that was on the Public Works yard. And wherever we need to go find records, we'd go down there and walk this trailer. And I walked in one time and watched several things scurry around, and I was like, we're not doing this anymore. So Lisa's working on the update to those records. So we'll get that accomplished as well.
Okay.
But administratively, you know, we're gonna talk about this a little as well, as the challenges of space in the building. And we have the ability to handle probably 2 or 3 more staff members there, but that's gonna be about it. But in terms of function, we're doing well, and we're staying on top of things.
You guys are doing
We're
well.
always too poor to get fat, so
Yeah, no, you guys are doing it.
it is what it is. Well, that's what I have, you know, just through the department budgets or presentations. And so I guess we can transition into the rest of that agenda, which is miscellaneous.
Well, no, we had,
Hold on, what else we got here?
capital projects.
Capital projects.
I was gonna see if we could pull up that, do we have that capital projects?
I don't know that she put it in the folder
Okay.
because,
It might be in our last council.
Yeah, let's go.
Our last council folder usually had it. And then just really quickly, if you could just kind of, so just so we're all on the same page, you know, where we're at with each one and. It's either there or non-agenda items.
it's probably under non-agenda. Give me a second. I'm not sure what's going on back there.
Yeah, they're having a good time.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, just because we're kind of, I think it'd be helpful for us to know just kind of where each one's at. And then how it's being funded too, I think is good for us to.
Yeah, and it's all laid out here.
Yeah, okay, so here we are.
Yeah, this the Villages,
West
that's
Paris
about to
done.
kick off.
West Paris is done.
West Paris is done. Well, I'll have to do a closeout. You have to do all these
Yeah.
closeouts with the feds when you do this. So that's why you still go see a little bit of the orange fencing up, which we're about to take down. The Villages, we're about to kick off. Obviously, we have a very hard deadline on that. So we have to get it completed. We've made that very clear to the contractor, which is CBG, on that. And obviously, there's a combination of fundings of Rural Infrastructure Authority, ARPA, which you're all familiar with. And then we did have some GEO bond money left over. But you can see over here on this side, that's typically how these things are done.
Okay. Villages.
The Villages. Yeah. But we did award that, they did get a notice to proceed, and obviously they have a very hard March kind of finish, not March, May deadline
Okay.
to get that one done. So you can see here, May 20.
I see they've already got pipe laid out
Yeah.
next to town hall and.
Yeah, they're pre-positioning pretty well.
Yep.
Our biggest thing that we've been emphasizing to the contractor is the interface with the residents. Keeping door hangers, making sure the timelines, because one of the issues we're gonna have, obviously, is we're gonna have to shut down those alleyways. You know, initially say, oh, I can let them go, come and go, it's like, not a good idea. You know, you get somebody that leaves in the middle of the day, or they need to come back, and then you've got everything shut down. Let's set the tone and
Well, it's
say,
kinda
hey,
like-
you're gonna be shut down for a while.
Well, it's kind of how you approached the Sands Beach.
Yeah.
They were like, at first, we could still have some cars, but it'll take us longer. It's like, no, how about we shut it down and
Yeah.
power through
Absolutely,
and knock it out?
yeah.
Keeps it safer, moves it faster.
And one of the things we did, you know, we came up with the stormwater master plan, and all of you saw the kind of capital projects associated with that master plan. And one of the things I want to revisit, and we're gonna, you know, we have this finance tool that we have that we can project out the cost of projects, and we may need to back into the fee. You know, we are significantly lower than the other municipalities in the county in what we collect in stormwater fees. So based upon the spreadsheet of projects associated with that master plan, we may need to adjust that fee if we want to get all of those things accomplished. If we want to deal with the, you know, we have a pretty significant Casablanca stormwater project. We kind of had to break it up a little bit. Public Works is part of it. But that's a basin that extends across Waddell into another wetland on the other side. So
Impact fees,
stormwater utility.
stormwater utility fees, okay.
Yeah, like that's on your property tax bill. Right now, it's basically $50.
Okay.
I think we're maybe 50% of the next lowest one. So the other municipalities are $100 or more for a resident, what they call a equivalent residential unit.
Okay.
So we may want to back into that and see, all right, if we hope to accomplish all of these by X date, we're going to need to adjust the fee.
Can you get some numbers on that?
Yeah, oh,
Or say,
absolutely.
Hey,
Yeah,
if we
Michael-
increase it $25, that makes this. If we do.
Oh, yeah,
this,
yeah,
that
we
makes
we
that.
actually have a plug-and-play
Okay.
spreadsheet now. We can put all of those things in, and it'll tell you exactly what it generates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't, if we
Yeah.
can avoid just doubling a bill, or
Yeah,
something, but if, you know what I'm saying, if we can ease into it or get where we need to, make it a little less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can see here, this is the Casablanca
And
drainage.
even though you
report.
say, oh, it's only $50, but I mean, that's just, if somebody sees a bill just double, they're gonna go, it doesn't matter if it's
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, no,
$1
no.
to $2, they're gonna,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. And then obviously the one we're really diving into now is that, the Paris Avenue project. You know, Tom is out there doing the initial landscape removal, cypress trees, getting it ready for kind of the big dig. He has been in constant contact, with business owners and interested parties on this particular project. He's got a good personality for that. He's been very open. And as I mentioned, due to a transition in ownership on one particular parcel, we're gonna be able to incorporate that property, the little village, into the improvements. We had to exclude it because the previous owner had no interest in working with the town.
So, but they've sold that, they're no longer a part of that?
It has been worked out internally.
Okay.
So,
Enough said.
and then the new person that we're dealing with is very understanding and excited about the project.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Can we
Enough
ask,
said.
I remember, Clink and Tom, they had that initial meeting. Is there any way, and I know they're busy and they got stuff to do, if there could be a halfway through point, kinda, maybe
Oh, yeah.
just, I know he's in constant contact, but if maybe we could have, just kind of a 3 months in, one more
Oh,
meeting.
you're gonna
here we
get a
are, here
status
we are.
update at every council meeting.
Okay.
And anything that happens in between.
Gotcha. I know he's been great about being out there and being accessible to everybody.
Oh, yeah,
down
yeah.
there, so.
And his phone number is out there.
Does he correspond with you via email,
Him,
like updates or anything like that?
he is I use the phone and talk on it personally.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
My
done
thought is
email.
social media, how I can get that information to push it out as soon as it's received.
Yeah, it would be good, because you don't want to put out bad information, but you want to put up-to-date information. With those projects, it's kind of always changing. I mean, it's like, you can say a deadline, but if the, pipe doesn't get here on time, or if it rains, or,
Or
so.
if you run into something that
Yeah,
shouldn't
you
come
start
in.
digging and go,
Well,
oh.
we because of what happened on West Paris Avenue. And
Yeah.
we just wanted to make sure that we were covered here, that we resolved everything with Beaufort Jasper on any utility conflicts beforehand,
Great.
so.
And, you know, we've all, I'm sure, been hearing from some of the owners around there and people
Yes.
around there, and I've just been kind of, you know, we just keep talking to them. Communication's key, letting them know we're open, we're available. If you need to talk to staff, Tom, we'll get you in touch with him. I've heard that they're kind of working well together. I've heard that Helena Place is opening up some of their parking and letting businesses use their parking. I think that's good. Cooperation will help, and I just keep reminding everyone, well, the whole point of this is to improve that area.
Yeah.
The whole point of this is to make it better. The whole point of this is to expand the sidewalk, expand seating, expand bikes, create a really beautiful art scene where it's gonna attract more people. So, once we get to the other side of it, it's gonna be a great thing and important, but of course, you gotta build it. We gotta get through the building, but once we get on the other side, it's gonna be something that's, I think,
Oh, absolutely.
we know is gonna be great, so.
Yeah.
And I appreciate Clink and staff and Joko for putting together that initial meeting, so.
And just on the splash pad, we've addressed the capacity fee issue with Beaufort Jasper, so that's all taken care of. We did get some final input from them. We've resolved that. We did award the site plan work to Joko, and they're beginning there. And I've made it very clear that we wanted it ready.
For summertime?
For summertime. So, and all of y'all are gonna run through it.
Of course.
Absolutely.
It's very exciting. It's gonna be super cool. Like,
Yeah, Mayor Beth's gonna make sure y'all have town bathing suits, so y'all.
Got
And
my
I-
Speedo ready.
I still get people that ask me about it. They're like, is that still happening? Is that still happening?
It's
And
happening.
like, it's happening. It's
Absolutely,
happening.
absolutely. Well, let's keep going. Public Works Yard, that, like, you've asked a little bit about
Okay.
that, that's a little bit of a back burner until we can figure that one out. Marina dock improvements, we did get the final letter that we needed from, Safe Harbor. For those of you who remember, it's a very interesting situation with the marsh there. Safe Harbor actually owns the marsh surrounding the property.
Right.
Old King's Grant kind of issue. So not only did we have to kind of resolve the marina or water rights from Shell Ring and Fish Camp, but then we had to secure a letter from Safe Harbor to traverse that marsh to do.
It was like 4 feet of marsh.
Well, no, it's a whole damn thing in front
I got you.
of La Jeep,
Yeah.
so.
They actually have that King's Grant from the bridge all the way around.
Yes.
So yeah, so that application, anybody asked for, you know, about the shrimp docks and
Yeah.
everything, that application's in, so.
Yeah. And one of the things that, just as an aside, and I don't want to get too deep into this because we're meeting next week, staff in engineering have been working on an update to the tax increment financing project list. And we are potentially adding any additional funds that we might need for the shrimp dock into the final fees, or final project list for the TIF. Now, obviously, earmarks have been reintroduced at the state level, so that's something we may want to explore. Because obviously, the price tag on everything is going up big time. So despite the fact that we've got $1.5 million set aside for this dock, obviously, it's gonna cost a lot more than that. So it's around a $3 million expense, including processing facility and everything else, so keep that in mind. Spanish Moss Trail, that is moving along. We are working with the contractor that the county hired to do the job to address that last section where it dead ends, or not dead ends, but ends near Appleton and Ritter Circle. And so we will bring it in to smooth that transition there. We'll resurface, restripe. It's gonna have to be a shared lane. I mean, it's kind of a pinch point. We did pick up the triangle, adjacent to it. So Michael was reaching back out to him again yesterday.
Is that a tentative March, end of March?
We're not managing that project.
Okay.
But I think so. I mean, I think everything is kind of in place already. You
Right.
know, the signal's up above. I've seen some additional signage, recently.
I think Dean said sometime.
That's not.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we were asking about is what's the status on the fix to the Pender Brother driveway? And it looked like they were out there doing a little bit more work on that recently.
Well, Dean did say it'd be middle to the end of March.
Yeah, so,
And striping across Riverwalk Road.
yeah, right. And then Cypress Wetlands, they're kind of in that second phase of the pathways, so we're working with the Friends Group on that particular project. Marshy Park, we've started the environmental review, which is required of the ordinance because it's a CDBG. I'm still waiting an answer from the other potential grant source, and if we do get that, obviously, we'll have complete funding, because we're able to use CDBG as the match for the other grant. So all that'll be in place.
When should we hear back from that, or when do they?
I don't know.
Okay.
You know, it probably, I can't imagine it'd be more than another month or so.
Okay, great.
This is an important one too. I know it's minor, the shower project at Sands. The biggest challenge is figuring out where the dog bowl piece of it drains. Don't ask me why. So we're working on that. So
And
it'll
just
be
again
right.
for everybody, where will that be at?
It's gonna be right near where the bridge crosses, you know, where, on the right-hand side. That's where the water source is, so it'll be probably somewhere in that area.
Okay.
Just come off the Sands building rinse off.
Okay, no, that's great.
Yeah. And I mentioned-
Just one spigot, or?
Well, it'll probably have multiple heads. I mean, think about it, almost in what you see at Hunting Island. You know,
Yeah.
Ankle and, head.
That's great. I
That's
remember, yeah, some places, yeah, you go to their beach and they, like I said, every beach has just one of those, like a
Yeah.
little,
Feet
yeah,
and
that'd be
no
perfect,
hand.
yeah.
We want to make it as indestructible as we can, but we all know that's
And we know that's impossible.
that's
Yeah.
impossible. So
Perfect example is the.
that seemed to be everything on the Capitol.
With,
Project.
talking about capital, the, CBDG grants, we had that presentation. She said we're open for one, right?
Right, and then we had a call with,
Do we have thoughts on that? Is that kind of taken up?
well, you know, we're pursuing that military enhancement grant
Okay,
with Buford Jasper for sewer for the VA facility. We are looking at revisiting the Casablanca CDBG for
Okay.
sewer. Because for whatever reason, when that grant, the original installation of sewer in that neighborhood happened, and it was when we probably owned the system, we did not require those people to connect.
no, yeah,
So we installed sewer and didn't run it to the houses.
and some of them said, I'm good with my
Right.
septic.
So, and I'd be honest with you, probably back then, and this is, I think it's even before my time, the town wouldn't have had the money to help pay for the plumbing and the laterals. But this will help address that. And I think if we do that, and then Charlie's talking about, there's a $15 million fund that's being set aside to address septic problems, or,
What do you mean for, our board's capital allocation?
Yes.
For septic and sewer?
Yeah.
5 million a year
$5 million a year. So,
for our entire.
he
service
said,
area,
yeah.
not y'all.
Well, he said Port Royal could have like $4.5 million of that. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
clear about that,
I'll
yeah.
let Charlie know.
Okay, good. No, but he said there may be some of that funding available to supplement. So we get the VA clinic, we pursue the CDBG for Casablanca, and we contemplate, or if we're able to kind of dip into that fund, there's a good chance we could get a lot of Revo Road done. Because, you know,
And your credits.
yep,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
So hold on the, just
yeah.
on that CBDG open spot we have right now.
Yeah, I think we're gonna,
Hold it for that.
yeah, we're, I think we got a chance to pursue it, just, you know, why not?
Okay,
You know, I would just add it to the table.
okay.
Well, we have a meeting this week if y'all need anything answered.
Absolutely.
So, all right, close that one out. Yeah. All right, let's go back to the agenda.
Sidewalks.
Where is it? Sidewalks, and this was kind of alluded to in Noah's presentation. I think it's time to do the second installation based upon the conveyance ordinances that we've passed since the last install.
It is
You
a
know, we just
must-do.
did 3 or 4.
It is a must-do.
So I think it's, I wanna bunch all those up and contract that out.
Okay.
And I think, you know, we'll figure out what the linear feet are of that, give you guys some idea of what the projected cost will be, and then we roll it up into the budget if that's something else. I mean, it's obviously a priority.
And, okay, and you, with the funding and financing of it, you're confident it should be doable?
Yeah, I think we have enough capacity in the balance of the GEO bond borrowing.
Okay.
Yes, we can
Okay.
make it work.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Road project, anything on?
Well, we're participating in the, Transportation Advisory
Yeah.
Committee, at the county level.
What are kind of the priorities you see?
I think for us, it's
Of
really
course,
about,
the most important intersection?
yeah, intersection improvements. You know, we.
On on Rebo Road, which needs to be reiterated at these meetings, that just because that part of those are in the town of Port Royal, it's not a Port Royal thing. I guess
Right.
everyone uses Rebo Road.
Yeah.
Everyone uses
Yeah,
Rebo
that
Road. This is
intersection
not
is-
like, hey, can we fix Paris? We're not asking for, 12th Street or Paris Avenue. This is
No.
Rebo Road, the number one, the main vein through, outside of Boundary, Rebo, that is Northern Beaufort County's connector out of Beaufort and Port Royal.
Yeah, I mean, we're not asking,
So these
I
are-
can't imagine in past iterations of the referendum, we've always included construction of the Spine Road as one of our main projects. That's our $4 to $6 million ask. And obviously, nothing's passed. This go round, I want to see what is proposed by the other entities, to be quite honest with you. If it's new road construction, we all know, I don't want to get into that. I think it's intersection improvements.
Yeah, and the thing is, if the county is, I think, not the county, but this time going around, it would be very wise for them to do that, because those are the intersections that the most people see.
Yeah.
So if you don't want this thing to pass, you would want it to benefit the most people.
Right.
And so you put on these projects that, again, what's Rebo Road, 30 or 40,000 people a day traveling on
Yeah.
it, coming over the Ladies Island Bridge. And if you live on Ladies Island and you go to Bluffton, that's the road you drive. So, like I said, I just think it would be wise to put the projects on there that everybody, that are like no-brainers to most people. Be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that needs work. Oh yeah, that needs work.
Oh, yeah, Ladies on Drive, Rebo Road, Harrison Gateway, Savannah Highway 170, Grover Hill,
Yep.
Yeah,
Paris on Gateway.
yeah.
Those are the biggies within our municipality.
And again, you take that out to the public, those are no-brainers. The majority of the public goes, oh yeah, that definitely,
Yeah.
I can get behind that. I can get behind that. That makes sense.
Yeah. So if it's focused on road improvements, then.
Yeah, like you said, anxious to see what everybody comes back on. If some people try to put in pet projects and stuff, but are they gonna put in the things that actually will help the
Yeah.
most people?
And we're actually hosting.
Next week?
Next week, on the 25th.
And who's on that thing for us?
Gary Freeman.
Gary Freeman, right?
Yeah. He's our representative. The city of Beaufort has one. Elizabeth Penn Sanders, who worked for DOT, is District 4. It's, I believe it was like, pretty much every council member got to nominate someone from their district, and then and then all the municipalities got one. So that's your 15. So you got 11 appointed by county, and then the 4 municipalities. And so there's some overlap there, our municipality is in District 4. And so is the city of Beaufort. Some of it's in 2 and 4, 5, but,
And I guess I'm asking the obvious, but Gary understands what our priorities are and those there with intersection improvement.
Yeah, well, we're teed up to meet and discuss those specific priorities.
I told him we were talking about this today, and he
Yes.
said, once y'all get done, he said, please let me know when I can sit down with Van and Noah. Y'all give me marching orders before the meeting next week at Town Hall, so.
Yeah, I've watched their meeting. They had a meeting on the 18th, and I watched. It's an interesting process.
Yeah. So that's why, again, if you want this thing is not a slam dunk. It's not So hopefully the county is very delicate with it, and hopefully the people on this committee are very delicate with it, and it's a limited amount of money. It's not just infinite, and so you need to be strategic with what you put on there. And again, I think the things that we are proposing are very no-brainers. I mean, we're talking about the things that will benefit the most people, not just Port Royal residents. This will
Yeah.
benefit everyone that travels in northern Beaufort County, these intersections we're talking about. And if others on that board reciprocate that kind of attitude, it's got a much better chance of passing than if the people look at it and go, oh, this is just a bunch of, everybody's just fighting for their own little pet projects. But we'll see.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, and I did mention sidewalks, so we talked about that a little bit. Council budgetary donations, I'm not sure, I can't remember why that was on there.
Well, we talked about, one was, and we can talk about it now, the Housing Trust has come to us now twice.
Yeah.
About a match system. I don't know how y'all feel about that. I thought it was a pretty cool, I don't know if we need to do the same amount that the city of Beaufort did. They said they can tailor it for us. Some numbers I was throwing around my head, and y'all can see, and you can let me know if the budget does it. You know, if they would not just match ours, but meet it, you know, like what if we could get, what do you think that, I'll ask everybody, what are we okay with putting in? Then they said that theirs were capped at $50,000. I think we could just do 25 for a project. They said a lot were coming in underneath that. So I don't know, would everybody, what if we were willing to put in $50,000 and they were willing to put in $100,000? And we did 25, that's 6 houses that we're able to help. That is our older residents, if we wanted to do that. Again, I think that's what triggered that, because they asked about it
Yes.
twice, and we both did, every time we've been like, oh, the retreat will be a great time for
Yeah.
the retreat.
Yeah.
But again, so that's, they're, again, you know the budget, we haven't gotten into the budget, but that's what I think triggered that council budgetary donations.
Hey, I think we could support a $25,000 program from our end.
You mean the town putting in 25,000?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and then see what they'll give based on that.
Right, and then we review it after a year and say, hey, it's a great program.
And so then are we capping, and then we would, I mean, if we're only gonna do 25, then of course we can't, like the city of Beaufort does $50,000 a home, so ours would be $15,000 a home or $10,000 a home?
Yeah, we'd have to come up with a number, but we can cater the rules.
They said you can draft it any way you want.
Right, and so it's not encumbered by the state requirements or the Fed requirements on, you know, it can, you know, like they only said single-family houses, or for houses, it can be mobile homes, it can be that. I can tell you that, you know, I know that there are some issues with mobile home repair, but mobile homes need to be repaired. So, something to think about.
They're the closest to the homeless scale.
Yeah.
I mean, they are one catastrophic event, one major system failing,
Yeah.
and it's gone. And that was my question to them when they brought it up, like, what were those limitations, and would we be stuck with those? And them clarify and say, no.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think, not necessarily what we want, right, we have to really appreciate what it is, because, I appreciate what he said, that once you peel the
yeah.
onion, you know, you're gonna find another system that's connected to that system that's gonna do it, so, I think it's a great idea, just, again, the amount is what it is, so, and then what limitations we put on ourselves, those are all gonna be self-imposed limitations. We gotta be reasonable in that we're gonna make a difference with it.
What does council think?
Yeah,
So do we want
that sounds
to say, how about you come up with some numbers and come back and say, hey, the budget, we're looking at the budget, we can do
Yeah.
X. And then we take that then, because then there is a match component, so whatever we put in there, we'll match, and maybe we ask them to double our input, you know, to double our put in, so.
Yeah.
We put in 25, they put in 50. We put in 30, they put in 60. See what they say. Worst thing they can say is no.
Right.
We're here to help people, so. But yeah, if you can, like you said, y'all look at that, because I mean, you're gonna be starting budget soon.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't already started to look, I mean, you just
Yeah,
got
we
the
we
audit
already
back.
started a big piece of it.
I mean, May will be here before we know it, so if you wanna just come to us and be like, we're comfortable with whatever, I think we can
Yeah.
take it from there. Good?
I mean, I think we'd have to lay it out, to see what that is, and, they're gonna be the best kind of, resource for us to really ask them, like, if we're giving you this much money, how much you think we're gonna really get out of it, right?
Yeah.
That becomes important, so that way if we have to discuss it again, we're looking at it, that it's gonna do something, it's just not gonna go or it's like 2 houses, we're done. I mean, it's just gonna be,
Yeah.
I guess I'm asking, so just to start it off, this is the first time we do it, do we go to them and say, what do you need? Or do we go to staff and say, what can we do? You know, like how do you think we kick it off?
probably to staff, right?
Yeah. And let
What
them
can
say,
we do?
this is what we got. And then we go to them
Yeah,
and
yeah,
say,
yeah.
and then we go to them and say, hey, this is what we got, what can we do with it?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I don't know how the rest of our team feels, but I think that's a
Sounds
good
good.
approach.
Yeah.
No, it's reasonable and it gets people talking about it.
All right, we've got some direction on that. And now town hall policies, this is something that staff asked me to bring up. You know, we tried to make the building available for community groups. And so we had some homeowners associations that we would host. Well, it's getting on management companies' radars, and we started getting requests for POAs outside of our town to host, and we went no. But then we just started getting hammered. Even in our, like, we had management companies coming in, hey, we want to rent your space, or not rent it, use your space, for even you communities within. The problem, and it's kind of my fault, I started this whole thing about letting people use the space.
Saying yes.
But saying yes, but the problem is that we come in on Monday and the audiovisual equipment is just in complete disarray.
And y'all got stuff to do on Monday mornings.
Yeah, and so we're having to piecemeal, put it all that together, we find out, oh, this cord's gone, or whatever the case may be. So, if y'all say, hey, keep hosting, but what I've told them to do in the meantime is like, listen, we're not taking requests from management companies. If the Shell Point Farms HOA president comes in and says, hey, we wanna do it, all right, we'll figure that out. But, you know, if, you know, H&H, whatever, management company says, I want to schedule this, we're like, I want to hear directly from the resident, because it's getting like almost every weekend. And then I don't have the staff to come in every weekend and deal with that, and then we're having to hand out keys and do all this, so.
What do you mean you don't want to hear from the resident directly?
Like, if I want to hear from the HOA president that lives in Port Royal, you call me and ask me to use that room. I don't want to hear from your management company. I don't want to hear from.
Yeah, 'cause like Seaside.
Yeah.
Seaside, whatever, they have like 7 properties, and they wanna schedule all of their properties, only one of them is in Port Royal.
I got you, okay.
Right, so they wanna do like a, what do they call that?
Joint meeting?
They wanna do like a
They're like
back-to-back
annual
meeting.
meeting, yeah.
Yeah, but they do like a back-to-back, so like from 4 to 5 is this community, 5:15 to 6:15 is this one, 6:30 to, and so that's kind of, they get away, they try to pile it on them by saying, well, Shell Point Farms.
We got
is-
one in Port Royal, so.
Right, and then they wanna do the other 5 there also.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, I mean, you know, it is a fact of life that we don't mind, we will host our HOAs. We want to hear from them. But, you know, maybe we have to say, all right, this building is available once a month for this. You know, we can't, because like I said, we come in on Monday and we're like, oh boy.
Well, I mean, or is there any value to, it's available for our HOAs. If it's not our HOA, you put a fee on it. You can have the space, but if it's not our, so you.
I don't want it, I'll be honest with you, I don't want an HOA that isn't in Port Royal.
Correct, I don't, I agree.
I think, yes.
Yeah.
The number one criteria is you gotta be.
Or maybe we have a small fee for,
Yeah.
you know, with the deposit, we come in on Monday and you know, my $50 HDMI cord is gone, you know,
Yep.
and be like,
Well, those are, they charge you incidentals,
Yeah.
hotels,
Okay.
those are incidentals.
so, it's just, yeah, the staff came here like, you know, this is, thanks, Van.
It's getting excessive. So I think it's
Yeah.
totally reasonable, if I hear everybody correctly, is that HOAs within the town,
Within the town.
good.
Yeah.
HOAs not in the town, not good.
Right.
And the request has to come from
HOA.
the HOA.
From
Not a
HOA
management
president,
company.
if some
Not
And
resident.
there has to be a deposit, a refundable deposit.
Yeah, I think
What's
we're gonna
that?
have, I think we should do a deposit.
And it's
Even
not
for the- even for
$10,
residents.
it's like,
Yeah, and so we'll give it back as long as you don't screw something up.
Okay,
yeah,
Just like the park.
like the park.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, that's easy enough. And I talked about stormwater utility fee. I'm gonna work up that spreadsheet and give you all some numbers.
Okay.
If that's cool. All right, now the fun part of the agenda, the miscellaneous.
Boom.
Kevin got a list.
Just a few things. They're quick. I just kind of want to get y'all's ideas on it before I just start running with some stuff. Or, you know. Well, does anybody else have anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay, cool. So just a few things I was bringing up. We talked about it earlier. There's, and it could go into our marketing plan and stuff like that, the demographic trend issue that we brought up. There's a company, there's an organization that works, they were at the MASA meeting that we went to on Hilton Head. It was called South Carolina Rural Initiative Program, and they're out of Columbia, and they're a nonprofit up there. And basically what they do is they work with communities that are losing population. So like, like the example they used was like Bishopville, in places that are like seeing just, the towns are, dying is not the right word, but they are just losing population. So they work with them and they come up with these campaigns, and you know, it's tailored for each municipality. These campaigns they put out stuff all around the country to say, basically, do you like living here? Are you happy? Can you move? Do you have the ability to move? Here's what the quality of life in this place looks like. Here's what you can do here. And they were seeing some real success. They were talking about some of their towns, they've had over 25 new residents and families move in. Now, a lot of them they'll just take anybody because their communities are just dying and they need people to just move into houses, and it doesn't matter if you're retired or this or that. You know, here in Beaufort County, so I was thinking about that, and then I was thinking about the people that I met in Port Royal that were like, we've been everywhere, and we chose Port Royal. And then now, like I said, now they've got a daughter going to the elementary school, they got a mother on the PTA board, and the dad's starting a business. I mean, and so, if we're seeing our population growing, we've got people coming, that's not the problem. But if we're losing young working people, and we're gaining retirees, again, loving my retirees, how do we kind of address that? And I was just gonna ask council that, I'm planning on, unless y'all tell me not to worry, don't do it, just to interface with that guy. His name's Taylor Daniel. We tried to call each other yesterday and just missed each other with phone tag. And just talk to him about kind of how they do that, what their plan is, and if we could somehow do that and tailor that for like a younger message for the town, like if that was a thing, and just see, again, there's no promises to it. I just want to kind of get y'all's, I guess, permission to keep talking to the guy. Sure. Yeah, and just see, I mean, if you can, with remote work nowadays, I mean, if there was a message that I know that there are people out there that if they saw, you know, I've got a young family, I can live anywhere, I can work anywhere, and Port Royal's opening their doors, and you know, I remember the funny things they did was it was like, move here and go play golf with the town manager. I remember some of them were like funny and cute, so we'll tee you up, yeah. And so we would tailor it to us, but I just kind of wanted to get y'all's permission and me to kind of just see where that rabbit hole leads.
Sure.
So there's that one. Next one, and we talked about this a little bit, street music. Do we want to, here's some ideas on street music. We love street music, 33 years, don't want to change it. The things I wanted to throw out, do we want to expand it? Do we think it's perfect the way it is? Do we want to have and I agreed, I thought that would be cool too, maybe not everyone, but if we had like an opening act, have a local opening, we could even put that on the flyer. Local opening act, national headliner. Right. That's just gonna bring more people in. Most of our opening acts around here is a guy with a guitar, so they can stand up while the national band is setting up. Mm-hmm. Do we wanna talk about the type of music we're getting? I think the lady that we have does a great job, but do we wanna direct her, hey, a little more lively, a little more pick it up, like we want people dancing, like tell her to, because she can custom what we ask for, right?
Yeah,
So do we want a little more, hey, we want a little more rock and roll.
Dwayne Dobson coming.
Huh?
Dwayne Dobson's coming again, I had to bump the budget.
Okay, that's it, like, do we want to direct her, like, hey, we love what you're doing, because I think it's really cool that we bring in those national acts, but do we want to tell her, hey, we want a little more Jew, a little more dance,
So,
do we?
so if you'll allow me.
Street
I know
music.
everybody's got their own opinion, but the unique thing about street music is you get to see bands that you don't see at Fish Camp, that you don't see at Luther's, that you don't see at Shellring. And you get to see bands that are really good, professional type bands, that may be on the arts, they used to be on the arts circuit, arts cycle or circuit or whatever, and maybe between gigs, between Charleston and Jacksonville. These bands, they're prestigious, they're national bands. you're not gonna see them at Luther's on a Friday night.
Yeah,
And that, to me, is kind of what sets us apart. That's what I like about it.
yeah.
And you got the Dwayne Dopsies, and you've got some others that really just tear it up, and we sell out, and it's a free event, but
Yeah.
it's always packed. My biggest beef is when we have to move it, you know, and we're starting to have that discussion at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I like having it as street music. I'm fine with the type of bands that we have, and I'm not so keen as to have them have local acts there, because you can see them already at Shell Ring, at Fish Camp, at Luther's, and at our festivals. This is something different than that.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
think
just
the
my
argument
opinion.
has been about the bands. Everyone that I've spoken to loves the quality of the bands that we have. They love that. But I think the locals are feeling also that, can you all, because of the excitement and all those people, can at least we come out there and do something? And as Kevin said also, maybe just an opening act, maybe just 15 minutes. And then bam, you come in there while that other band is setting up and so forth. So we're not taking away from them, because everyone loves the quality of bands that we bring in town. But then again, letting the locals know also, hey, we got you in mind too. We'll give you a little 15 minutes of thing.
That's what I said, most concerts you
Or
go
during
to.
intermission.
Yeah, most
When the
concerts you
band's
go
at the break.
to have an opening act and then the headliner, and so that's why I'm trying to get that compromise of just, you know, if you got some local guy, and then, you know, I had somebody tell me a local guy was just kind of like, and the cool thing about it is we do have these great local artists, but a lot of people don't know that. So then if they see a local guy and then they go, he was really good, and then he goes, oh, well, I play at Gigi's every Thursday, or I play at Fish Camp
And they
every
go over
Tuesday, and
there
then they go,
and
oh,
love it.
well, I'll follow him around. So yeah, I don't want to do away with our national
No,
acts at all.
not at
That's the
all.
headliner,
Not at
that's
all.
the draw, that's the
Right.
coolest thing about it. But if we want to if a local guy wants to play his guitar for 10 minutes while the other band is setting up and be an opening act, that's why I just didn't think there would be any issue with that, because I don't want to, the national acts are amazing.
Right,
That's the draw.
Yeah, I just don't want any logistical challenges. I don't want to have to set up a separate sound.
And we're not paying them.
I don't want to have to do any of that.
Yeah, no.
And we're not paying them.
I would argue that our local guys get an opening act every day of the week here.
Yeah,
I mean, and at what point, if we're starting local acts, I frequent all these places like we all do here. I've seen each of them 20 times. At what time do we start repeating the local act? And because that's what, I think that's where Jerry's going, is that all the bands, heck, all the bands that have come here, I've never heard of them before, and they're great bands.
Great bands, yeah.
You know, and so
Yeah.
that's the only thing that I would argue is, at what point do we start to repeat the local band circuit, and then it becomes just another thing that's going on? You know, street music is something we capture twice a year. We have an extremely captive audience. It doesn't lack attention. It actually, it brings people from around. It has its own personality, right? And
What if we do a third set of performances that are local street music? We have our national street music,
yeah.
and maybe do one in the middle that's a local street music, and maybe it's acoustic
It's the
showcase.
opportunity, that's all I think, I think just the opportunity, yeah.
You know, it might be a cool place to do it once we wrap up the amphitheater improvements, put them in the amphitheater,
Yeah, oh,
you know,
okay,
down on the waterfront with their guitar or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, and also I was trying to get just.
Music for the birds.
I was thinking too also, but if that's fine, if that's what everyone wants to do, that's
I
fine.
think it's an opportunity, yeah.
It was also about just having, for me, like I said, just an opening act, like while they're setting up. I mean, I didn't see why if we have our national act, if that's what we're promoting, if while they're setting up, there's a guy playing a guitar that's local, that it doesn't cost us anything, doesn't mess with anything, doesn't change anything, then like,
if there was
How does that
only,
take away?
if there was only a guy with experience that got on the stage to do opening comments and kick it off, that would be wonderful.
yeah, who is that guy?
You?
But no, like I said, but I mean, that was my thing. I didn't want to change anything. I was trying to
Right.
add to it.
That was
but-
not the intent, not to
Yeah,
change anything, just.
As long as we can provide water for them, I think we finally got
And we're
that
not
taken care of.
paying, and we're not paying, strictly volunteer, and then that'll
They
weed
put
out a
their
lot of
tip jar
them.
out.
That'll weed out a lot of them, because they're looking to get paid.
I was just talking about like just having an opening act.
Yeah.
Like I said, most shows you go to have an opening
Well,
act.
let me ask you this. Beyond that, are we satisfied with the amount of street music?
I am.
2 seasons is enough. Y'all happy with
Yeah,
that?
2 seasons, great, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to cut down. If anything, I would
No,
have,
no, I'm saying, I don't know if we do more.
I would have more concerts. I wouldn't cut down on it at all.
It's hot out there sometimes.
I think the timing is just right.
Yeah.
It's still unique.
Yeah, everybody
and
gets
it's still
excited about
special.
it. Yeah, you don't want it to become a mundane.
Right.
Would we ever want to do, and like I said, I just want to, just keeping ideas fresh, like I said, and see if we can do, do we ever want to look at, I mean, rotating it? Like, or is it just always going to be on Paris Avenue? What about when Marshview Park opens up? Could one of them be over there and with the sunset and water, or is it just at street music, so it'll be on
I
street
don't know
music?
if you got power down there and all that.
And you don't wanna be in the dirt.
Okay, like, again, I'm just kind of throwing out ideas, we got
Yeah,
other,
yeah.
just kind of
That's
talking
all.
about,
I'm kinda like, it ain't broke.
yeah, concerts by the water, so. But, okay, so, did we say?
Boardwalk
Could be
ballads.
something extra though,
Huh?
like the
I
beer
said
garden.
boardwalk ballads.
Yeah, so
Beer
did we
garden.
say do we want to add more, or are we good on just the number that we have right now? Because we got 4 in the spring, 4 in the fall?
Yeah.
Can't do
Have a
it.
beer garden open back.
Yeah, I mean,
Not call it beer garden, call it some other garden. Music on the beach. Not the same.
so more more street musics are the same?
I mean, I like the street music and
I wanna
stuff.
see us
Yeah,
have more.
that's
I
what I'm
wanna see us
asking if we
have
want
more
more.
activities. I want us to have more.
We're all on the
activities
same
at
page,
the
everybody's saying we like them, that's what I'm saying, do we
more
want
activities
more?
at the Sands, like the 4th of July festivity, you know, I like.
Well, maybe we could encourage busking before the concerts. Dude comes out, he can play for, while people are setting up their chairs.
That's exactly
just
what he
kinda
said.
doing
That's
his
what-
thing.
that's what I'm
exactly what he
talking
said.
about.
Knows he's got, he's just kind of
That's
busking,
exactly what
busking
he said,
basically.
yeah.
Busking,
Busking before.
busking before street music.
But no,
Like I said,
you're not writing you a check.
I mean, I don't, again, if it has no negative effect and just kind of adds more music and more,
Exposure.
then cool.
They just need to understand, like, hey, you might have to deal with people setting up and doing whatever.
Yeah. That's busting, right? You're on the side of the
Yeah, that's
street.
right, exactly.
Well, we need it available, that's it.
And again, like I
Are
said,
they gonna wanna be paid?
No.
No.
but
No, you
that's
make that
not-
known.
That's not,
So
no,
not-
we can't pay everybody that comes off the street.
yeah, here's you
know.
get your tip
You wanna
jar
get
out
paid,
there.
then go promote yourself somewhere else. But we're giving you that opportunity
Yeah.
to,
And again, maybe that's on them, like we talk about the business owners to do their thing, that's on them to, here's a crowd, now you get fans. And because I do know people around here that follow local guys around, so I mean, they play in front of, some of those people that crowd right there is not going to Luther's, or not going there, but if they see somebody like, he's really good, I might keep up with him, who knows, but I don't know, if it's worth just giving it a try, have an opening act, a busting before, whatever.
Or maybe we
What
add a couple
What
of,
is literally bad? What could
add
happen?
a couple and add those as locals.
But I don't want to change the national acts at all. Of course, that is the draw. There's
But I
a-
do agree, I like the bands that get people up dancing and.
yeah, I like those.
Yeah, because I have had some, I mean, just sitting there and everyone's like,
Okay.
but
I
once
wanna
they get
dance.
moving,
I wanna
that's when it
dance
gets,
music.
that's when it gets far from ordinary.
And I've gotten a great compliment.
But what if we add like 2 extra or 3 or 4 extra? and
That's what we're asking.
Have the locals come in and do those nights.
We don't wanna create anything extra, like we said, we just wanna give them about 10, 15 minutes while the band's setting up and just let them go in there.
I know, but he was asking, do we wanna do more than the 4 and
Oh,
4?
I think they-
I'm saying if we added 1 and 1, sorry,
Yeah.
that you put the locals on that extra one that you did. Then they can't say we didn't do the locals. You
So,
know what I'm saying? Instead of having 4, have 5.
yeah.
And nobody might come for the locals, then you have
Yeah,
Japanese
that's why, yeah,
cooks,
don't worry about
all
that.
that work for our
That's why,
public
if we're
public
cool
works
with-
people, and then you get
I
10
was
people to
trying
show up.
No. So are we cool with just keeping, we got 8,
And
4
there's
in
no
the
more
spring,
work-
4 in
and
the
there's no more
fall?
work on our staff.
And if we want to find a local person to bust before,
And show
we're okay with that and not pay them. Van,
That's cool. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got some.
how does that sound to
You
everybody?
don't wanna create more work on our staff.
No work, okay, and we'll see how it goes and revisit it, but again, the main thing is the national
We
acts.
heard you all.
And can we tell her
Now, she's already booked
this year?
this. yeah.
Okay,
When is our next street music? When's
May
Coming up,
5th or something, May 4th, 5th?
so it's
We
coming.
can still slip somebody, even though she's booked, we can still slip.
I think it's May 4th.
yeah, somebody go
We
there.
can still slip them in the beginning. We just don't go up on the stage, let them stay on the
Yeah,
playground
exactly.
in
So-
the front.
So the main band, so the headliners are setting up.
May 8th
Okay.
and 22nd, June 5th and 19th.
Oh, that's good. Stop us.
Yeah, we did a little bump to get Dwayne Doxey.
And we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but when, once Safe Harbor and that marina is developed, do we,
Some sponsorship.
that's years down the road, but do we move it down to the water when we got a stage and set
park
up
down
park
there, yeah.
down there? I mean, or do we have different things? But again, that's.
Seventh and Eighth
that's-
Square.
That's a ways off to talk about.
So I'll just, real quickly, we were talking about the BTAC stuff, and I just got a email from Jerry Fairlix. At council's direction, the TAC has been asked to develop a list within 3 project categories: widening projects, safety and intersection improvements, and resurfacing and dirt road paving projects. Doesn't look like any new road stuff. So widening projects, safety and intersection improvements, resurfacing and dirt roads.
Safety and intersection.
That's what we just said.
Right.
We don't have really, we got a bunch of dirt roads?
We got one that we kind of would like to work on, but we can't get the residents to agree on it.
Okay.
The safety
So,
and.
yeah.
Safety and intersection.
That was us all day.
Yeah, and now that they bought that, allegedly, they bought that piece of property, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oof, that's gonna be great.
That's it.
Safety. Okay, great, so that,
Yeah.
we're on point with that. Okay, one more, really quick. So we're talking about driving, and again, just throwing out ideas, just trying to think of how to do things if we can do them better. We're talking about driving people down Paris Avenue, driving people into the town. What if, an idea that was brought up to me and just kind of messed around in my head. On Saturday mornings, we got the farmer's market. That goes from 9 to 12. It's perfect. It runs flawlessly. It's amazing. What if there was from that, piggybacked off that into the town, maybe that parking lot by the shed or whatever, some sort of like craft market or something. So you had farmer's market in the morning, don't overlap them, they're not competing. But then the idea that was kind of brought to me was you could have people that, you go to the farmer's market and then go downtown. And then once you go downtown, you go to this craft market, and so they're not competing, you got your food and produce up here, you got your crafts down here, they're close, but they're far apart, so you gotta travel to it. If that's something that we would be interested in, I don't wanna put that on staff.
But
I
you're
think we-
channeling
I think
more
we
traffic
fu-
into the
Yeah, and
downtown
that was the goal of it.
businesses.
Cause people, when they go to the farmer's market, they're up here by Naval Heritage. So then after that, they get all their vegetables and food. I mean, I go to the farmer's market most Saturdays, you go there, and then after you leave there, you travel down and you could go down into the village, and then that could lead to people hopefully staying. Again, I don't wanna put that on staff, because staff has nothing to do with our farmer's market. But if we could find a person, and I do not, I know it probably sounds like I have someone in mind, but I do not have anyone in mind. If that was something that we would wanna make, just basically let like our space be used, and if we had somebody that wanted to take that over, what does everybody think about that? We gotta
I
find.
don't have a problem with that.
We gotta find a person.
Events.
Haven't we had something similar to that before? Years
Yeah,
ago?
that was tried, but yeah,
That
I
was at Live
wanted
Oaks
to,
Park,
back
huh?
before Parker's was built,
Yeah,
that property, we talked about maybe trying to do a craft market there to complement the farmer's.
Yeah, and like I said, but I don't wanna compete it at the same
Yeah.
time, where people
Yeah.
go to the farmer's market 9 to 12, and then they could leave there, and then maybe crafts goes from 11 to 2, and so it's like, go to the farmer's market. We talk about people staying in Port Royal, go to the farmer's market, then go to the craft market, then grab lunch in town, or whatever.
Shop at nuances.
But again, we would have to find this person to do that. I don't wanna put that on you guys, hey, go do a craft market.
Yeah.
So if y'all just kinda put that out there, if somebody approaches you or somebody thinks that, would we be willing to open up like the lot right there by the shed, would we be willing to open that up to them? I guess that's another question. Would we provide the space?
And have someone like the young lady that coordinates the farmer's market.
Oh, Kit does it. Kit Lewis does an amazing job.
Call her name, but yeah, but Kit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone like a Kit that, someone else.
They run that thing like a,
Yeah,
it's a
clockwork.
fine-tuned machine.
Machine.
Yeah.
Someone
So-
like that and takes it off of the
So it's
town.
something that's been previously contemplated.
Yeah, we thought about it. We were trying to get traffic on Paris Avenue.
Okay.
I remember I tried to move the farmer's market, and they were gonna run me out of town.
Well, that's what I'm saying, I'm trying to, and you don't wanna change it, you wanna complement it, you
Well,
wanna.
back then, it was,
You have like I said, you wanna complement farmer's market from 9 to 12, and that, they are 9 to 12, and then you have something afterwards that go here,
We had
go
something
here.
at the
So,
Live Oaks Park about
Okay.
a couple of years ago, like,
Yeah.
similar to that.
The Low Country, something came
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, they were trying to do something.
Right, and that just fell through,
Vendors,
yeah.
vendors.
Well, then it became because then people were randomly showing up and just setting up without going through that
They were
organization.
turning into a flea market.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We don't want a
Yes.
flea market, right.
okay.
I would want it
And see, they have
juried
criteria over at the farmer's
rules,
market
just
also.
like that, that you
Yeah.
really want true crafts.
We want true crafts, like, you know, like.
Artists and
certain
crafts, true.
clientele that she caters to. We want true crafts. We don't want just bring your stuff that you're cleaning your shed out and stuff.
It's not a flea market.
Right, exactly.
Clean out your shit.
Well, they can do that down in Laurel Bay Gate.
No,
They have
I
it every
can-
Saturday. $5 rent a table. $5 rent a table and then go to there.
Like I said, we're just talking about promoting businesses, it kind of goes with that, how can we figure out it's a Saturday, you go to the farmer's market, thousands of people go there. If a percentage of them now travel down into the town, I think that's a good thing.
Had lunch.
I hate to go
local
back to the
shops.
artist thing, but what if we, with the second space, we got the artist in one space, we put a musician sitting in there on a stool playing while, you know, in the second incubator space.
Mhm.
I don't know, while the food is down there, you can go and listen to,
Love it,
you know.
absolutely. I mean, hey, that's great. Yeah, any of those ideas again.
I got it, I don't want to compete against Nick and.
Yeah, I mean, these are
Hey,
the
let's just
cool
take it a step
coastal far
further.
from
Why not
ordinary.
just put them on the balcony
Well,
on
if
the
they're gonna
second
play
floor?
there, like, hey, we're gonna be at, I'm playing here for half an hour at the, you know, town's incubator, and I'll be over at Shellring later, come see me. I just,
No, absolutely. That's sort of cool coastal far from ordinary, man. How do we have those things that are, you know, artistic, that are live music, that are good food, that are the water in the town? That's what we are. That's what people come to see. Another one, I want to put up, we'll try to get this done by 3. What do y'all think about us pushing on Safe Harbor? And if they would let us, some sort of mural on the side of the dry stack? Some sort of like Port Royal, something on the side of that, beautify that
We
building.
went through that a few years ago when we got them to
Yeah.
soften that up or so forth.
They put some colors on it, but let's see, I mean, and I just wanna see what everybody thought about that, if they would do it, if they would allow us, if we kinda used any kind of, you know, that they could have their logo on it, but I was just thinking as this marina comes in, people are coming in by boat that have never been to Port Royal. Picture's worth 1,000 words. If they would let us, and we could get somebody and find somebody and get, and maybe have a contest, I don't know. Because they might say no, they might say, this is, all of our dry stacks, this is our brand, this is our standard. But we're gonna say, but this is Port Royal, we wanna make it unique for us. You put something up there that, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so somebody's driving in by boat to Port Royal, before they even land, they see that and they go, it kinda sets a tone of like, oh, that's what this town is. It's unique, you see it from the water, you can see it from the bridge.
I thought it was good for her.
Yeah, but that's just something we got, that's a big ask of them, and they've gotta okay it, but, you
could be
know.
a wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, how cool would that be? That's a,
Put their logo in it, you know, still.
yeah, like I said, we can benefit everybody,
partnership,
but I was just
yeah.
thinking, you know, you're driving on the water, thinking about the people coming into Port Royal by water. Instead of just seeing this big metal plate, there's something that's bright, that's inviting, that's Port Royal, you're like, whoa, where are
It's gonna
we?
catch you look.
Yeah, where are we going?
Is that building corrugated? Like the, or is it flat or something?
It's corrugated.
That's corrugated.
It's corrugated.
Like they're.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, it's gonna be, and it's big too. I mean, it's gonna be a big ask. And again, that would have to be funded and stuff, but I just didn't wanna, I didn't even wanna broach that to them unless everybody was kinda thought it was kinda cool
It's funny, you
idea.
know, Shannon Erickson suggested we put something on the roof
Huh?
of it, people flying over, like, hey.
Yeah. Just 2 thumbs up, yeah, welcome. But no, before, you know, I always want us to be on the same page, so I don't wanna start talking to them and bringing up ideas unless everyone's like, that's kinda cool. Yeah, if they say yes, then that kind of starts that. Again, they might go, no, we have a standard, we have and we're not messing with it, okay? We talked about, it didn't make our list, but I would like us to try and set up some more this year of those meetings with, other municipalities, the county and the Board of Education. And if we want to do one altogether, so we're not, and that might be the best, because I don't want to load everybody down with meetings, but maybe Port Royal just calls at some point, a joint meeting for everybody and invite them. And it's not presentations, it's dialogue. What do you guys, you know, and just so we're around the table.
Well, that's what I will say, staff level, we're doing that now with the DOT. And we
Great.
just started, that same sort of thing with Beaufort Jasper.
Okay, great.
So we're trying to, so everybody's on the, all right, where are you development-wise? What's going on? What do you have going on? DOT briefing us on the projects that they've got going on, how, we can accommodate scheduling. And, so that's exciting. But yeah, I do think, y'all dialoguing with the others is good.
It is.
I don't,
It absolutely is.
it shouldn't turn into a Rotary meeting where we're having a presentation. That's not, to me, I think that just got lost.
We just heard from the fire department about this EMS issue. Imagine if we had a joint county meeting coming up right now, we could be like, hey, what about this? And that's literally, that is a perfect, that is a perfect example of what that could be used for. We just heard from our fire department about things that he needs help with from the county level. Well, we got a joint council meeting coming up with the county. So again, I don't want to load us up with a ton of meetings and just have a bunch of, so maybe if we just have a joint City of Beaufort, Port Royal, county, school board kind of thing at our town hall and make it dialogue. It's not just a big presentation. And if we need to set the agenda, we can do that and we'll kick it off. So yeah, just wanted to bring that up because we put it up there, but it didn't make the list. So make sure we're thinking about it. Something that we just need to keep in, if it's important to us, we don't know what's gonna happen to that Harbor Village up there. They ask me about it a lot, and I'm sure they ask you about it too, the Historic Port Royal Foundation. If for some reason at some point that village is sold and they wanna build something on it, do we have any kind of plans for our, museum and visitor center? We don't gotta figure that out today, but just something that we're thinking about, cause that land, it has been sold. I mean, it's in the hands of a new owner that, he has given no indication that he's selling, and they have just signed a new lease with a pet store supplier. So they're signing leases for new businesses, which is a good sign, but as we know, everything has a price, and if somebody comes in and offers them X amount of dollars, you might say, so if that happens, I just want us to be thinking that, I would hate for us to just get caught and go, well, I guess we don't have a museum or visitor center anymore. So, so just something to keep on our radars. We've talked about this Christmas coming up this year and really making that Paris Avenue and the town of Port Royal. Y'all did a great job with putting lights on Town Hall this year. I thought that looked really cool and really good. It really spruced it up. We just had a recent, citizen went and bought a ton of Christmas wreaths.
Yeah, we're helping her with stores.
Donated them to the town. We talked about maybe potentially doing and this was actually an idea that was mentioned to me by Sarah from Gigi's, about a contest, like a decorating contest for any businesses, any house or business on Paris Avenue, a Christmas decoration. So that way, we start it right after November, open it up. If you've got, so that's the veterinarian clinic, that's everybody. If you're on Paris Avenue, decorate your place, make it Christmassy. Town council, we would pick the winners, and then that way, when we have the golf cart parade, the whole town is just lit up. One, I think it could literally just be like make a Hallmark movie come alive and be a gorgeous town experience. Also, that draws people in. People come see Christmas lights. So if you got a whole strip that is just lit up, think about it when we're doing our golf cart parade, and now the sides are lit up. Now the people are around, and then we could announce the winner of the golf cart parade and the house decorations at Shellring that night. Nothing crazy, maybe like $500 or something for the winner, and do a first, second, third, but just try to encourage more Christmas lights on Paris Avenue, and then throughout the town too, just kind of make,
Jump on,
so that was something for, a thought for Christmas, if everybody's, it's just something.
People do go to see lights, that's the
Christmas-
they go down to Jasper.
Yep, so if you get a whole, people say, and I really thought, the city of Beaufort did a great job with their downtown last year. Like, if you went down, it was like, wow, they got the cafe lights up, and their downtown's different than ours. It's not a competition or anything, but they're totally different things. Because we've got residential down our main street, which they don't have. But I think those homes could really get into it, and it could be cool, like I said. And I just keep trying to visualize the golf cart parade, which is always big. And now we've got homes that are lit, so. Yep, and again, that doesn't put a lot on town. We put that out there, we market it, and all we do is provide the rewards, and then we gotta pick a winner as we're driving down. We just make, like that one, that one. When we do that, coming up with that. What do we have in the way of banners for, like, on our posts, like, in the town? Are we doing it, should we revamp those? Should we
can.
relook at those? Should we get some brand new?
We should revamp them.
There,
We
exactly.
should revamp them, they're a little.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, do we, I mean, we're talking,
I
I
think it should be
mean,
seasonal.
a lot of this, yeah, do we wanna look into kind of?
And we have a lift now, we can do whatever we
I think we
want.
should do a
We've
seasonal.
got the lift. Should we look into just kind of a beautification down Paris Avenue? I mean, we're doing an enhancement. We're doing an enhancement at the road level. Do we want to take that enhancement up to the pole level?
Sure.
But, so yeah, so that was kind of something I was thinking, maybe look into, you know, Christmas banners.
Yeah, it's like Gerald said, right? I mean, it's appropriate to have it seasonally.
Yeah.
For our nationally recognized holidays. I think that's pretty appropriate.
Okay.
And,
Cool.
We would visit California quite a bit, and on some of the freeways, we would see service members. So a family member would pay X amount of dollars to have their service member highlighted along that way. And that money could always go back towards something else. But maybe that's an opportunity through some of the special holidays, if they wanted to highlight a service member, family member, someone that's passed away or active or
Cool.
whatever.
No, that's great, especially military town. And
Thank you for your contribution, Sean.
last week. No, it was perfect. Come on, anytime, man.
We like
You're
that.
part of the team.
Like that.
And then the last one I got, Mary Beth mentioned it a couple times tonight. Do we want to look at some sort of, mentioned it to Van, I don't know, if trolley or golf cart system or some sort of, you know, Port Royal Transit on like maybe Saturdays or something? Do we try to find a private business that can do that, and then we would pay, you know, whatever X amount of dollars an hour. It would really only cost us a few $100 just to try it and see what that's like. On a Saturday, set up a system where it just drives around all day. And I don't know if it's an 8-seater golf cart and we pay somebody $20 an hour, $30, whatever the market is. I don't know what golf cart tours go for. And they can, of course, tip it. You literally could be at the Sands, hop on, jump off at Shell Ring. You could hop on, go to the wetlands. And I don't know, we've never done that before, like I said, we've mentioned it. I think it could be something cool. Maybe we just start on a Saturday. We'd have to market that and just put out a map and be like, every 30 minutes, there's somebody coming through, you could hop on. Just wanted to see what everybody's thoughts
You
Oh,
were on
stop,
that.
have lunch, come back, go to the beach, hang out, come
Get
back.
off and go, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look and think of ways that are minimal cost to the town with a lot of benefit. You know, if it ends up if he's $40 an hour for 5 hours, it's $200 on a Saturday. Is that worth it, $200 from the town to see if anybody uses it? Maybe we do it for a couple months and he's like, I had one person use it, but we tried.
What it generate for the town, you know,
But,
for
yeah.
the businesses, I would say at least, you know.
It reduces one, I mean, in an ideal world, it increases business, it
Right.
reduces traffic,
Right.
and it's also just fun. You
I
just hop
agree.
on a golf cart and let someone else kind of shuttle you around.
People may just do it just for the sake of.
Yeah, just to hop on and be like, just go right around. I don't know, just kind of, like I said, throwing ideas out there and just trying to
Camp
see
Saxon, you know, hey,
what we can
we're
do.
doing a little tour.
Thoughts.
I think it's a great idea.
Like I said, and I'm not saying the town take over and create a tour, you know, what would we call it?
Business.
Port Royal Rapid Transit Authority, PARTA. Yeah, we call it PARTA. I'm not saying we do that, but if we could contract with a private, somebody that already does this, he's got the business license, he's got the insurance, he's got the golf cart. We just say, hey, come over here on Saturdays, we'll pay you this, and you do your thing, and see what happens. What do you think about that?
I like the idea of a third party and we would just be almost like a vendor.
We're a vendor, yep.
Like, yeah.
Mike Jones used to do that.
Who?
Mike
Yeah, he
Jones?
did, but he didn't, he kind of did tour of historic. He didn't really drop people off at like the restaurants or the beach and then come back every 30 minutes picking up people or letting them off. Which I'm thinking, if people park up by the park, they get on it and then they start and they come, if you want to go to Miss B's, okay, we'll drop you off. Once we get through with the route, we're gonna be coming back. We'll pick you up and take them to the next spot or bring them back to the car.
You got that paved area at the skateboard park, park there and ride, park and ride.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I said, I just thought it was something, I'm always looking for ideas, and thank y'all for y'all, like I said, you mentioned that multiple times today, but any way we can get a big bang for the buck for not a lot of investments, always, I think, good. And again, like I said, $200 on a Saturday to just give it a whirl, see what happens.
Managing expectations, probably gonna be top of the line, on that one, to see that if we're gonna say we're gonna try it out, then it gets rolled out as a trial program.
Yeah.
We put specific parameters on that. It's gonna go from just like January to June is gonna be our, I guess, our trial period.
Yeah.
Right.
And if we know that they're only gonna bring one 8-seater down here with the ability to move 8 passengers at a time. Cause then you get all the other feedback saying, well, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, cause I can never get a seat. Like,
I waited an hour.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
again, those things, just managing expectations with the public, that it's gonna be very limited, available
One
albeit.
family could fill up an 8-seater.
And we'll go, that's right.
Very true.
And it's done, it's booked.
Very true.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's.
Managing
it's-
expectations, I love that.
Yeah, that's worth a shot. I mean, it's something that we've been talking about. We've found some limiting factors in the other options that we put on the table. And who would we be not to try something else? I mean,
Cool.
I think that's what we're trying to provide.
So
And then, yeah, if the market will support it,
do
If it
we,
doesn't, it doesn't,
Yeah, we hadn't
We
lost.
tried it.
well, it's kind of cool. If you go to a lot of other, I mean, we are a coastal town. You go to a lot of coastal towns and some of them are way more, they have a lot more tourists than we do and stuff. But a lot of them do offer some sort of trolley system or, cart system. I mean, a lot of beach towns and coastal towns do have some sort of moving bodies. Because again, hopefully the idea is that it limits traffic, increases. You get the benefit of people without the negative of everybody's driving their own car and all that. So, but again, you started out, if you told me that, you plant a seed, know where it goes. Maybe it becomes very popular and the next thing you know, who knows?
Have a second.
Yeah, exactly. Or have something, multiples, that, who
Maybe we could've got like that, I won't say his name here, but he had his golf cart and he pulled the carts behind
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
If I could get in one of those.
We get one that looks like a pirate. We get one that looks like a pirate ship. It pulls a couple of cars behind it. Like, what are the ones at the on Paris Island? Those little
Yeah, those are trolleys.
little trolley cars. Yeah.
So I could St. Augustine has one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trolley.
A lot of, like I said, a lot of coastal towns have that little get you
Wholesale
around town.
road and take the back
Um,
roads.
That was, I think, it for me. With stuff like this, man, do you think, the best way for us to go forward with some of this stuff, is it to, you just want to run with it, or do you want to do we want us to kind of designate a tourism budget or something? Like in the budget this year, we'd like to designate X amount of dollars for tourism activities, and then this kind of stuff comes out of it. Like,
I think that's the way it should work.
Okay.
Because it then it gives you the ability, all right, that didn't work. All right, let's take those funds and put them into whatever Rob thinks we should do,
okay.
So
maybe this year with the budget, if you present to us, because do we have a
Line item.
tourism?
Well, we have a contributions and whatever, it's kind of a miscellaneous.
And this would be
Yeah.
managed by you and the town and you and
Oh,
Brooklyn,
yeah.
with just like some line item on the budget that says, tourism, whatever, enhancement, I don't know what you want to call it.
Oh, yeah, we
line
could come up
budget.
with a name for it.
And you give us,
Yeah.
and you put a number in there that you think the town, that we can afford this without affecting, taxes, and we always want to keep those low.
And something we probably do need to look at a new golf cart.
Okay.
For us, I mean. Yeah.
Just a real one?
I know y'all like pushing it around and everything, but we just put some money into it, it's a little tired.
Keep that one as a
Get a
backup.
workout in.
Keep that as a backup.
Okay, so then I guess, so that's a couple for our, so budgetary things coming up. We had about the housing trust, what you think we can do there, and then a tourism budget, what you think we can do there. Again, knowing that these are kind of, first time, managing expectations. This is, generation one on all of these, so it's just
Trial
gotta,
phase, man.
yeah, trial phrase. This is a beta, so, yeah, that was it. That was my miscellaneous file.
Who's up
Anything?
next?
Yeah, who else got, what other miscellaneous we got?
I guess it does, and I was just recently thinking about this
That's our catch-all.
with the addition of our VA clinic. I would imagine that our already significant veteran population is gonna increase just based on traffic. I'd like to explore, and this is probably for years to come,
making that Veterans Monument that we have at Naval Heritage Park, the pole with that one single plaque, to grow that a little bit. If you guys have seen kind of like what Ridgeland has, they have a pretty intricate one. It's got like a circle of all the service emblems on it and surrounded around that park. So if we could maybe in the next couple of years consider something like that, I think that would be appropriate when the Veterans Clinic opens, kind of almost tie those together.
And it's a cool thing, you would see kind of coming into Port
Yeah, it's a
Royal,
great
right
visibility
there,
spot
boom,
right there.
yeah, I mean, right,
It
you're seeing it
is.
coming in, yeah, that's great.
Great.
Could you, again, you said like, this isn't right now, but some
Well-
examples, like,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
shoot me some, like, look at this one, look at that one, yeah.
Yeah, I can put some stuff together. I mean, we've done several in other towns.
Cool.
The military kind of gets involved with them.
Oh,
There's a lot of, because again, there's a lot of things that come with that when you're gonna start using emblems. You gotta get with the service chiefs and they have to approve those. They're all trademarked.
It's very intentional too, like, I mean, it's like,
Right.
the ones I've seen are always like, each board represents something, each
Right.
column represents something, like, they're very intentional with it, so.
Yeah, just to grow that a little bit, right? It's cool there and it's got a bench of its own.
It's very cool.
And if we could grow that footprint just a little bit, make it on
Pretty.
purpose, essentially. That it's there for a reason, not just kind of, oh, look, we have a flagpole.
Love that, no, love that, yeah.
Be good. It's what, 2028, early 2028, it's gonna be done? So we're looking 2 years, maybe?
May
And
of
it's probably
28,
gonna
I
take a
think was
while
the-
to get something together anyway.
It was like
Start on it.
completed early 28 and to begin receiving patients is,
Well, we need to talk about the Naval Heritage Park in totality. We've got the sidewalk completed. A part of that is supposed to be the conveyance of that road that runs parallel to the park between the sidewalk. So there may be an opportunity to revamp, add some parking to the park. We're about to put some material down where it's adjacent to the skateboard park, the concrete's breaking off.
Yep.
We're gonna fill that in, but it looks a little better. We've kind of piecemealed it. I mean, we're also gonna really have to take a longer look at the skateboard park. Ideally, you'd prefer to have some sort of poured concrete facility, versus, that Starlight expensive plywood and wood.
And screws, that
And screws.
unscrew and
Yeah.
do stuff.
So,
Bluffton has a nice one.
yeah. We've got, nobody's covered, like our cover is ridiculous, the covered skateboard park.
oh, it's awesome.
So, that park could be a showcase piece,
I agree.
so.
It's got a lot, it's,
Well, the county and the
We
city
took care of
will-
the trees, we added the storyboards, we put the playground equipment in it, we've now added sidewalks.
Exercise equipment out
We
there.
do the enhancement of the signage in the memorial there. And make it truly a naval heritage park. I've never really grasped, I understand we got it but the association of the naming, why? I know that it's a proximity to the Naval Hospital, but was there ever an anticipated plan beyond just giving the town? It was owned by the county, actually.
It is owned by the
Remember?
county.
No, we took it. It was owned by the county, and we took it, but they put deed restriction on it, said it has to be passive.
What was it?
Has to be a passive.
And I took
policy.
with it, so we built the skateboard park, and we were talking about doing some competition there, well, that's not passive anymore. I
It's
said,
not passive.
you want the skateboard park? You can have it. And they went, no, you're good. And I went, all right, that's what I thought.
Sean, you had something, buddy?
I did. On the back side of those panels are all broken up into sections with 1x4s, kind of broken up. And I
Yeah.
think I mentioned this a couple years ago, but selling those as advertising spaces to small businesses, which would help fund some of the repairs of the skate park.
Yeah.
Obviously, the bigger pieces, more revenue or more from a sponsorship standpoint. But every time I ride by, that's where my mind always goes. Now they've got all those broken skateboards up there, but I think, that would help offset some costs.
But
Like when you-
could
it's like when you
still
see 'em
do
at a-
that. You could still do that even if you change it to cement.
Yeah.
You could
Yeah,
still
you
do
can
that.
still do
yeah.
that.
it's like when you see them at like a
Exactly.
little, on the field, on the
Exactly,
backstops
on
of
the
the
backside,
field.
instead of that, it's just in the front.
Yeah.
And each
Yeah.
side represents a revenue.
What is that in that art installation piece right in the dead center of there?
It was part of those original pieces that were purchased from Chicago. It's supposed to be like school of fish.
Gotcha.
But now it's just like a tetanus thing.
I walk by it, I do walk by it and I'm like, that looks.
It's a bait ball of
It
tetanus.
looks
Yes.
strange when
It's
I
like
walk
the
by it now,
goddess and
so,
whatever else
Yeah,
they
yeah,
had.
yeah. It was part of the rubber-haired ladies collection.
okay.
Jeez.
And then that, we had a pad.
You got the big fish behind Town Hall?
Yeah, look
Yeah.
at that Finding Nemo.
Yeah, yeah. And an anemone.
They are dangerous.
So,
Well, I love that, like I said, the by the flagpole, it's a great idea.
That's
Um,
great out there.
All right, anything else from staff? Any other miscellaneous?
No, sir.
Closing comments from Councilman Guerrero?
None, brother. Just excited about a new year. Get to it.
Councilwoman Hayward?
I think it went great today. I think we had a lot of marching orders and a lot of things to do. Make it happen.
Councilman Owens, closing comments?
I think that we've accomplished a lot. It's been a productive day and a lot of things before us to consider and hopefully execute.
Councilman Ashmore?
I was glad to be here. I wasn't able to attend last year because I was recovering from my surgery. So I'm glad to be here and thankful to be here this year. And glad to see that what we've gotten accomplished and what we're looking to do moving forward.
Good to
So I'm
have
glad to be here.
Good to have you with us. Yep, absolutely. That was, I thought, I mean, we pride ourselves, we're very effective, efficient, got through a lot, and here we are, getting out at 3:07. Thank you for your time, everybody watching online. Again, as we talked about earlier, we really mean it. We're all available. We're all open to you. So if you have any suggestions or anything, or please reach out to us. It's going to be a great year in the town of Port Royal, and just keep the good times rolling. All right. No motion to adjourn since we're not in an official meeting. So thank you all very much. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Weekend, Port Royal.